Davisha L. Johnson. Welcome to Ghana. I'm here this evening at Base Camp with my good friend Sunita. She's doing her opening, but I'm here to talk to you right now about cannabis and hemp in Africa. Again, my name is Ambassador Davisha L. Johnson. I am president of the Cooperative Executive Management Team. It's a farm management services company started in 2018 in Atlanta, Georgia. We only exclusively work with black farmers. Why? Because black people need help. No other race needs help with making money besides my own people. So I took it upon myself when I was chief of staff for Representative Sandra G. Scott, District 76 in Georgia in 2018 to start the Cooperative Executive Management Team. To work with black farmers on understanding the difference between cannabis and hemp, but also making sure that black people understand it's not just a retail, consumer-based market for us. We have been growing industries, growing countries, building nations since the beginning of time. So it's time to do that right here in the motherland. When black people can't get into the industry in America, whether it's policy issues, whether it's capital fundraising issues, whether it's farm management services issues, your grandmother has land, it's been sitting for 10, 12 years, you don't know what to do with it, you don't know how to monetize it, the opportunities for you are here in Africa. There's about 10 to 12 countries now that have legalized cannabis and hemp, whether it's in medical use or exportation. Ghana is right on the cusp of being able to allow people to do business here in the industry. So we at CEMT for the last 4 years have been doing the Cannabis HempTech Conference. This year, again, we are inviting everyone to come out at the end of July. But this year we really want to focus on bringing more African Americans, more Afro-Caribbeans, more Afro-Latinas to Ghana to get engaged, to start the industry from chambers of commerce to cannabis TV. You're watching some version of cannabis TV right now, watching me, but there's so many other things to do in this industry besides have a dispensary or sell weed. If you have a graphics background, if you are in agriculture space and you are a grower, if you are into production and you do movies, film, television, if you are an advocate, an activist, an organizer, we need all of you. We need all of you black folks that are doing big things in America. You have brands, you're an influencer. We need you in Africa. We need you to help build the industry, but I need you. I'm calling out to you personally as myself, Davisha L. Johnson, the person, as myself, the advocate for cannabis and hemp, but also as a legacy builder and someone that is interested in generational wealth for all black people. If you have not come to Ghana, whether it's for December in Ghana, Afrochella, all of those things are nice. But beyond the party, when everyone leaves, when industries are created, is when things are happening. And those things are happening right now here in Ghana. So I encourage all of you to get with someone that you don't know that's in the cannabis industry, invite them to Ghana at the end of July. More information is forthcoming. But again, my name is Davisha L. Johnson, the ambassador for the African Diaspora Collective, right here in Ghana with my good friend Clayton T. We'll be discussing all things related to Ghana, all things related to our family because as distant relatives, we are here to help each other. We are here to grow together, pun intended, and we are here to make sure that everyone plants seeds that will grow the future of black people all over the planet. Come holler at your girl in Ghana. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. This is the second day of the Ghana HempTech Conference. My name is Ambassador Davisha L. Johnson. I am the Hemp Lady of Africa. I appreciate you coming along this journey with us. This is now day 2. We did a full 8 hours yesterday, and we have a full packed day today. So if you have not purchased your ticket, You can still purchase tickets even now today to get the private YouTube link. We broadcast the opening ceremonies yesterday live on our Facebook page. And then we went strictly to our YouTube follower, or our YouTube guests that received a private link to this conference for these past 2 days, yesterday and today. And so welcome back again today for those of you that have decided to participate and join our speakers from yesterday and today. You will find that there's even more information for you to ponder on as you decide which opportunity you would like to take in regards to the cannabis and hemp industry in Africa, but particularly in Ghana. So I am live here from Accra. Today, we'll just do some general housekeeping. If you are on YouTube, you are not allowed to post in a private group, is what I've realized from yesterday. So if you have a comment or you have a question, you can use the number at the bottom of the screen that's scrolling, this number that's scrolling at the bottom of the screen, the WhatsApp number. You can use that WhatsApp number to text your questions, and we will ask them live here to any of our guests. If we don't get to your question within the time frame of our speakers, we will come back during one of our other gap times. So we have a lunch hour that we take as well. So we might come and ask some questions then, and then we have some little intermittent breaks throughout the day. So I'm very excited today, as I was yesterday. Today is the final day online, but tomorrow is our very exclusive private event in Abri Mountains at Jerk Soul. So I want to thank Jen at Jerk Soul for accommodating us for tomorrow. It will be a very, very nice event for the media launch of the African Cannabis University. So I'm very excited about that. But without further ado, this morning we'll get right into it. So I'll go over the program of what we'll be talking about throughout the day, and then we'll get started with our first presenter. So today we are going to be doing some live demonstrations and some presentations. This morning, we're actually going to start out with something that I'm involved in next year. It's called ISA, and it's Ghana in Kumasi at KNUST University. So he will come and represent his company and his event, of which I'm on the International Affairs Advisory Committee. And then I think we're going to toss in the other event that we're doing, because I think it's important to think about as we start out our day. I think this is a great way to start out our day and talking about the things that Professor will talk about. And then after he is done, we will go over to our retired Ghana Agriculture Extension Officer, Mr. Joseph. Excuse me. And Mr. Joseph will talk about job creation through agriculture and resource development. So that is something that he did in working with me with the African Women in Agriculture Alliance that we launched in 2021 at a previous HempTech conference when we were working with some women out in the Volta region. So after that, we will have our first live demonstration of the day, which will be from Harrison Yemo with Team Ghana, that will teach us how to make corn wine, which I think we are going to say safely that we can transfer into somewhat making of cannabis wine. So use your imagination, put your thinking cap on, but we will be doing that this afternoon before lunch. And then right before lunch, I believe is, yes. So right before lunch, I believe is Vibes B&B. So Vibes B&B founder is also one of the AIE project partners. We talked about AIE project yesterday. He will be coming on to talk about hospitality industry and cannabis Airbnbs. So he has a huge partnership with Cookies. If you're familiar with that brand from the States, it's a huge global brand, cannabis brand that he has now since partnered with. And he does corporate level style cannabis Airbnb. So if you are a cannabis user, if you're a medical cannabis user and you need to smoke a joint, you can't do that at the Ritz-Carlton or the Four Seasons or the St. Regis. There's no place for you to do that. So Dion provides those types of spaces for those types of individuals through Vibes B&B. so that you can have your medical needs met, or your healthcare needs, or pain relief, or whatever you're using cannabis for, religious purposes. You can have those needs met as you travel. So he will come to talk about that, and then we will have some video highlights during our lunch break. And then after lunch, we will come back with our second live presentation, which will be from LaWanda Hamilton, my business partner in the States with Be Happy. She's going to show us how to make gummies with infused with cannabis oil, and how to make gummies for pain relief. So everybody likes gummies and little chewy candy. So she's actually put together a video of how she personally makes it in her home as part of her home-based business that she has in Atlanta. And then after, we will talk with Ms. Nataki Cambone. She is with New Business Solutions, and she will talk about how to get into the market, emerge, profit, and dominate in Ghana's hemp revolution, is what she will discuss in her online presentation. And then after that, we will have a panel discussion on regenerative farming and the cannabis metaverse. So for all you people that like AI and tech, this part is for you. This is this afternoon. We will talk with Seed, who is also an AIE project partner. They have something called the Seedverse. It's basically AI and the metaverse. I'm just not gonna spoil it. So you're gonna have to wait till this afternoon to see what they're gonna be talking about. And then I will end out the day in going over the AIE project 1 Hectare Sustainable Farm. This is the highlight in the beginning to what will happen on Saturday, which is the media launch of the African Cannabis University. So we have a very packed day today, and I will not take up any more time. I think it's time for us to get to our first speaker. We will bring up Green Communities International founder, director, Professor DeGraff. Are you there this morning? Hello.
Yeah, Excellency, I'm here.
Good morning, Professor DeGraff.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. And you?
I'm fine. Thank you for coming to the 4th Annual HempTech Conference. I really appreciate it. We are going to talk about ISA.
Thank you.
So if you would go ahead and introduce yourself, and if you want to present your slides, I will leave the floor over to you.
Okay, I want to share my slide first, then I'll do the introduction. Let's share the slides.
So you just go to the bottom where it says present and just go to slides.
Slides. Computer, yeah.
So if the slides are on your computer, you just go to your computer and pull it up.
Yes, yeah, I'm looking for it on my computer.
Oh, okay.
Yes. For sure.
Okay, so while Professor DeGraff does that, I will go over with you how you can join us tomorrow. So tomorrow, Saturday, is our media launch of the African Cannabis University, of which Professor DeGraff sits on the preliminary advisory board. So it's a very exclusive private event that all of us will be participating in. Most of the speakers that are here as part of the HempTech Conference will be there. Some government officials will be there. But it is to bring together the group of people that are going to be somewhat responsible for handling this industry. So if you want a ticket for that, you can also find it on our website, which is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. And I believe Professor DeGraff is ready. So are you ready? I see your screen. And
yeah,
I will.
Okay.
I do. So I will leave that over to you, Professor DeGraff.
Okay. Okay, good morning to everybody. My name is Digraft Osumenu. I'm associate professor at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. As you may be aware, the KNUST is the #1 destination for quality education globally. So I joined the university about 30 years ago in 2008. And by the grace of God, this is how far you come to. I'm also an entrepreneur and a consultant and a mentor and a trainer. So I'm happy to meet all of us. We have come up with a conference that attempts to solve parts of the global problems that we have. And today I'm happy to share some of the things we're going to do at the conference in 2024 to you. And the conference is being hosted by an organization, Green Communities International, which is a non-profit organization established in Ghana in 2009. And the idea is to help promote the sustainable development goals, and also the Green Communities is a gateway to sustainable development in Africa. The conference, dubbed International Conference on Environment, Social Governance, and Sustainable Development of Africa, is attempting to bring to full how you can use the SDG, you can use the ESG to solve the global problem that we have. The theme for the conference is enhancing the SDGs for Africa development. As you can see on the map, this is the global map, our world, the world that we live in. And at the moment, the world, we are about 8 billion people that lives on this planet. And it consists of, you are all aware of these parameters, 5 continents and 203 countries. It is believed that out of these 203 countries, 195 of them are relevant in terms of economic contributions. Of course, America and China are the top 2 economies. They are competing against each other. As the last time I checked, the American's economy runs into $24 trillion, whilst the Chinese is running after them, getting around $17 trillion. And these 2 countries are also major contributors to greenhouse emissions and also major consumers of energy. And they are also the top 2 contributors of some of the world problems that we have, meaning that the greenhouse emissions that we see, the climate change, most of them are coming from these 2 countries. This, our planet, used to be a livable and lovable place. But now what we see is that it is plagued with poverty in some countries, hunger, crime, and other issues. Migration is becoming a key phenomenon across the globe as people are moving from developing countries to the West and to some developed Eastern countries. And also, climate change is taking the center stage of our problems and now affecting every country on every continent. Climate change is actually dictating our lifestyles and is really causing problems everywhere in the world for all of us, and is presenting disaster risks to all of us. You also agree with me that climate change related problems have resulted in a lot of flooding, monsoon rains across the China, across Bangladesh and Pakistan. And also we have tropical cyclones that every now and then you hear in the West. If you switch on your TV, CNN in particular, they are always talking about the climate change related problems that are happening in the West. There's also the issue of loss of biodiversity. We recently, there is a reported heat waves across America, across Europe, and across other parts of the world. These are really, really big issues for all of us. We have these issues of mega wildfires in California, in Mexico, in Europe, and everywhere in the West. Prolonged drought in Eastern Africa and other parts of Africa. And these are also affecting our lifestyles. We need to take action. If we don't take action, what is going to happen to us is that there's going to be an issue of global food insecurity. And also we are going to have global water insecurity. It's happening. It's happening at a certain level of scale. There's also an issue of global energy insecurity. And there's also global environmental insecurity if we don't take action. It is reported that about 2 billion people face food insecurity across the world, and estimated 923 million people face severe food insecurity, and that brings to the question of poverty. And when it comes to water issue or water insecurity, about 771 million people lack access to water. In Africa, if you come down to Africa, a number of villages, cities, and towns don't have access to potable water, which they walk far distances to fetch water. Water is a critical commodity here in Africa and is scarce in most parts of Africa. When it comes to energy, we are talking about energy availability, the energy mix. Do we have the energy mix here, which is also a problem? And if it's there, is it accessible? And if it's accessible, how affordable it is, and also how reliable it is. Yeah, we have Ghana, for instance, in the past went through some of these critical issues of energy insecurity. And there's also an issue of global housing insecurity if we don't take action. Global wildlife insecurity if we don't take action. There's also global marine ecosystem insecurity if we don't take action. There's also global health insecurity if we don't take action. Global land insecurity, land degradation. Our lands are being lost due to wildfires. Our lands are being lost due to some small-scale mining in parts of Africa. And we need to really take action. If we don't take action, the world will suffer. So what can we do to avoid this threat, this global threat? That means we all have to take collective climate actions from continent to continent, from cities to cities, from communities to community, from women and from children and from men. We all have to take action. It is about time we took action. Other than that, the world is going to suffer. Taking action in 2015, the world met and then came out with these sustainable development goals, 17 of them. And these 17 of them, these initiatives or goals were set to avert the threat that the world is expected to face. Now, these 17 sustainable development goals, everybody is taking part of it to make sure that we all live in a lovable and a lively place. One of the goals is to end hunger, no poverty, and then no hunger for anybody. And if we want to run through these 17 goals, the question is are we nearing achieving these goals? A recent report that I read indicated that we are far behind reaching these goals. That means we need to intensify our efforts. Everybody has to intensify his or her effort. Every organization has to come on board. Governments have to come on board to make sure that we achieve these goals. We are about 7 years or so, or 6 years to get to the end date of these sustainable development goals. 2030 is a date. So are we getting there? Can we do it? Yes, I believe that everything is possible, but we need to intensify our effort. And following that, the historic Paris Agreement was also started sometime in 2015. That was the time the world met to agree on some key parameters to achieving the sustainable development goals. So the COP21 that was held in Paris established some key indicators, some agreements that all of us must follow to make sure that we achieve these goals. And all the 196 parties that were there signed to that agreement. And that was one of the first steps to achieving the sustainable development goals. So following that, every year, the world meets at a conference to set targets, to review performance and set targets for progress. And in 2022, they met in Morocco. COP23, that was in 2017. They met in Germany. In COP24, they met in Poland. In COP25, they met in Madrid, Spain. And then also in 2020, they couldn't meet because of the obvious COVID, and they met rather in 2021 in Glasgow, UK. Last year, the COP27 was held in Egypt. In 2020, COP 2028, that is going to happen in Dubai. It's a mega one. And in fact, a lot of initiatives are going to happen there in Dubai in November 2023. So all these conferences are indicators that the world is serious about climate issues. The world is serious about sustainability. The world is serious about saving our planet. The world is serious about preserving our planet. And so all of us must also get serious and must also get on board. On the context of this, our organization also came out with this initiative to embark on this conference that also in part attempts to contribute to solving the problems that the world is facing. The conference, as I mentioned earlier, is titled the International Conference on Environment, Social Governance, Sustainable Development, and Sustainable Development of Africa. The team is enhancing ESG, and sustainability for Africa's development. The planned date is on 26th to 29th March 2024. It's a 3-day event, and it's going to happen at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Mastercard Foundation Conference Center. I mentioned earlier to you that the university is a whole city of its own. It's among the top 12 in Africa and #1 destination for quality education globally. And you want to come. It's a lovely place to enjoy. It's peaceful. It is a city of it's a garden city. Let me put it that way. And it's also mountainous. You enjoy the environment when you visit the university. For the first time, on Africa continent, ASDA is also bringing together ESG and CSR teams, big and small, all over the world, together in Ghana to discuss actionable insights on how to engage stakeholders in their respective value chains, business processes, and critical programs. That is what the conference intends to do. The conference too also offer businesses the opportunity to showcase their sustainable lifestyles, ESG contributions, and sustainable innovation pathways of meeting the demand of the next generation. So if you are an organization, if you are a business, if you are a government that you want to showcase your CSR contributions, then I invite you to come to ASDA 2024 in March, where we will give you that platform to showcase your ESG contribution, how you are contributing to solving the woes of the planet. In fact, the ASDA 2024 touches principally on the ESG. And the ESG was first coined in 2005. And some also call it socially responsible investing. And by that, it's also a framework for measuring the sustainability and ethical impact of any investment. That is just to give you an idea of what ESG is all about. We have three aspects of the ESG: the environmental aspect, social aspect, and the governance aspect. The environmental aspect deals with all the issues that are connected to the environment, how to preserve the environment, how to save the environment, and how can we do that? We can do that through efficient energy usage, climate change, developing climate change strategies, and also risk reduction, biodiversity improvement, how greenhouse gas emissions. So any issue that has to do with the environment are being addressed by the environmental aspect of the ESG. And then the social aspect about fair pay and living wages, equal employment opportunities, employment benefit, workplace health and safety, community engagement, responsible supply chain systems, all come under the social aspect. And then the issue of governance deals with corporate governance. Africa and most part of the developing world have, and even in the developed world, where bigger scandals even happen, corporate governance issues are big issues. There are big issues, particularly even with the government sector, the public sector, and there are also big issues at the private sector. So governance issues are really, really big issues that we need to look at, and that our conference attempts to cover these broad perspectives of ESG. The conference connects to sustainability. That is an thing, and by that we are looking at investment stewardship, and that's engagement with companies to protect and enhance their value of clients, the value of client asset. Also, we are creating mutual understanding of risk-facing companies and expectations of companies to mitigate these risks. The conference also looks at how we can adhere to conscious capitalism, meaning that businesses should operate ethically while they pursue profit. So all businesses are encouraged to operate ethically and also make, and that is the essence of the conference. We are trying to see how we can incorporate triple bottom line principle into investment decisions. And by that, we are looking at the three dimensions of performance. That is social, environment, and then financial. That's the three P's: people, planet, and profit. And also looking at sustainable investment. There are about 8 teams that the conference is going to talk about. And under each team or each sub-team, there are some topics that authors and speakers that want to make a presentation that they can pick from. The first one is considering ESG, that's sustainability of Africa Continental Free Trade Area. That is one team, one sub team that Ghana is the hub of the Africa Free Trade Continental Area, and then we need to put efforts in place to make sure that it's sustainable and it yields its expected outcomes. That's why it's so important that we place the AFTA in context for this discussion during the conference. The track 2 or the sub-team 2 looks at ESG, CSR, and sustainability of public and private sector institutions in Africa. So that is very obvious to our private institutions. We are going to look at the sustainability aspect of it, and then the private sector institutions as well. So there are various subtopics that are generated. If you visit our conference website, you will see an expanded information about these sub teams. And then we have what we call the track 3, that's social innovations, entrepreneurship, and indigenous knowledge management in Africa. Even that one too, we have a number of subtopics, including social enterprise and impact on Africa's development, social entrepreneurship and youth unemployment, innovative financing structures for Africa's social infrastructure, and a number of them. We are looking at another track, that is track 4, looking at sustainable innovations in built environment ecosystem in Africa. That considers sustainable architecture and infrastructure landscape. We are looking at construction materials development, green buildings, smart buildings, and smart building technologies. All these things, the issues of the built environment come to play also at the conference. The next track, that's track 5, considers sustainable innovations in urban configuration and mobility in Africa. Now we are looking at smart cities, green cities, sustainable development in green innovation space. We are looking at green innovations in urban mobility, social innovations in green communities, ecosystem. So all the issues that has to do with urban configuration and mobility, transportation systems, all addressed by that track. And then the 6th track look at sustainable innovations in plastics, marine plastics, textiles, and microfiber technology. The issue of plastics are becoming very worrying, and there's an outcry of urgent attention and urgent solution to that. Our marine ecosystems are being polluted every now and then by plastics, and is affecting the biodiversity in our marine ecosystem. So it is very important that we look at solutions of addressing these issues. That is why we have strategically identified this as an important track, and then we we are going to consider it at the conference. The other aspect, that's track 7, looks at food security and climate smart agriculture technology in Africa. Yes, of course, we cannot do away with food and agriculture. And for that matter, we have also strategically placed this track there for contributions in that direction. And that we are going to look at hemp for climate change and regenerative agriculture. We are looking at exploitation of the industrial, medicinal, and institutional use of hemp, the future of hemp and agriculture development in Africa, hemp education, research, training, and campaign in Africa, agribusiness, agripreneurship, agro-processing and value chain, and the effect of climate change on agriculture and food security. This track is very important to us and is like highly connected to HempTech Conference. And I believe most of us here on this platform will take keen interest in getting us papers or solutions in this area. So we encourage all of us to take interest in this conference, in this very particular track, and come out with papers and solutions for our world. The last track, of course, looks at the environmental and social governance systems for sustainable development of Africa. And that principally considers the environmental sustainability and natural resource governance in Africa. You know, Africa has a lot of natural resources, and that how to govern them is an issue, and we need solutions pointed at that. Governance models and state of development in Africa. We are looking at corporate governance in public sector in Africa, and corporate governance in private sector in Africa. We are looking at corporate governance in higher education in institutions, particularly with particular emphasis with the technical universities. We just changed our polytechnic institutions into technical universities, and most of them are struggling in terms of sustainability. And for that matter, there is an urgent need for solutions in addressing the sustainable development issues of our technical universities. So we want to see how this conference can attempt in part in addressing some of the issues. These are the tracks and the topics that the conference attempts to cover. In fact, over the 3 days event, you will see that the event is fully packed with exciting activities that will get everyone along, informed and educated. Right, we are expecting that 300 participants will be attending ASDA 2024 from across Africa, Asia, Europe, and America. We are expecting 30 keynote or guest speaker presentation, and not less than 60 academic or student oriented presentations or research-based presentations. And also, we are looking at about 20 practitioner-based presentations from companies, from ESG experts, where these guys will come and present their ESG innovations and their contributions to the audience. ASDA is not only bringing businessmen and academics together. We are inviting traditional leaders in Ghana to also come and share their views about development, because these traditional rulers are partners of development, and we need to also hear their views, right? We are looking at bringing in investors from the banks, green finance institutions, some of the banks in Ghana to also make presentations. We are also looking at some exhibitions and poster presentations also. We are also expecting delegates, about 150 delegates who are businessmen, entrepreneurs, students, to just come and listen or attend the program. One of the interesting aspects of the program is that there will be 4 panel workshops that are designed to address some of the woes of our planet. And also, some companies will be making their presentations, like I earlier mentioned, at the event. There will be doctoral student colloquium And we will also have academic awards presented to PhD students that make the best contribution. If you look at the kind of audience we are going to have, there will be B2B and B2G business meeting connect. That's a networking opportunity. We will grace it with some form of a dinner ball. Then the 3-day program will be having cultural dance performances. And then there will be a free trip after the conference to some interesting places within the region. Though we are yet to schedule or look at where we will go. And if you visit our website, an update will be provided as we move along. All right. So thank you very much. I wanted to share with you some videos on the happenings of the world, particularly the recent happenings regarding the heat waves and the flooding in China and other parts of the world. But I think let me end my presentation here, and then if there's any discussion we have to make, we can make. Thank you very much, Her Excellency, for the time given to me to make this presentation.
Thank you, Professor DeGraff. This presentation was very, very helpful. I'm interested in track 3 and track 7. Track 7, obviously, for the purposes that you stated, because this is the HempTech Conference. But I also think that we should give our audience, dial back some on what the COP is and how this was led out of that, and what are the action items to be taken in reference to, what is it, COP 29 now, 28th, coming up this year, November.
November, the COP 2028. COP 28 is happening at Dubai. I think 30th November to 12th December or so.
So after the Dubai event in December this year, then we're going to be having this ISTA event in March of next year. So what are your anticipated? First, let's go back and talk about the COP more in detail in reference to how is that related to the people that are going to be coming from outside to potentially come and invest in Ghana, since we're in Ghana? What are the things related to COP 28 that you think are going to be discussed that could actually be implemented in Ghana?
The COP 2023, that's COP 28 in Dubai. I haven't actually looked at the detailing of what is going to happen. If we look at the past, every year they meet and set targets. This year, the focus is, there's this recent report that I read that indicates that we are far behind achieving the SDGs. So again, the COP 2020, COP 28 who attempt to review the past performance as they always do, and also look at parameters that will move us quickly to the goals, right? And as far as I know, I think they have established some award about, and this time they are involving academics and students to also come up with innovative solutions that attempts to address the climate change issues and also sustainable development issues, right? I remember Sarah Ward, I think one of their coordinators, he sent me a mail whether we have a project that our students can make a presentation. Yeah, we attempted to work on some, but unfortunately, the deadline, we couldn't meet the deadline for that. And each project is supposed to be awarded $100,000 or so. So if you visit their website, it's well advertised, and that is a prototype for humanities. They are the institution that is trying to provide that facility for professors and students with climate change related solutions in real life. Thank you.
I understand. So, so let me ask you this final question before we get to our next speaker that's going to talk to us about. So our next speaker is a retired farm extension officer. So now we're going to talk about action items. So the conference that is happening in March after the COP28 in Dubai, they get together and come up with targets of what they're going to do. They obviously go over reports of what they did, figure out where their challenges and successes are, and then move forward. So for ISTA being the inaugural event, what is the anticipated outcome that you want to see from that event? So as I talk to our next speaker, I can say, well, this is what we're looking towards doing. And then he, as the person on the ground working with the farmers directly, can kind of lead us in a direction that we should go in relation to also how to get youth involved. So what are the outcomes you would like to see from this conference?
Yeah, the outcomes, I'm expecting that the attendees, those that will come, will not just come and listen, will just come, get informed, get educated, get inspired, and take actions. What are the actions? There are a lot of issues regarding green economy. So all our mindsets have to be geared towards building green economy. That's that we all desire. And I believe that some green companies will also take part of the conference to share their experiences. And that alone should inspire all of us towards that. Like, for instance, I am a construction person by profession, but through inspiration, I'm a farmer now, and I'm taking action in the green economy business, right? I'm a farmer, a fish farmer, a poultry farmer, and all that, right? So all of us will get inspired. And as our lady, Hem Lady of Africa is also a key stakeholder of the conference, I'm sure all of us will get inspired and go and take action. Yes, thank you very, very much.
It's true. It's true. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor DeGraff Awosu Manu from Green Communities International, as well as KNUST University. I appreciate you coming on this morning and telling us about ISTA. I will make sure that all of this information is posted, especially the last slide on the CEMT website for people to look forward to moving forward. And then you're going to start selling tickets for this event. How can they tell everybody how they can purchase tickets for this event? Do they just need to contact you from the information on the last slide, or is there another direct website they can go to?
Yes, there's, unfortunately, I didn't provide information on the website, on the slide, but if you visit our website, every information is there. If you are posting this on your website, then I will update it with the contact information and you can visit that. But if I want to mention the website,
Sure.
www.csrconferenceafrica.com. I think the moment you use CSR Conference Africa, it will appear, and then you can access the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. We will see you tomorrow at our Saturday event in Abri Mountains, so we can get some more in-person questions answered about this conference. Thank you very much for attending. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So that was Professor DeGraff Awosu Manu with Green Communities International to talk to us about the ISTA conference that's happening March 26th, I believe 26th to 29th next year in 2024 in Kumasi. We did not get a chance to talk about the June conference, which is a whole nother conversation for a whole nother day, but it's for the Global Transformation Institute of Attitudinal Change, and it's a mindset conference. So it's an African mindset shift conference. It's from people of African descent from all over the world that are going to come together to talk about our different perspectives and how the mindset of African people globally needs to shift towards something else than what it's currently, because it's not part of the solutions of how we get to make sure that we can survive on this planet. From climate change to all of the types of issues that we have as a people or as a planet, there's also a microcosm of issues that we have as a people that we need to come together, people of like minds, but also people of other perspectives, so that we can really see, and understand others' perspectives that are from our communities, to also figure out how do we change the mindset of Africans to understand that this is the source of all. Whatever you want to fill in the blank of whatever that is, but the source of it all is coming from this continent. So I'm very excited about both of these conferences. I'm also excited about getting to our next speaker, who is Joseph Gaglow. Joseph Gaglow is a retired farm extension services officer that I worked with at the 2021 HempTech Conference, I believe, or it might have been the 2020 HempTech Conference, where we launched the African Women in Agriculture Alliance, which is a nonprofit for focus on African women in agriculture. The organization itself went dormant after a while. I went back to the U.S., which is another reason why it's so difficult to kind of get things started and get things moving unless you're actually here. So I did that before I actually moved. And then now that I've moved here and I've been here over 2 years, I realized that it's time to bring back the African Women in Agriculture Alliance, especially now that the cannabis law has passed in Ghana. So we want to not only offer this opportunity because we know that most agricultural practices are done by women and rural farmers. We also know that Africa has a huge youth population. And so when I first met we've never actually met in person, but as he was setting up this event that we were doing in the Volta region, some of the questions from the ladies and concerns was, what do we do with the youth? What do we do with all these young people that aren't interested in agriculture? All these ladies that are farming their land also have sons. They also have daughters. So what are the sons and daughters doing while they're out on the field and the farm all day? Most of them do not want to be involved in that part of the business, or that part of the process. So creating agribusinesses, creating opportunities for young folks to get into this industry, creating resource opportunities for women farmers that need equipment and all that is what I would like to discuss this morning. So we're going to bring up Joseph Gaglow. Mr. Joseph, you are live with us here at the 4th Annual HempTech Conference. How are you this morning?
That's great. I'm doing very well.
Great. I'm glad to have you. It's nice to see you in person. I've talked to you on WhatsApp for 3 years, and now I get to
nice to see you once again. It's been long.
It has. Yes. So let's get right into the conversation. So it's just me and you this morning. Mm-hmm. We were going to have a panel discussion, but some of the other participants are not available. So it's going to be me and you. So I would like for you to just tell us about who you are, what you used to do as a farm extension services officer, and then we'll take it up from there.
Thank you. And thank you for the organizers as well for the opportunity. My name is Joseph Gaglow. I was with the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Public Service, where I worked for the past 34 years. So with work experience, I've worked for 34 years in agricultural services. I was in the Volta region, to be specific, Afajato district, Afajato sub-district, where my main duty was to talk to farmers, introduce to them innovative ideas, new technologies, and inspire them, make sure that things that will help them to enhance their work is sent to them at their doorsteps. So I've ever worked at Central Region, Ewuti Futu Senior District, It was then Winneba District, but now it is Ewutu Senior District. And I work at Agona District as well, and went to Agona East, Isamba as their district capital. And from there, I was sent to Volta region again. So I finally retired in the Volta region as senior agricultural officer in charge of the district. So as I speak now, as on a retirement, but God has given me the strength, so I'm so strong. So I'm in for consultancy services in agriculture and agriculture-related activities. As I speak, I'm in Kaswa specifically, but still I have some projects in the Volta region. So I liaise between Accra and the Volta region. I'm a fish farmer as well. So I'm aquaculturist, where I am keeping some fish, specifically tilapia, on the Volta River or a Volta Lake. So in short, this is Joseph Gaglo, and my previous place of work is what I've mentioned earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. So let's get into the conversation. So you've been, sounds like Volta, you went to Central Region, came back, and now you're in Kasua, which is not far from me. But you have some projects, you're into fish farming, is what I've heard. So talk to us about some of the challenges that you saw while you were working through the ministry with some of the women and rural farmers in the Volta region. I'm trying to discover, as people are interested in coming to Ghana to set up cannabis farms or set up farming that they're going to be doing for this particular industry, what are some of the things that they need to look out for when working with farmers, that the farmers are going to say, hey, sure, we can help work your land, but this is the issue, and these are the challenges that you're going to have to consider when investing in places, specifically in the Volta region?
Thank you. The problems and the challenges are numerous, but paramount among them are land issues. Women getting access to land is a bit of a problem, but when we talk to the chiefs in charge and the landowners, they are willing and ready to lease out the land for them to work on. After the lands have been leased out, the funding also becomes an issue with them because they don't have access to bank loans, and the interest rates on bank loans too are so high. So it becomes a problem for them and very difficult for them to access loans from the banks or financial institutions. So if our women are empowered through financial support and easy land acquisition, they can go places. When they do those things, after they've acquired those ones, labor is another factor. So we are looking at ways and means to relieve them out of the drudgery that they go when they are using hoes and cutlasses, by trying to provide for them simple farm equipment such as tractors, combine harvesters, and slashers, which will aid their work faster. So women are very enthusiastic to work, but lacking this basic equipment and machinery makes it difficult for them to excel in their activities. So in general, farm inputs sometimes is accessible, but cost is high, and they not having enough funds makes it difficult for them to procure those farm inputs to assist them increase their production. For instance, some of the lands lack nutrients, and therefore it needs to be supported with the fertilizers. In the recent past, we had planting for food and jobs, where fertilizers were made available to farmers. But it got to a time, those assistants were also not coming anymore. So they have to buy from the open market, and the cost is so high. So it has compelled some of the farmers to reduce their normal acreages. As for instance, those who were able to do 10 acres, they've reduced all the way to 4 to 5 acres because the inputs that they may acquire to be able to clear and maintain those farms is very high. And when they come to market now to market or sell the produce, they find it difficult to sometimes break even. So funding, labor, simple farm equipment is some of the challenges on the field after land and funding is made available. I don't know if you are with me. Hello?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
So, that's very good information to start with. So let's unpack that a little bit. So let's talk about the land acquisition. So when you say it's difficult for women to get access to land, are you talking about from a gender basis, or why would it be difficult for women and not men, or is it just difficult in general to get the land?
Uh, it's difficult in general, but more so for women because
Why?
uh, the reason being that the inheritance uh, norm for people in the Volta region is paternal, not maternal. And therefore, for you to benefit from that, it means if in your family you don't have, because lands are not under one person, but splitted families. So family heads,
Right.
they also have offsprings and they share among their children. So if your father
Mm-hmm.
happens not to acquire enough or large tract of land, and you, the children, are many, you may not get the quantity required for you to go into a commercial farming. So you'll be compelled
Mm-hmm.
to go outside to lease from somebody else who may not be your family member, but just for you to work on. So land in general, if I want, assuming for you to get a straight 10 acres at a place, is quite a challenge. A few places that you can get that tract of land at one, yes, because
10
it has been
acres?
divided up 10 acres, 10 acres, not hectares, 10 acres for a woman
10
just at one
acres.
place.
That's like
Yes,
5 hectares or 4.5
five,
hectares or something.
yes, 5 hectares at a
Wow.
stretch. So if you are looking for a land for maybe 10 hectares, it's quite a large
Mm-hmm.
thing. So sometimes it has to be that you go to two families for you to be able to acquire that size of
Mm-hmm.
land. Uh-huh. Because of the way it is splitted among the family members. That is why it's
Mm-hmm.
difficult. It's unlike in the northern region and Ashanti region, where the expanse of lands, you can just go to a chief and it tells you, you work on this side from here to here, which is very light, but specifically the Volta region, it's difficult for you to get it as such unless the one has purchased it or acquired it on its own. Then that one they can give to you as much as 100 acres or 50 hectares you can get. But as individuals getting it is sometimes an issue. And in my area,
True.
they were good in rice production. And in
Mm.
the rice production is the valley bottom that they do the rice. Previously, the valley bottom is not regarded as a arable land until rice
Mm.
production became very lucrative before people saw the importance of
Mm-hmm.
the wetland. So as
Mm-hmm.
they got use of it now, it has become a gold. So everybody chasing it here and there. So if you want
It's
to
true.
farm and you don't start to look for one
Mm-hmm.
early, by the time the season begins, you may be found wanting. So even just 3 days ago, a woman called me. Oh, Mr. Gagolo, I know you are no
Mm-hmm.
more with us, but can you help me acquire some land for the rice? Because where I am, they sold it out and the owner came to sack me from the place.
Oh.
So yes, and she's a woman from Leklebi. She called me and said, "Oh, Mr. Gagolo,
Oh.
can you help get just 1 acre?" So when I
Oh.
talk about women finding it difficult to have lands, I'm talking from experience. Just 2 days ago, a woman called me
I
to complain.
see.
Yes, yes. So if you ask of challenges, land is one because sometimes we find it difficult to give away land like that because it has been
Mm-hmm.
divided amongst the family members in bit in bit. So for you to get a big stretch of land at one place, it means that you have to join at least 2 or 3 persons, families, members, to be able to acquire that large size. Except there are stretches of land at places where people have acquired themselves. So when you meet such people, they can lease it out for you to work on. So these are the challenges on land acquisition.
That's very interesting. I mean, I completely understand the point about inheritance, but I also think I understand now why the African Women in Agriculture Alliance was so interesting for you,
Yes.
specifically for this particular purpose. So now I have a full understanding of the importance of this organization and how it fits into what you just said. But now let's talk about the financing or the labor part, because I think that's also a very critical issue because there are so many young people running around with nothing to do. So
Okay.
if labor is an issue, let's talk about what kind of labor is needed. And are you talking about because now I've gone ahead and acquired at least 5 or 10 acres of land and now it or 20 and now it's too much for me to do on my own is where I'm having labor challenges? Or is it because I'm on my own regardless of how much land I have because there's no one around and my children are interested?
It is multifaceted because
Mm-hmm.
the labor being scarce, we view or the projection given to us, the mentality given to us about farming, is like some consider it to be unprofitable because
Mm-hmm.
if you do it and the produce comes and you take the produce to the market, you are a price taker, you are not a price giver. The buyer comes to dictate how much he wants it. For instance, tomato, which is a product which is very fragile, which can rot easily. When you take such produce to the market and the price they offer you is not good, you are compelled to take it just as it is because it's easy. It's a perishable product. Tomato is perishable. So it is with a garden egg. So when they crop these crops and they cultivate these crops and take it to the market and the outcome or the returns is not very good, they look at it not being lucrative or profitable. So many people who are into it, doing it, it's like it becomes a habitual something for them and they feel that this is what I've inherited from my father and my mother. So they are doing it, but not for business. So in our area as extension officers, we are trying to tell them that agri should be considered as a business. And we are formally, we tell them do this. But with the modern agriculture in Ghana through planting for food and jobs, we've been told that they have indigenous knowledge about farming. So when we get to them, we should listen to them and guide them so that they give us what they know best so that we can guide them instead of imposing ideas on them. So this is the approach
Wait,
we are
wait,
now
wait,
using.
wait, 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 wait,
You
wait,
say
wait,
wait.
wait, wait, wait,
I'm
wait, wait,
waiting.
wait, wait.
Okay.
So you're telling me that because this is very interesting, the approach in which you just said you were given. So are you
Mm-hmm.
saying that because agriculture is so indigenous to the
Mm-hmm.
community in general, that
Yep.
instead of imposing
Mm-hmm.
new ideas on them,
Mm-hmm.
we should just allow them to continue to do what they've been doing for centuries, even though we live in 2023 and some of these practices may not be conducive to them being successful in creating an agribusiness. Is that what you're
Not that
saying?
that is not it. But rather we should
Okay.
listen to them as well. And then we will then give them the alternative as the modern way of doing things,
Okay.
which will help you.
Okay.
But where we go and say, do this is what we are doing,
Uh-huh.
sometimes it puts them off. But you listen to them,
Sure.
they will tell you this is what they do. Then you say, okay, but I think let's do it this way if it will not be good. So we want to reason and then come into a compromise, but not to act like a teacher and a student. That is what I'm trying to put across.
Okay, so if you don't want a student and teacher relationship, then the demographic that we're talking about is not of young people, it's of older people that have been on the
Exactly.
farm for a long time and have been doing
Yes.
a lot of things. But do you not agree that there needs to be a teacher student relationship for the youth and getting them into agriculture?
Yes, that's what we are, because of
Would you
their
agree?
they agree because of demographic, the age at which they are. So you tell them and they tell you, maybe this is what I know to do. Indigenous farmer, I've been doing this. Sometimes some of the farmers you get to them and so you have been farming before you were even born. So are you the one coming to teach me? Meaning that
It's true.
he or she felt that if I have been farming centuries before you and you are coming to tell me to do this. So
Ah,
so we have adopted an approach where though we want them to do the innovated one, we would
it's
listen to
true.
them, okay, if this is it, then why not try this one? Unlike previously,
Mm,
we go to them, this is what we are doing. I remember
mm,
when I was my early days when we were doing Global 2000, Jimmy Carter of America, President Jimmy Carter, who brought some support to Africa, and we're supplying
mm,
fertilizers even free of charge.
mm.
Many farmers were not
They were
willing and
not
ready
sick.
to. They were so when they take fertilizer, it destroys their crops, and when they harvest, especially yam or tomato, it gets rotten. It takes so much water, so they don't want it.
Uh,
But gradually, when we started, we continued with the education and then laying demonstrations for them to see, they have now recognized it. And now, today, 2023, they are chasing the fertilizer now and claiming that, crying that the
mhm,
fertilizer is not enough for them. So when the
mhm,
ideas come, it does not go, they don't adopt it straight away, but it takes some time. And I see this. That is why we are now saying that we should not impose. When you go there like teacher-student relationship,
mhm,
they will tell you they'll be expelled. They will not come near you. They will not ready to listen to you. But when you accept
mhm,
their side and say, okay, fine, it is good. But I think we can also try this one. So when you lay your demonstration beside what they have, and the outcome
mm,
tells them that, oh, really, this is it. Then
mhm,
gradually they adopt our teachings. So that is what we normally do. And the Greek, not being lucrative also, I, with my experience, noticed that the type of trainings we offer to the students, to our children, from the basic
mhm,
to the university level, is not encouraging enough.
mm,
Those days, at our days when we were in the elementary school, we have school garden
mhm,
where we are
mhm.
taking
So
through
right.
how to cultivate these crops. So
Mhm,
by the time you come out, at least you know how to grow cabbage, you know how to grow lettuce or carrot. So if you don't have admission to the higher school immediately, you can depend on that and be helping yourself before you write your exams and go up. But now I can assure you, in Ghana, our syllabus for the basic school, agriculture as a subject is no longer, but it's integrated science, which I think is not helping us. Because
mm,
if our economy is agrarian economy, why don't
mhm,
we leverage on agriculture and make sure the numerous youth that we are churning out yearly get something good out of agriculture, but rather we train them for white collar jobs. So when they complete their SSS, senior high schools, and the technical schools, and then universities, they sit at home and say, "I've not gotten employed. I don't have job.
it's true.
I don't get job."
It's true.
So I think when we talk about job creation, like our topic we are discussing, it has to start from the
Mhm,
classroom. The children needed to be taught the essential of taking agriculture. And it goes to another length where when you follow your parents to farm, the developed worlds are saying it to be child abuse. And sometimes it's
oh,
difficult to differentiate between a child being trained or helping the parents on a farm and then child abuse. It has been explained that child abuse is where a work is assigned to the child which is over and above his strength, which I understand.
it's true.
But it looks like even in the cocoa industry some time ago, we were blackmailed as a country, as a cocoa country, that we use children. But sometimes on Saturdays when the child comes home, the father takes him or her to the farm, and when he's harvesting his cocoa, the child helps in gathering it. And all this.
Hold on, Mr. Joseph. Mr. Joseph, let me stop you right here, because this is a problem that I see with the West in general. So I'm going to say this live on here and know that it's going to be recorded, or know that it's being recorded and people are listening to this, and they're probably going to create some reels and it's going to be on TikTok and everything else. But this is what I have to say about this child abuse issue. Africa is not the West or these other places that have given these children too many choices. That's the problem. If you are birthed from a parent that lives in a village, you're going to work on the farm, period. Yes. That's what you're going to do. That's what America did and how America was built. There wasn't high school. There wasn't school. After 8th grade in America, you went to work on the farm. What America and the West and the outside is trying to impose on Africa is that you're abusing your children by sending them to do manual labor when they should be in a classroom wasting their time on all of this education that we're trying to give them with no practical skills whatsoever. So now they're caught up in an information age where they can't grow their own food, which makes them dependent on countries that are teaching their children biosciences and how to grow tomatoes that are pest resistant, how to grow carrots that can be regenerated in any types of climate. These things are being taught in school to other countries, but they're telling African countries, don't have agriculture in your curriculum. Don't teach these kids about going to the farm and having some practical education. Just teach them about technology. Just teach them about how are they going to survive? How are they going to eat if they don't know how to grow their own food? It doesn't make sense at all. It makes sense to put people in an environment where they're dependent. And if you call going out and growing your own food on the farm abuse, then the abuse is really the misunderstanding of the knowledge that people have to understand how to grow their own food. If that needs to happen with a child, just like it happened with you, just like it happened with me, we used to take field trips to farms when we were kids, learn how to milk a cow, learn where our vegetables come from. These are learning experiences that children need in school. And if they're not going to provide them in school, they should be provided in the home. So no, I don't think it's child abuse. I think what happens in sweatshops in China for people making T-shirts using 5-year-olds that work 20 hours a day, that's child abuse. So we need to have a real clear understanding when we're having an African-centered conversation about what's happening in Africa, to listen about what's happening in Africa. And in Africa, if you live on a farm, then you're going to go work on the farm. If you want to do your schoolwork and go to college to be an IT person, that's also great. But guess what? Agriculture in 2023 requires those same skills. So you can't fully say, I'm going to be a regenerative scientist and work on tissue cultures of tomatoes when you've never grown a tomato because you haven't spent any time on the farm with your parent. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, please. I understand.
So I think it's, I went off on a tangent during our little conversation, but I think it's important because I've been writing these things down as you've been talking. And now I want to get to the solutions part of the conversation. You kind of went through land acquisition, finance, labor, farm equipment, and market access are the main issues. And then we talked about through market access, I wrote down, so basically people need other markets because taking it to the regular market at Medina or the wholesaler that will take it to Macola market or wherever you're selling your stuff, there's all these other factors to look at because it might spoil their sensitive products. So they might get crushed or something. But also I had another conversation with someone that was talking about supermarket chains and how ShopRite and The Game and all these other places that sell food are importing them from other countries because they can't get a consistent batch of tomatoes that aren't bruised, that aren't rotten, that don't have all these imperfections to be able to put in the store for foreigners to be able to purchase, because foreigners are looking at a tomato to go
Yes.
cook in a
Okay.
different way than a
Mhm.
local person looks at a tomato. So
Sure.
I think there's also a factor of the education piece for those same farmers that have been doing this longer than I've been alive. Yes,
Mhm.
you've been doing it longer than I've been alive, but have you been doing it as a business? Because from the business perspective, your same tomato that you're growing now needs to look a certain way. So in order for your tomato to look this way, you have to use this type of fertilizer. You have to
Mhm.
make sure you go prune your leaves at least
Sure.
twice a week. Like there's other processes that you're gonna have to do on top of what you're already doing. Is that somewhat of the conversation that you're talking about that you have with these older farmers?
Yes, these are some of the conversations we have with them to tell them that if you want to go business, you should employ the value chain. You
Mm,
alone cannot do all. So
right.
if you want to be a producer, you must specialize in your production, and aggregator should also specialize in aggregating, and the
Mm-hmm.
marketer should also take up the marketing. Where
Mm-hmm.
you want to do everything alone, it becomes quite cumbersome and
Mm-hmm.
inefficiencies come in a lot. So to have an efficient and effective business, you need to partner, you need to collaborate, you need to network so that by the time you produce, you know whom you are selling it to and how much you are selling and where you are delivering, or the person will come for it at your farm gate. So you put all this in perspective before you consider it to be a business. But other than that, where you do it as a hobby, anything goes. My sister, my brother, we are not going anywhere. And I
It's true.
think, and I think for Ghana, for us to get out of the wolves,
Mm.
the agricultural institutions that we have, it is my humble suggestion that instead of telling us, the agricultural graduates, to go and teach the farmers alone, we have acquired the knowledge. We have the ability, and we are young men from agri colleges. So a government policy should be in place where they will be supported and financed for a period of maybe 3 to 5 years, so that if that farmer or a graduate who comes from an agricultural college, who has the knowledge, acquired the knowledge, and is coming to transfer to a farmer, why not help him so that he develops it himself? And then possibly that farmer goes to learn from him or her, instead of
Mm.
sending that agricultural student to go and talk to a farmer who tells you, oh, me, I'm older than you, I've been farming before
It's
they
true.
born you. So why not a policy from the government, pump money or invest in our graduates from agricultural colleges, the universities and technical schools, because they have acquired the knowledge and they are going to teach somebody. So why not harness the knowledge from the one you are trained to go and teach as a teacher to the farmer? Why not invest in him so that when he does it, he can go commercial? He knows what to do and what not to do. So when we invest in such a person, we are sure to make it. Rather than after training us, they tell you go and look for a job. Look
Yeah.
for a job where
And there's no job. Hey,
there's no job. So what job are you going to look for?
hey.
So for instance, the hemp project that we are coming to,
Mm.
I
Mm-hmm.
think where I come from in the Huawei district, it is a
Mm.
business we do there.
It's true.
Cannabis is what we do there. So
It's
if
true.
this legalization has come now, and we'll leverage on it because they are already into it. So for us
Mm-hmm.
to make a headway, we need to leverage on the competencies for the local people and the resources
Uh,
available to them. So
uh-huh.
if we try to identify areas and the people who are already into this business, why not help them improve rather than going for fresh people who have not had any idea at all? Though they are
It's
local
true.
men, local people, they've started it, they are working on it already. So we only have to polish them so that they come to our standard, what we want them to do for us. So these are some of the things I think for us to come out with projects. There should be a little research and see what the people in the local communities, what they do, what help can we give to them. Ghana, for instance, we have all the resources available. If I say all, if we talk of water, River Volta, Lake Volta is there, where they claim is the biggest man-made lake either in Africa or West Africa. I stand to be corrected anyway. We have all these water bodies here. Why can't our government, as a policy, develop areas which are close to the Volta to engage our young men and women and draw them to agriculture? Places like Afram Plains, when this is developed, when irrigation is encouraged there, we farm all year round. Boku area where they plant onions, why should we be importing onion from Niger and Mali, whilst we have the arable lands with us here? People are turning deserts into arable places like Libya, which was a desert. Gaddafi was able to turn it into irrigated area, and they are farming. And go to a United Arab Emirates. It's being done now. They grow rice and millets and other things there, whilst we have the water here. So I look at policies and politics in our country also to be killing agriculture, not helping us. So Afram Plains, Accra Plains, going towards Lomé, Aplau area there, all those big lands, if a big pipeline, water is taken there, and the youth are engaged in it, you know that when you complete school, you are given 5 acres to cultivate, and you are given money. Well, if you do it and there's profit, they will give it to you as a grant. But if you lose, then you will need to pay. Then that graduate who comes out from school and they give him such a support will be very willing. Who doesn't want grants? You will make sure that you do and profit in it. So the government, I suggest that we should have a policy and have the political will to help the youth to go into agriculture instead of finishing training them and tell them to go and look for jobs. Go and look for a job from where? So there should be policies in place to support our young graduates from agricultural schools, agricultural colleges, universities, and polytechnics and technical schools who have gone into agriculture-related activities or subjects. So, like now that we have this crisis in Niger, we import onion from Mali and other places to come, but because the borders have been closed, they say the onions are behind the borders getting rotten, which will not get to us. Meanwhile, we have arable lands here where we can also cultivate onions, and we need not go outside. We should rather produce and then export. So, seriously, I think the hemp business, if it will go on, then we should look at a business where we can tap into existing resources like the water bodies that we have, where we can do irrigation, we can provide education canals for our workers so that it will be a 24/7 farm activity where there will not be any break. With this, I think the youth will be very interested, and it takes, the one that we do now is about 3 to 4 months, then is mature for harvesting. But the variety we'll be coming with, I don't know the duration and how long it takes. So if you have that, assuming it is 3 months, it means that you can crop it 4 times in a year. So if you engage farmers, young men into such an activity, there will be less robbery and attacks on the streets and seeing young men selling dog chains on the street. So policies, but directions are very necessary for this country of ours to develop and go forward. So my humble suggestion is that for them to come out with any project, they need to start the research from the grounds to go and look for, we say, need assessment should be done.
Right.
Need assessment should be done at the local levels for them to identify the gaps. So when the gaps are identified, then we can fit in. But rather than use sitting in Accra and saying that, oh, let's go and give this to them. Let's go and do this project here. Meanwhile, that might not be their need. So I think bottom-up approach should be the best way to go. So that if we identify the competencies in the local areas, then we can leverage on them and we'll go forward instead of planning from outside and bringing to them that do this. Meanwhile, that is not their interest.
It's true. I think this is, we need to continue this conversation. We have a a live presentation coming up, but I just want to end on this. So you've given me a lot to think about. I think that there is going to be a lot of interest in the government policy side. I would like for you to make sure that you mention all of this at our event on Saturday in a brief, because there'll be some government people there to have discussions about the youth program for graduates to invest in them. So giving them some kind of startup capital to be able to go create an agribusiness as they graduate is what I've heard you say, that needs to be some kind of government policy. I
Sure.
also heard you say working with the local farmers, which is why I wanted to have the HempTech conference in Volta region this year, because I already know what you do in Volta region.
Yes.
So it made sense for me to have a HempTech conference where people are already growing this agricultural commodity. So the needs
Sure.
assessment, however, is very interesting to me because that's something that I know that I can do. So I think because I'm an action oriented, spontaneous kind of person, I think that we need to explore going ahead to do the needs assessment after this month in conjunction with probably some other governmental agencies to go find out what are the needs of local farmers in regards to what are you going to need to set up your hemp farm. You're going to need electricity, depending on if you're growing indoors or if you're growing outdoors. If you are
Sure.
growing outdoors, because that's usually what they're doing in Volta, these are the things that you're going to need to look for so that your tomatoes, so that your product is not going through the same issues as farmers already have. So you
Yes.
can't just grow whatever kind of tomato, just like you can't grow whatever type of cannabis you want and think that you're going to take it to the market and sell it as this particular business. And
Yeah.
you're not consuming it or eating it, so you can't grow it for survival. You have to
Sure.
grow it for business purposes. So, in order to grow it for business purposes, it has to be certain types of fertilizers, certain types of chemicals, certain types of light, certain types
Exactly.
of all types of things, especially if your off taker has a very specific type of cannabis that they need to make their value added products. So,
Sure.
I think that there's a huge education component, but I really like the demonstration part of it and talking about showing people actually. So I have a concept that we're going to start with a value addition training facility where we will
Mhm.
go to places and teach you how to make hemp soap. How are
Okay.
you using the shea butter that everyone's selling in America? How can you
Okay.
make shea butter soap? How can you
Okay.
make shea butter shampoo? Because these are things you already do, right? So
Okay.
it's adding in this particular commodity to something that you already do is one thing. But then those people that are growing cannabis, and now that it's legal for you to grow it for CBD and for
Mhm.
you to grow it for medicinal purposes, what are you doing with the waste products? That puts us into another conversation about renewable energy. How are you
Sure.
using the stems, the stalks, the fiber, and all of that to create other value added products? And
Mm-hmm.
these are conversations we can have with the youth about interesting things to do in the agriculture space that you already may do. Because from what I'm told, the way that cannabis is grown in the Volta region, when I ask somebody, what are you doing with your trim? What are you doing with all the stuff that we just burn it. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
oh my God,
They
are
just
you
burn
serious?
it. It's just
No,
burnt. They don't do anything with it
you're
again.
burning money. You're
Yep.
literally should take piles of CDs from the bank and light a fire.
You
That is
see,
what you're doing.
we
So
burn
the
everything.
education is huge. Is a huge part that we really need to discuss further.
Okay.
So we will be discussing more of this when we meet in person tomorrow. I've taken a lot of notes. I think this is very helpful. I wish we would have had the panel discussion because there's an entity in Ghana called Solar Dad that does a lot of the things that you're talking about. But they're an independent foreign company that has based themselves in West Africa through Ghana, and they're
Mm-hmm.
doing some stuff. But they have offices in other parts of the world. So I'm gonna connect uh, with you so that
Okay.
we can come up with our own program of
Mm-hmm.
how we can utilize some of this interested investment money to start
Okay.
from the bottom up approach. I think is the
That,
best way to go
that's
because these people that are coming from outside to do cannabis, they're going to need local labor. All these
mm-hmm.
things that you said are challenges they need. So if
Yes.
these people are already in Volta region, we should be doing some kind of matchmaking and saying,
Sure.
hey, if you're an off taker and you want X amount of cannabis grown this
Mhm.
way, we've got 15 farmers in the Volta region that are ready to grow your type of cannabis.
Sure. Even more than
Okay.
15, you can get as much as 100 for them if they want it.
Okay.
We have
Okay.
a lot of the labor force. They are into the cannabis
Uh-huh.
business, so we can get enough workers as they want it.
Right. So I think, yeah, this is definitely a conversation to have about programming and developing a kind of program for that. We can also utilize the African Women in Agriculture Alliance as well, that we're relaunching in October. But we also are opening a credit union
Okay.
specifically for the reason that you're talking about. The access
Okay.
to finance for female farmers is going to be
Okay.
an issue because the banks don't understand farming. So we had a speaker yesterday named Thelma that came and talked to us at the end of the day about, she's a finance and investment banker. And
Mm-hmm.
she talked to us about, she's on the board for the African Women in Agriculture Alliance, and talked to us about this credit union and how we need to be able to offer these micro loans and micro grants for farmers
Okay.
because it's called patience farming. Banks
Mm-hmm.
don't understand the fact that it might take 1 or 2 seasons for you
At
to,
all.
just because you
They,
understand what I'm saying. So
yes, they
banks
don't
don't
understand
get
the
that.
family.
They want their profits right now, fast.
Yes.
So we have to understand the environments of the people that we're working with. And I
Okay.
think you've given a lot of insight today. So I thank you for coming to join us.
You're welcome. The
And
pleasure
now,
is
do you have any final statements you would like to make, or if anybody wants to contact you, how should they contact you?
Oh, okay. Now that I am on my own to say, because I'm no longer in active service, so I'm available. Should anybody need any consultation in terms of agriculture and agri-related activities, I'm available. And if anybody wants to engage my services, I'm there. So because I'm now between Kaswa and then Volta region, oh, so very specific, and sometimes Hallway. So as for Volta, I'm all over the whole Volta region. So anybody, anywhere, all over the country that needs me, they can follow me, and I'm at their service. I'm ready to meet them.
Perfect.
So if you need
Yes,
my
please.
number 0244 423 606. Once again, 0244 423 606. And my email is jkgagolo@gmail.com. J for
Thank
Joseph, K
you.
for Cookie. So thank you very much for having me, and we'll find appropriate time to meet one-on-one. Thank you very much.
Yes, we will. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was former Farm Extension Officer Joseph Gaglo. I was taking notes. I was taking notes. I'm a note taker. I write everything down. So this was great information. I am going to make sure, and I'm an action oriented person. If people watching now don't really understand that, I feel like there's not a lot of time. Like we don't have a lot of time left to do a lot because Africa needs so much. So all the talking plenty. There's no time for that. This conference that we're doing now, this 1 or 2 days, is all the talking that you're going to see me do. So if you want to see me talk, then you just run back these conferences and I'll talk all day. But otherwise, you will find me somewhere doing something. I'm a millennial. I have Gen Z and Alpha children. I moved them to Africa so that they can have these experiences. Some people might call what I'm doing with my life child abuse because they're not sucking up AC, eating up all my food, playing video games all day, doing nothing with their lives like they do in America. No, they're in Africa working with their mother because I have a business. So even if I was on a farm, they would be working on my farm because that's our family business. That's what we do. So because I'm an entrepreneur, you'll find Victoria behind the camera sometimes with things that I'm doing. You'll find her at events helping set up for my events. Is that child abuse? No, that's not that's her working for my business. My 17-year-old is the chief financial officer of my company. Is that child abuse? Because he works for me and I decided that I want to have this type of business? No. So I think that we, as Professor DeGraff was discussing in our last mindset about comparing ourselves as African people to anybody else, because we're not like anybody else. We are ourselves. We African people and those of African descent that come from this continent are a different type of people. And therefore, we should be living our lives in our own way. How we see is going to be the advancement for African people, not for other people. I mean, Mr. Joseph explained it very well. When you have a young kid that just graduated going to talk to a 70-year-old farmer, telling him, well, you know, I learned in school that you should do, the 70-year-old farmer's looking at you like, small boy, why are you coming to tell me, where's your mother? Go get your mother and tell her to come talk to me. Because this one, you don't understand what you are on your own self is talking about. Because right here on this ground that I've been working for 50 years since I was a small boy, this is how we do it. So how is that encouraging for the young graduate to know that when they go to a farm, they're probably going to talk to a person of a certain age that's not going to understand what they're saying? It's like running in circles and there's no end. You're just going in circles and going in circles. So I think Mr. Gaglow offered all of the challenges. There were 5: land acquisition, financing, labor, equipment, and market access. We've come up with solutions for some of those already, which is live demonstrations and education to integrate into what people are already doing, and policy from government around graduates from agricultural schools, technical universities, polytechnics, and all of this, to give them some startup capital or access to finance for them to commercialize their agribusinesses or to create agribusinesses themselves as graduates. And then I heard something that's really interesting that I didn't tell him that I was working on anyway, which is the school gardening project. These are simple things that I know when I was in school, the number one thing we would talk about is the trip we're going to take to the farm. So when you're 7 or 8 years old in America and you're, living in a neighborhood, there's no animals. Like here in Ghana, there's chickens and goats and stuff just walking around. And, just walking around. You walking, the goats walking next to you, the chickens over here, and you're just walking. But in America, it would be shocking and probably very funny to an African to see an American child be so fascinated at seeing a chicken or seeing a goat. These are some things that Africans take for granted. So when you bring an American child to Africa or you bring an American child into a farm, it's a huge deal. Because we don't get to see animals. We don't get to see chickens. We just know that our mom cooks fried chicken sometimes on Sundays and it tastes good. But we don't know where the chicken comes from. We don't know what chickens eat. We don't know that curry goats come from, what a goat looks like and how we don't know any of this type of stuff. We just eat and take it for granted. So when I come to Africa with a different understanding of food, because of my relationship with food during COVID, people were scared that there wasn't going to be any food. People were starving because other people were taking food. There's a war in Russia and Ukraine, and the president of Russia is literally telling you how much of the wheat that they supply to the world, because people need to eat. So if we aren't taking care of the farmers and the people that grow our food, and we're not teaching young people how to grow food, how are we going to survive? This is just a basic question. Where are we going to get it from? Is some alien reptilian beings going to, come on our doorstep and leave us a care package of food? No. You need to know survival skills, just basic level survival skills. You need to know how to grow a tomato. You need to know that you need to put a seed in the dirt and add water, and then some kind of way the sun does some kind of magical thing. And however you need to explain it to a 4-year-old is how we should be starting out conversations about basic agriculture, so that people can jump in wherever their level of education is. And that's why we have things like the HempTech Conference. So now that I've gone off on a tangent again, I want to get back to the regular scheduled programming to talk about a new innovation, which is cannabis wine. So we're going to have a live demonstration of our next presenter that's going to show us how to make corn wine. And then that we're going to lead into a conversation about cannabis wine. So give me a couple minutes to make sure they are available. And just think about all the things that we've discussed thus far as we get ourselves prepared to do our first live demonstration here at the 4th Annual HempTech Conference. We'll be right back. And welcome back. Thank you for waiting for us. I'm sorry it took so long, but we are putting out fires and everything else while we're getting ourselves together. So, Mr. Harrison Yemo with is coming on to do the demonstration about corn wine. So I wanted to make sure that this year during the HempTech Conference that we didn't just talk about ideas or concepts, but that we get some actual people that are actually doing things locally, which is a good segue from our last presenter, Mr. Joseph Gaglo, on what are the challenges that we're facing on ground in comparison to what people even in the same country in other areas might think the needs are of local farmers in respect to agriculture in general. But in respect to the cannabis and hemp industry, I know from America that there are going to be things that people can produce here. There are value added products that can be made here in Ghana because you already do them. So this particular demonstration from Yemo is one of those things. So this is a concept or a business that he already has where he does corn wine workshops. So for everyone that is interested in how to make corn wine, he is here to do to show you how to do that. But it can also be put into the context of cannabis and hemp. So I want to bring up Harrison Yemo right now to give his demonstration on how to make corn wine. So greetings, Harrison. How are you?
How are you doing?
You're on mute. Oh no, there you go. Hello.
Oh,
Sorry.
can you hear me?
I had my own on mute and I was just talking. Sorry. I'm here. I can hear you fine. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing very good. And nice to meet you too.
It's nice to meet you as well. So thank you for coming on for the 4th Annual HempTech Conference. I'm very excited to have someone that actually does something to come and demonstrate what you do. And therefore, we can utilize this and part of our value addition training that we're going to be doing in the cannabis and hemp space of how you can take agricultural commodities and process them into value-added products. So I'm very excited about watching what you're doing. So if you can just introduce yourself and then tell us what it is that you do and then what we're going to see this morning.
My name is Harrison Yemo. I'm the CEO of Team Ghana. And today I'm here to demonstrate or introduce my workshop to you. I have a corn wine beverage, like a corn wine workshop, and I have the beverage too as well. And this time around, we looking forward to get into the cannabis industry. So if you can look right here, we have the corn wine extra. That is the cannabis corn wine. Now, the reason why we're setting this corn wine workshop is to promote agriculture, tourism, and youth empowerment. For me, I believe that if our youth are not empowered, they cannot get into agriculture. So our corn wine workshop is we setting up something for the community. Second, we talk about agriculture. Now, I believe in Africa, the only thing that we need and the only thing that we need to push the youth into is agriculture. And corn wine workshop is here to let everybody knows how important it is for us to invest in agriculture. So basically, that is what Team Ghana do, and that is what we do each and every year to make sure to promote agriculture, tourism, and youth empowerment as well. So today, I would like to introduce my corn wine extra to everybody. That is the corn wine cannabis too as well. So here we are. We started corn wine with our main corn. We have our main corn. We have black sugar syrup, and we have the sugar and the salt itself. And I mean, we blend everything together, and we have our corn wine. It's non-alcoholic beverage, but in case you wanted it to be, if in case you wanted it to be alcoholic, you can put it down for like few weeks, or let's say a month before you can get the fermented alcoholic. So yeah, like I said, I'm so glad to be on this platform because you guys are doing a very, very, very wonderful job, and we believe that with um with our support, this project is going to be one of the best projects in the whole world now. Now, I want to take this opportunity to tell everybody, or to invite everybody on my 23rd of December on my corn wine workshop, basically for everybody to come and experience how to do corn wine. But this time around, it's something like a small demonstration for everybody to see how corn wine goes. And I want to thank everybody so much. Um, in case also you wanted to get the cannabis corn wine, you can get on my Facebook page, that is Harrison Yemo. You can get on my Instagram page, my Twitter page, my all my social media, Harrison Yemo, and get your corn wine cannabis. I want to thank everybody. Thank you so much.
So that was Harris. I'm not sure where he went, but we will go ahead and go to our cannabis oil demonstration. I'm not sure if Harrison is coming back. So we will, I've already gone back to taking away some time to find him to come on board. So we will go ahead and play the video of our other demonstration from today. Let's see if we can get this to be shared. I'm not sure if we can do this at the same time. So while we'll get our team to get those technical things up for audio and visual for our next demonstration, we are going to continue with our program. So we have had a lot of information happen and go on today. Our next presenter is someone that I just met also, but has a really good program for tourism. It's called Vibes B&B. It is for cannabis Airbnb. So he is in the U.S. On the East Coast in Florida. His name is Dion, and he's the owner of Vibes B&B. They were just featured on Yahoo News for this revolutionary understanding of cannabis hospitality. So I think this is going to be a huge opportunity as well to talk about the Volta region in respect to ecotourism. It's so Volta region to me, and what Thelma was saying about how I love OT. It's not that I love OT region. I just love nature. And I feel like Volta region, that's just what, like if there was a thing that represented Volta region, it'd be a waterfall. It'd be like the nature and lushness of life is how I feel the Volta region represents the country. Now, I've been to other regions. I have not been to all 16 of them, but I have been around. I created an event in December called the 16 Regions of Ghana, where all the regions of Ghana came to a cross so that everyone could learn about what goes on in the 16 regions during December and have an engagement with diaspora and all that. But I have been to Navrongo, Boga, Tema, Cape Coast, Takoradi, Accra, Kumasi, Tamale, and a bunch of places in between. So I've been to at least, 10, 12 different cities from top to north, east to west. I have not been to Wa. I got a friend out there, so I would like to go out there eventually. But I also want to give people an opportunity to kind of see what there is throughout the country. So I think tourism is somewhat focused sometimes just on African Americans going to Cape Coast. I've not been to Cape Coast, don't have no desire. However, that is a thing for a lot of people that are coming here. But what's also a thing for people coming here is peace and just getting connected with nature. And I feel like places like Cape Coast and places like Volta region have those connecting points. And therefore, we should be pushing them towards tourism and not just, going to the Cape Coast Castle to have that experience. and then because it's down the street, go into the what is it called? The national park to go to the canopy walk. Those are all great things. However, there's so much more to this country than the canopy walk and the Cape Coast Castle or the Cape Coast Dungeons. It's just so much more. And I think Volta region probably gets the short end of the stick. I don't know why, but it would be my number one choice. I think if I was taking a tourist group rather than going to Cape Coast Castle and kind of doing all those things, I would more likely take people to Volta, take them to the waterfall, give them a massage, get them really in tune with nature, which is what I think the cannabis and hemp space can do, as well as the hospitality industry. So Yemo did come back. So we're gonna get him back on screen and see if we can get this live demonstration. So are you there, Harrison? Or is he
Yeah, I'm here. I think I'm sorry. I think I'm not getting a stable network.
Okay, no. We can hear you. We can see you. It's fine. So are you ready to do your demonstration?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready now. So
okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay. I'm sorry. Sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. Network is not really. It's not stable.
So I think what we're gonna do with Yemo, because it's not even unstable to the point where it's choppy, it's just cutting off. So maybe we'll have him do a video and then he can send in the video, and then later on today we can play that video like we did yesterday, where we played some videos. We're also gonna do that later today as well, when we play the video for the young lady that makes gummies with cannabis oil from America with Be Happy Treats and Services. So we're gonna get our next presenter up to talk about cannabis hospitality. I will go ahead and take any questions or comments. Let me check and see if there are any from any of our live streams. If you are having an issue getting on the live stream, please let me know at the information at the bottom of your screen. We have sent this live to those that have purchased tickets through our website. And if you would still like to purchase tickets to come in today, you can also do so. Now, those that purchase tickets today will also get the recording. So even if you purchase a ticket and you only came on in the afternoon, you will get the full 2-day recordings for the whole 8 hours for both days, so that you can participate and that you can be able to see and hear all the demonstrations and everything else that we were able to do today. So let's see if we can get our next speaker on here, which is Dion with Vibes B&B. And he is going to talk about that. So we will be right. Welcome back, everyone. Dion is queued up or getting queued up to come on screen to talk about cannabis hospitality. He'll talk about Vibes B&B and what they do. He will probably go through his website, his pitch deck, and all those things for those interested investors that are with us that would like to have more information about what he's doing in the States. He's also part of the AIE Project Partners. That will be doing this across the African continent. So I have gathered a number of different people together. We are 13 at this point that are experts in the cannabis and hemp space to create the AIE Project Partners, of which it is a conglomerate of Black experts in the cannabis and hemp space. So we as a group go throughout the continent to help build cannabis programs, cannabis and hemp programs, from everything from like what Dion does in hospitality. We have someone that does retail dispensaries. They have a retail dispensary that's African-centered. So everything that we do is blackity black across the board. We try to make sure that we focus on our people first. Not to say that we don't serve other people, but we focus on our people first. And there's a lot of help. So we might not have time ever to get to you. But that doesn't mean we won't serve you. We just might not ever have time to get to you because we have a backlog of Black people that need help. So that's how we rationalize what it is that we do, so that we make sure that we can provide the resources and information that our people need. So while we wait for Dion, I'm going to play a short little clip on what it is that the CMT does and why we need you here with us. Ambassador Denisha L. Johnson. Welcome to Ghana. I'm here this evening at Base Camp with my good friend Sunita. She's doing her opening, but I'm here to talk to you right now about cannabis and hemp in Africa. Again, my name is Ambassador Denisha L. Johnson. I am president of the Cooperative Executive Management Team. It's a farm management services company started in 2018 in Atlanta, Georgia. We only exclusively work with Black farmers. Why? Because Black people need help. No other race needs help with making money besides my own people. So I took it upon myself when I was chief of staff for Representative Sandra G. Scott, District 76 in Georgia in 2018 to start the Cooperative Executive Management Team. To work with Black farmers on understanding the difference between cannabis and hemp, but also making sure that Black people understand it's not just a retail, consumer-based market for us. We have been growing industries, growing countries, building nations at the beginning of time. So it's time to do that right here in the motherland. When Black people can't get into the industry in America, whether it's policy issues, whether it's capital fundraising issues, whether it's farm management services issues, your grandmother has land, it's been sitting for 10, 12 years, you don't know what to do with it, you don't know how to monetize it, the opportunities for you are here in Africa. There's about 10 to 12 countries now that have legalized cannabis and hemp, whether it's in medical use or exportation. Ghana is right on the cusp of being able to allow people to do business here in the industry. So we at CEMT for the last 4 years have been doing the Cannabis HempTech Conference. This year, again, we are inviting everyone to come out at the end of July. But this year we really want to focus on bringing more African Americans, more Afro-Caribbeans, more Afro-Latinas to Ghana to get engaged, to start the industry from chambers of commerce to cannabis TV. You're watching some version of cannabis TV right now, watching me. But there's so many other things to do in this industry besides have a dispensary or sell weed. If you have a graphics background, if you are in agriculture space and you are a grower, if you are into production and you do movies, film, television, if you are an advocate, an activist, an organizer, we need all of you. We need all of you Black folks that are doing big things in America. You have brands, you're an influencer. We need you in Africa. We need you to help build the industry, but I need you. I'm calling out to you personally as myself, Denisha L. Johnson, the person, as myself, the advocate for cannabis and hemp, but also as a legacy builder and someone that is interested in generational wealth for all Black people. If you have not come to Ghana, whether it's for December in Ghana, Afrochella, all of those things are nice. But beyond the party, when everyone leaves, when industries are created, is when things are happening. And those things are happening right now here in Ghana. So I encourage all of you to get with someone that you don't know that's in the cannabis industry. Invite them to Ghana at the end of July. More information is forthcoming. But again, my name is Tanisha L. Johnson, the ambassador for the African Diaspora Collective, right here in Ghana with my good friend Kwaku T. We'll be discussing all things related to Ghana, all things related to our family, because as distant relatives, we are here to help each other. We are here to grow together, pun intended. And we are here to make sure that everyone plants seeds that will grow the future of Black people all over the planet. Come holler at your girl in Ghana. Welcome back to the 4th Annual HempTech Conference here live from Accra, Ghana. We have our next guest up in backstage in the studio, Mr. Dion with Vibes B&B. We're going to bring on screen here now to talk about the hospitality industry and the opportunities that exist in the AIE Project Partner space. Hey, good morning, Dion. How are you?
Hello. Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Thank you for having me on. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you for coming on board. Dion is in Florida, and that is on the East Coast of the United States. We are live here on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean in Accra, Ghana. It's 12:30 here, 8:30 in the morning there. So it's early in the morning. We appreciate you getting up early to be able to be part of this conference, because I feel it's very important because Ghana is huge on tourism in respect to African Americans. They created a whole thing called the Year of Return and made billions of dollars and continues to make hundreds of millions of dollars from African Americans specifically, based off of our connection to them, to this country, through the Cape Coast dungeons. Now there's a big conversation about reparations, of which I believe if we're going to have a reparations conversation, and everybody that's culpable needs to run me my coins and my check, and that includes the Ghana government. So if you are the biggest slave port to be shipping us out of here, then it sounds like you owe me some money, along with the British and whoever else that you were colluding with to get people up out of here. So that's just my little soapbox that I'm going to get off of for now. But it basically all wraps around to the tourism industry. If there wasn't a Cape Coast dungeon for you to have shipped us out of, then there wouldn't be a huge opportunity for you to make money in tourism off of Dirty December and having all of these African Americans and all these foreigners and those of the transatlantic slave trade coming back to spend all this money in your country. Then there's a new industry that's coming, which is the cannabis and hemp industry, which is going to bring tourism. It's going to bring people that are interested in medical tourism first. Let's talk about that. Then it's going to have people that are just traveling that need to utilize this medicine for their own purposes, whether it's prescribed by a doctor or not. So that might mean they need to smoke a joint every morning along with their regularly scheduled prescription drugs that they got from the clinic. Whatever that is, there needs to be some types of safe spaces for these people to do that when they're traveling. And I think that's what Vibes B&B offers people. So before I get into what I think, I would like for you to introduce yourself and tell us about your company and what it is that you do.
Okay, so my name is Dion. I'm the founder and CEO over here. So the company is Vibes B&B, like you said, and it's what the cannabis world is kind of waiting for. Where we want to create that that expectation that whenever anybody travels, that they'll have a safe space to be able to access, but then also be able to find the type of experience that they want that is more accessible than what we have today. You know, the cannabis industry out here in the West, you know, where they're expected to be 35 billion by 2025. So that's fast approaching. It's already 2023, and we just want to be in motion before things kind of get really crazy over here. So When I thought about Vibes B&B, I was like, well, where do you go to book a 420 friendly reservation right now? It's not Google, it's not Airbnb, it's not Booking.com. There is no central like company that's focused on the hospitality and tourism aspect. There's a lot of companies out here that are in the space, but there's no central authority. And Vibes B&B, it can be easily a global hub marketplace for cannabis tourism to explore anything black, or just any experience that can be brought upon and delivered to a group of people. I think because we've been impacted by cannabis, it only makes sense for us to get into that space, and then also to lead in that space as well. So my whole reason for getting into the company and being in this space was to establish something that can lead the cannabis tourism. Um, Cannabis, like I said, Vibes B&B is a cannabis-friendly hospitality platform. We aim to provide a comfortable experience for cannabis users to connect and share and consume in a friendly environment. We provide a unique experience for cannabis users to book friendly accommodations and connect them with a community of like-minded individuals. Um, right now, cannabis users is the community building experience is lacking in the market. So as more and more states start to legalize, we want to tap into the rapidly growing market that's here. Our team is very educated about cannabis infrastructure, hotels, resorts. So we want to put in our experience and then make sure that we can have the right kind of execution when it comes to developing the cannabis industry here and abroad, internationally, in different places like Ghana, Rwanda. Where these countries are starting to get into their strategy about what their next 10 years is going to be for their whole cannabis push. There's a lot of companies that are reaching out to us about, okay, what are you guys doing? How do we get on board? Just recently, Cookies came on board because they see the potential in what we are building, right? As the next marketplace platform that will allow you to have an experience and feel safe if you are a cannabis user. So there's a lot of strategy around that, and I wanted to be the voice when it came to initiating that conversation. So now that we're here, we're seeking a big investment so that we can just get the team ready to handle those responsibilities. There's like 10 different states that we want to get into this year. So we're very happy to be on the AIE project and on the initiative, ready to move forward. Right now,
Perfect.
just some stats. We've done about, I want to say, 6 figures this year, and over the last 24 months, we've handled easily over 3 to 5 thousand reservations in the states related to cannabis tourism and people coming down, and that's through cross promotion with Airbnb as well. So there's a lot of um, traction here already, and now we want to amplify that, take it into more medical and recreational states, and then come on out come out on top here, and then take it over there to Rwanda, take it to Ghana, take it to a lot of these African countries, and really introduce a new model that can be supported on a major level. So that's just a little bit.
Perfect. It sounds like there's a lot of potential Vibe B&B situations already happening in Ghana, in the Volta region specifically. Some places on Labadi Beach that you can go to and kind of hang out. But from what I saw from the footage on Yahoo News and some other footage that I've seen, just I guess the level of understanding of the certain demographics that you're going to be dealing with. So I gave an example before you came on this morning when I was going through the program about Vibes B&B is like, if you are a world traveler and you're a high level business person and you usually stay at the Four Seasons, you can't smoke a joint at the Four Seasons.
Right.
Like, it's just not possible.
Yeah.
So where would you go and what would you do? And when I saw your videos and saw that how you had your brand and you had certain types of strains, and then you had, it's like a one-stop shop. Yes, you're going to come to an Airbnb, but you also don't have to find a local weed man either. in the neighborhood and get in some sketchy situations. You already have high quality products, high quality service that's already incorporated into the Airbnb experience or the Vibes B&B experience. So I appreciated that part from the level of demographic of the people that I work with, from government to otherwise, that may be using medical cannabis and need to have that kind of outlet. I think is important for not only international travelers, but also people that are foreign, that are going to be coming into the African market in some of these new spaces. And these are some things that people should be thinking about, right? So can you kind of go over what is a Vibes B&B experience? And if you have a presentation you want to share, or you want to share your screen, there's a little button at the bottom that says present, that you can do that as well.
Okay, sure. Yeah, give me a minute. Let's see.
Okay.
Share screen. No. Okay, here we go. You can see that?
Yep, it's coming up.
All right,
We're
so
gonna
I'm gonna go
add
past all this
you
stuff here.
to
So,
this.
all right. So, what is a vibe? You know, that's the most common question. And I think, the word vibe is so general that you can easily look at, when you want to create a experience with someone, what does that experience look like when it comes to the hospitality and tourism industry, right? So our idea of kind of creating a vibe is more like creating an atmosphere and creating the energy between the host and the guest that will result in a positive stay, result in a positive experience, a 5-star um, deliverance. And we think it really involves just having accessibility, with Airbnb hosts, with VRBO hosts, with people who own short-term rental properties. It's really about creating and setting atmospheres and stamping it with the Vibes B&B name. Um, this is one of the slides that we presented just to kind of give people an idea of what exactly is that we're trying to do, right? So D'Angelo lives in California, loves to travel at least 3 times per year. His hobbies involve gaming and researching cost-effective travel, right, for his planned vacation. So we imagine people that are millennials, Generation X, kind of like the demographic of 21 to 45, as people who mainly spend money for travel. At least in the West, 80% of travelers are between the ages of 21 and 35, right? So D'Angelo, he usually books short-term rental properties and prefers cannabis because he was diagnosed with a medical condition, which is why he received his medical card, or he lives in a rec state. So when he plans vacations, he doesn't want to be inconvenienced by the fact that he has a medical condition, that he needs to have his medical cannabis on himself, or be able to be in a space that is accepting of that environment. And that's why Vibes B&B is more about creating safe space and accessibility, because these are the types of individuals that are growing rapidly around the United States as cannabis become more accessible and more and enters the market a little bit more. So usually D'Angelo can't communicate his 420 friendly preference because currently in the model right now with markets that exist, there's a problem when you mention 420 friendly online or anywhere, mainly because of its legal status here in the States. But as that is rapidly changing, we need to prepare for people like D'Angelo that want to have 420 friendly as their main booking preference. A lot of people are going to, over the location and the price, they're going to choose, hey, am I able to bring my cannabis there? Can I smoke inside? Can I smoke outside? These are some of the questions that we're getting over here on a very, or we're getting these questions very frequently over here. So, in some instances, you have the police being called about drugs, on the property. Although D'Angelo is a legal resident in California, he doesn't have that problem out in California. But when he travels to a state that may not be rec like Florida, and there's a problem that's created there, and that's what Vibes B&B is hoping to alleviate. So now, since he's found Vibes B&B and he wants to vacation to Miami, he prefers services that include cannabis hospitality, and prefers to spend his money with hosts who provide that consideration for his 420 friendly needs. So automatically, right off the bat, when you come to Vibes B&B and you choosing a property there, you already know that the host is already okay with that specific person coming to have their 420 friendly experience. So D'Angelo will be a perfect fit for a host that we have on our website, because they all understand that cannabis friendly is the reason that they're coming to Vibes B&B. So they want to spend the money with us. They want to be able to provide more properties. They want to be able to understand the experience and the vibe that's being shown. And the best thing about it is that when you come into the experience, you know, it's a warm, it's a smile, it's you looking the host in the eye or communicating with the host and you saying thank you for the experience. And it's really like a designated spot outside. You know, I want you to look at it as booking any kind of short-term rental reservation, but you might have a rolling tray, some rolling papers, you know, maybe a few grams of bud if you're in a recreational state already, and then you get to share that experience with the host or with other people that may possibly be there if you're renting like a private room or a short stay. You may see some other people there, and then it's just vibing. You know, vibing is really just having a smile on your face and really, you know, understanding that it's now possible to have an experience through the platform that wasn't necessarily the case with other platforms out there. You know, through Airbnb, you're just booking a stay. Through Vibes B&B, you're booking an experience with cannabis. And that is the model that I want to take to the States and other states here and over there to international markets as well. That's it. Let's see. I know that our president over here, you know, they announced that because of our failed approach, they're going to be pardoning all federal offenses, simple possession of marijuana, urge governors to do the same. So this is the buildup that we're seeing in the market. You have, since COVID has happened in the last 3 to 5 years, you didn't see the United States taking this kind of approach on marijuana. The war on drugs, you know, the last 30, 40, 50 years have really been a different situation when it came to marijuana. But now we're seeing positive conversation about legalizing and decriminalization. So with that being said, we need to think about, where do you go to book a 420 friendly reservation? You know, there's a lot of people that choose us simply because on other platforms, they're not necessarily considering that 420 friendly preference. So we want to be obviously that first choice in all markets. If you want to have a cannabis experience or do anything related to cannabis, Vibes B&B is going to be the all-in-one cannabis hospitality experience platform throughout the United States and globally once we establish our presence there. This was one of my this is one of the reviews that I pulled from Airbnb directly. You know, Dennis was one of my worst guests I've had at this point. Room is left in terrible condition. House rule is broken. Without any refund. He smoked marijuana inside the private room, but argued he did it outside. Based on the doorbell camera footage, it was determined by us and Airbnb. He never left the home, and it took 2 days to air out. So these are just, when you go to Airbnb or you go to Booking.com, you go to some of these different platforms. These are the reviews that these hosts are leaving about users that are just cannabis users. Like James could have been D'Angelo right there, you know, and I believe that personally he should have booked with Vibes B&B, because that would have been a better experience from him, and he would have got it rated a 5-star from a host, because we understand what cannabis users need and what their problems are. Lack of accessibility is a big problem within the market. There are not a lot of hosts that want to offer that cannabis friendly hospitality. But we're introducing a framework where it can be safe, it can be secure, and you can also not worry about your reservation being canceled, because nobody wants to go on vacation and then find out last minute that the reservation got canceled because of unsureness from the host side about what you plan to bring or not to bring, or if you're doing something illegal or not. So we want to be prepared for more people like James that want to come to a platform where we are understanding about the experience that they have. So one of the solutions that we have is our Vibes BNB app, right? VibesBNB.com, where you can monetize your space, you can offer unique amenities, and you can connect with individuals who share the same vibe. That's basically the idea. The solution is to save time, save money, and expect good vibes, right? So a good vibe, like I said before, is really just about the energy and atmosphere that you create for the guest and how you deliver your hospitality experience, your themed experience. So people will come to our website, select their city. They want to find the vibe. What vibe can I find that's 420 friendly? That's what our users want. We built a user-friendly solution that will be able to handle that transaction and get it to the point where we have a user-friendly interface where people will be able to get through a transaction within a couple clicks. Some of our core features: registration, login, search, favorites, chats, profile, a payment system, and an ordering system. So these are just some of the core features that we're going to have so that people can really come there and get their whole experience delivered to them. This is our kind of like our affordable model chart where we expect to be versus other industry giants out there. And this is where we're headed. So soon we're going to be releasing an update for Vibes BNB where the UI interface is going to look totally different. So we're about 2 weeks out from our interface looking at like a brand new product. So you guys should definitely look forward to that. Our financial is we're looking for about 625 to be able to install more features, put on some more of our team, get us into all across Florida, Tampa, Gainesville, Orlando, Miami, and then take it to Vegas, Colorado, New Jersey, New York, California. So we're doing a lot of big things over here. And we know that things are growing every year, especially since the pandemic. This is like one of our charts about gradual recovery from 2020 is that we're expected to go up every year from here about users that are getting back into the hospitality and traveling. And we want to make sure that our platform is ready to handle that influx of traffic, which is why we're seeking what we're seeking. Other than that, here this is some of our traction where, just last year, and this is up to 2022, where we've done, over 75,000 in booking transactions for people who are successfully booking through our platform and having these experiences. Here goes another updated one where since March 23, since November 22, and that's about a 5 months time, we made an additional $50,000, $60,000. So you can see over here in the West, there is some traction about people using our product and putting themselves in a position to where they trust Vibes BNB with their stay, with their experience, and we're delivering on those. So we definitely have a proof of concept, and we're ready to take over the United States. That's best thing I can say. One of our sponsors here, which is Empowering People Foundation, we focus on wealth building, self-improvement, and financial literacy so that we can empower other generations to learn Vibes BNB, learn the way to make money with us, and then become a tool to grow your portfolio, whether you're a property manager or a short-term rental host or somebody that just has a one-bedroom unit. You'll be able to put your property on our website and then introduce and grow with us as we start to introduce more marketing and impressions to our website, where everybody will be able to book a stay or experience something. We have a bunch of strategic partners. I met Kim Rivers last year, and she loved the fact that Vibes B&B was something being created by the Black community, you know, and she basically gave us a stamp of approval. And we're talking about one of the most influential cannabis companies in the world. So it's very, very cool. This was the article that got posted about us sometime last year, where vacation rentals on the cannabis side are really catching on. And this was an article that I got reached out by NBC to really give them like an idea of what it is that we're building. So we're making headlines over here, and we're definitely prepared to go into a different kind of space and grow this market. You know, you can find us on Instagram at Vibes B&B. Follow us and watch our journey. And yeah, I look forward to meeting everybody over time. Let's see, I'm gonna go back here. Let's see. I think the last slide that I want to go over is our business model, which we take a 10 to 18% commission off of each lodging transaction, 20% for experiences, and our average nightly stay is about 3 nights for about $70 a night. So outside of that, we hope to be very influential in events, different cannabis lounges, dispensaries, and boutique hotels, and really establish a nice presence in the industry when it comes to people finding out about what type of place can they book a 420 friendly experience and what options are out there on a major level. And that's it. Let's see.
Thank you, Dion. I appreciate you coming on to share what Vibes B&B does, your investment opportunity. My question to you is, how do you see, you said where you're supposed to be going and what the interface needs to look like.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. I guess just to talk about our business model, some of our key activities, what we plan to do with those finances, with that understanding is we're planning on developing and maintaining the Vibes B&B platform. We want to market and promote to potential customers. We also want to build partnerships with cannabis businesses and property owners and managers. We want to build a robust customer support platform so we can ensure a positive experience through our platform, and then also make sure that we focus on the technology and software requirements to build and maintain the platform. There's a unique and valuable experience for cannabis users who are looking for safe and welcoming accommodations where they can legally consume cannabis. So those are just some of the key activities that we're planning on hitting.
Great. Sorry about that. I think it's really important for people to understand the legalities of what we're talking about as well. So you are only running this operation in legalized states, obviously, that have full rec. And then talk about some of the, have you experienced, because you're a unicorn, right? So what are some of the challenges of people, because Airbnb has its own issues, right? With now there's some issues with people throwing parties in particular residential areas, so that there's provisions now where you can't do this and you can't do that. So for a cannabis friendly situation, how do you work around, or have you seen challenges in regards to the rental space in general, because it is cannabis friendly?
Right. So luckily, over the last 3 years, because all of these states have changed their policy and decriminalized cannabis on a, like, local and state governments are changing their policies very rapidly. Everybody isn't I want to say OD or in overdrive mode about cannabis friendly things now. Basically, what's happened here in Florida, it's only recreational, right? So when you come to a space legally, the only place that you can consume is in a private home, right? So when you're in a private home here in Florida, you're able to um, have cannabis here as long as it's under 20 grams. So, and people are bringing their own cannabis. We're not providing yet. So people are bringing their own. It's like a BYOB experience where people are able to come and bring their own cannabis to have their own experience here. And I haven't really had much trouble introducing the concept because since it is decriminalized, at least here in uh, Florida, there's been no pushback at whatsoever about the platform that we're building because really it's just building a marketplace for users that want to be comfortable. At the end of the day, that's really all people want is just a safe and comfortable space. And in the law, the only legal place to smoke in a medical state is in your own private residence. There is no other
Right.
residence. So
Right.
when it comes to building that in other states, obviously when you go to a recreational state and medical state, it's fair game there. They already, like, there's already people in California that do the concept on Airbnb, but they don't have, Airbnb doesn't support that. So they're not uh, promoting the cannabis friendly experience. They don't have a policy on it. So even if you go to Airbnb and you book somebody who says, oh, it's a 420 friendly location, there isn't much focus on the vibe or the experience that's being provided. It's more like they may give you a rolling tray and just say, okay, that's it, pretty much, or they might put an
Right.
ashtray outside. But they're, for us, we want it to be, well, where is the parties at? Where are the things that you can do that are around the zip code that are cannabis friendly events? Experiences. What about topical creams that you can go and have a spa experience, or take you and your friend or a group of people to a whole cannabis friendly event. We want to connect people with lodging accommodations, but also experiences that they can get into that will complete the whole vibe that we're talking about. I think people love to travel with their friends and family and have things to do that are also within the reason with why they came. Like when you go book a cannabis tourism vacation, you want to do cannabis tourism events. So that's just one of the things that we're focused on over here. Um, you asked me one more question. You said if I had trouble.
Yeah, so it was just basically based off of the question I was asking that you just answered about if there was challenges with you, because let's just say you're in an apartment and there's a cannabis friendly apartment next to an Airbnb that wasn't, and people complain about smoke and this, that, and the third. So I understand now because most people have rec that include, you only being able to be in your own personal home to do it. So have you had you gave an example about, they trashed the place, it smelled like weed, it took 2 days to air it out, all
Mhm.
that. Have you seen any of those types of issues, even in your cannabis friendly situations where somebody kind of took it overboard?
No, so luckily, when people book with Vibes B&B, there's a more customer focused approach. Airbnb is a big conglomerate company now. They're corporate, they're big. Their customer service isn't as directly focused on the customer like ours is. So we have a personalized approach where we call the guests. The experience start as soon as you spend your money. We're calling you. We're saying, hey, welcome to Vibes B&B. Did you make a reservation? And then we're explaining exactly what the circumstance is for you booking that location. So we're telling you, hey, you can't have a party here with 50 people. If you're
Mhm.
bringing 6 people, it has to be 6 people. We're also communicating with the host, like, hey, you received a booking from these individuals. We're giving all the information to the guests so that the security is there. They know exactly who's coming. They know exactly what to expect. And then they make the determination that, okay, they're bringing cannabis with them. I'm going to provide this type of atmosphere for them when they arrive. So it's more focused on the communication with the host as opposed to just booking a unit on Airbnb and then you just getting there and have to create your own experience. You know, we want to be more involved with the customer so that they can make, you know, so like I said, so they can have a positive experience. We want them to rate us 5 stars. We want them to have that kind of experience so that they're happy at the end of their stay. And the host is happy too. They don't want their properties destroyed. They don't want to have to go through these issues that they normally see in these big platforms here. So we're extra focused on making sure security is a big thing when it comes to people booking, especially if you're booking an entire place, you know, because you're booking
Right.
someone else's home. They want to feel safe with you. They want the money, but they also just want to get their property returned to the right condition after your stay is done.
Right. Right. That makes a whole lot of sense. So, just a couple, well, one final question, really. So, if, what would you say for people in the real estate market that are looking to enter in the cannabis and hemp space? I'm always trying to find, you know, ulterior ways for people to make money, especially in the cannabis and hemp space with all these ancillary businesses. So there's a lot of people interested in this space in Ghana because they just passed the cannabis bill, even though it's not for rec, people are still interested. So if they're going to be spending their money, then I have an opportunity to advise them on other opportunities. So
Right.
for states that haven't gone rec, for African countries that haven't gone rec, what are some of the things that we need to be educating people on the sensitization part of how to get them into the understanding that this is a good thing for people to have safe spaces to consume cannabis? What would you tell them, or how would you approach the conversation as a starting point before we even got to legislation and da da da? How do you ease them into it?
So I guess, well, not I guess, but I know one of the first things is understanding what problems are being created by this new wave of cannabis talk that we've had in the last 3 years, more recently, but really I think everyone knew when the Farm Bill passed in 2018 here in Florida, and all of these states started changing their policies, that there was going to be a discussion that need to be had about cannabis accessibility. You know, so if you have a property and you're a short-term rental expert and you're in the hospitality industry, you're going to want to find more ways to increase your portfolio and your occupancy and making sure that you stay up to date with the newest trends, the newest companies that are coming out, the new things that are happening. Right now, cannabis is on a worldwide kind of, um, I don't know the best word to say it. Cannabis is on a worldwide momentum change with all across the world. So one of the biggest things is paying attention to the market trends. What is the market saying? Right now, it's saying that cannabis is that new thing. So now, even if you're uncomfortable with cannabis, you have to open yourself up to new businesses. If you're a business owner, if you're in the entrepreneurial world, you should be looking out for new tech products, new things that you can put in your portfolio to bring your GDP up or bring your revenue up. So we know there's a problem with cannabis accessibility in the market. So we're here to solve that problem, lack of cannabis accessibility. There aren't a lot of people talking about the conversation. So one of the first things in the cannabis industry that you have to talk about in a new industry is what? Education and information, which is going to be really the forefront of where Vibes BNB is initially, before we start to get into 100 hotels or have 10,000 units on vibesbnb.com, because people need to understand what are the risks, what are the positive, you know, things about what we provide as well. One of the positives is you'll be able to create a passive income source. If you're in a city or state or an area where there's a lot of tourism and travel, you're going to be a hotspot for cannabis tourism if that city or state is changing their laws about cannabis. Since Ghana has introduced cannabis friendly framework, anybody who's there, there is an opportunity to get into this industry because the government is going to be more forthcoming towards products and services that are in that space. So automatically, just like Airbnb back in 2008, 2009, when they had their opportunity in California to launch Airbnb, everybody kind of gravitated towards this whole idea of renting out someone's home. And that was just the whole concept of Airbnb. Now, when you're talking about here in 2023, renting out someone's home plus adding cannabis to it, that's the position where we're at now. And that's the idea that everybody needs to get excited about, because it's a new industry. It's Black. We've been the most impacted. So why not have a place where we can feel comfortable and drive the narrative forward, and also be invested in too. It's about us creating services for ourselves that can also provide a positive foundation for other young people to look like, to say, okay, I want to be a real estate agent. I want to be a person that goes into property management or short-term rentals, and really do this whole hospitality management thing. I'm a prime example of that. My last 7 years is just really been being educated about hospitality and tourism, and understanding how can I make an impact as a Black individual that wants to change the narrative. You know, I want to be able to provide those opportunities to people. So I think it's an exciting opportunity. And then I also understand that there's a lot of education and information that you may not know. So there's an education process that needs to be communicated, which opens up the possibility for other individuals to learn about what we're doing and how they can implement it into their own lives.
Makes sense. So, do you have any last words you want to let anybody know? Anything about what you're doing coming up? Is there any major cannabis events you want people to know about? What's going on?
So if you're in Miami, Florida, as I said before, we partnered with the Cookies organization, which is a dispensary, and they're in 10 different states already, 59 locations, and they see the potential with Vibes B&B, and they're fully invested in us. So we have the 1-year anniversary coming up in Miami, Florida on August 26th, where we're going to be giving away a Tesla. We're going to be having it painted. We're going to provide a whole experience. Yeah, we're really doing big things in here in Florida already. So,
Right.
And they're supporting the whole initiative, and they want to get us into more states, more areas, and really teach that education component that I was talking about a minute ago. Outside of that, the next biggest thing is with yourself. You know, the AIE project, the CEMT project. We're super excited about being a part of that too, and really, you know, getting an opportunity to install our framework in multiple states instead of just Florida. Because, you know, once it does go recreational next year or sometime in the next 24 months, there's going to be a big, you know, multiplier that gets applied to us, because now the whole world is going to be more, we're going to be able to reach more people when it becomes federally like allowable to advertise and reach them. So I would say the biggest thing is to look out for Vibes B&B, watch its kind of growth spurt, because we really are in a big transition right now, just from one of the biggest cannabis companies in the world being in our corner and supporting our initiative. So very exciting place to be. I'm excited. I'm also preparing myself educationally just for the opportunity, because there's a big learning curve, because everybody's new in cannabis. Nobody's an expert really. So we're all learning together, and I want Cookies to be able to see that we're all going to be in a space that is very, very lucrative in the future.
Right. Right. Well, I appreciate you coming on and kind of telling us about what's happening in the States and what's happening in the tourism and hospitality industry. I know there's going to be a lot of people interested in regards to what this looks like coming up in Dirty December and moving forward in the cannabis space as they discover new opportunities for themselves, what this actually looks like, and all of that. I'm sure you will be coming to visit us here in Ghana at some point. And then we'll be able to have further discussions. We're having a meeting tomorrow on Saturday with the speakers and some other important people about where this industry should go. And some of our former speakers have already talked about the fact that people are already using cannabis, growing cannabis, all those other things. So once the legalities are set, what they should be, then I'm very sure that you'll be very lucrative here on the African continent. So I appreciate you coming today. And I look forward to working with you on the CEMT projects in the US and everything that's going on in Africa. And we will make sure we put all of your information on there on our websites as well. So if people want to contact you and they want to take a trip to the US and they want a cannabis-friendly experience, they know to go to Vibes B&B.
Vibes B&B, yes, sir. Good vibes only, like it says. You know, a good
Yes,
vibe.
good vibes only.
Okay, so
Oh, the vibes is a whole thing in Africa. Like it's a whole situation. So yes,
really?
we understand about the vibe.
Yeah, and that's why we chose the name, because we knew it can go internationally very, very quickly. So we're definitely ready.
Absolutely. Okay, thanks, Dion. We'll see you soon.
Nice to meet you guys. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. So that was Dion with Vibes B&B. We are rolling on along in the morning and getting into our lunch hour. So we're going to go ahead and take our lunch hour now, which is not going to be an hour. It's really going to be about 20 minutes. So we can catch up to our program and get our afternoon speakers on. This has been the morning episode or the morning speakers for the 4th Annual HempTech Conference here in Ghana. My name is Davisha L. Johnson, aka the Ambassador, aka the Hemp Lady of Africa. We have been doing this for 4 years since 2020. This is our 4th conference for 3 years since 2020 in Accra, Ghana. We will be in Lagos, Nigeria next year in July for the Annual HempTech Conference, which will be our 5th conference, which I'm very excited about because Nigeria is the largest market outside of South Africa for anything on the continent. So I'm super excited about going to Niger with my Niger people. Everybody knows I love Niger boys. So we will be taking all of our AIE project partners across the continent, wherever CEMT and the AIE project goes. So we are very excited about what Vibes B&B has to offer. I think it's going to be a great opportunity in respect to the branding, marketing, and product placements, value-added products, and things that Dion does. So if you can go to his website, which is scrolling at the bottom of the screen, vibesbnb.com, go there and kind of check out what he offers and see how you can prepare yourself to get ready to be folded into his system as we bring it over here to the continent. Do you have any products that you currently sell? I know there's some people in Cape Coast that sell like hemp, what is it called? Hemp hair cream, like for your hair to make your hair grow. So there's some other people that I know that are trying out leaves like Fanta leaf for you to roll in that to be a branded product here on the continent. So there's all types of opportunities and ways for us to integrate ourselves into what this looks like. But I wanted to make sure that you hear from the horse's mouth that we at CEMT at the 4th Annual HempTech Conference provide the information that you need and that we be a resource for all the things that you need. So we're going to go back for our lunch hour instead of you just sitting here listening to our nice music. We're actually going to go back to the documentary that we were watching yesterday on stigmatized war on drugs. It's actually going to run the same amount of time as we needed for this lunch break. So I felt like it would be best to just go ahead and go back to where we started. There's probably a good 30 minutes left. So we'll start where we left off yesterday from the video that we were watching on stigmatized wonder drug of cannabis. It gives a different perspective. So I'm a Black lady. I talk a lot of Blackness. A lot of people sometimes don't want to hear the Blackness. They just want to hear the facts. They don't want to hear about all the other stuff, which is fine. So I take that into consideration and feel also that we should give people the message however they feel they need to have the message, right? So this particular video that I chose gives a lot of different perspectives. It talks about cannabis being a gateway drug. It talks about cannabis being a healer for little kids with epilepsy and all types of things. So I want to make sure that you get all facets of everything that you could ever want in regards to information. So you just don't have to hear it from me from this one source. So we're going to go ahead and share and start this video for our lunch hour. We'll be back in about 30-ish, 40-ish minutes, and then we'll roll right into our 15-minute video. I'll be rolled back into our 15-minute video on the cannabis gummies from our young lady in America with Be Happy Treats and Services that did a video on how to make cannabis gummies. So with her cannabis oil. So we will get back to you in about 30 minutes. Thank you for joining us for the 4th Annual HempTech Conference.
Produced by Tikkun Olam. Dozens of tons of this cannabis leave the greenhouses in the form of pills or oils, but also, and perhaps what is most surprising, as ready-to-smoke joints. To guarantee traceability, the government requires producers to provide information every step of the way from seed to sale. With 3 harvests per year, the site supplies all the pharmacies of Tikkun Olam, such as this one south of Tel Aviv. Access is strictly regulated. Only with a certified doctor's prescription is anyone allowed to enter and make a purchase. Hannah suffers from Crohn's disease, a chronic intestinal inflammation. 2 years ago, she participated in the very first clinical trials evaluating the effect of cannabis on her pathology. Since then, she continues to be monitored by a doctor. But today, for the final evaluation of her treatment, she consults the doctor who originally enrolled her in the clinical study.
Come on in. Hello. Hello. So, how are you feeling? Pretty good. I want to show you these medications I brought. This one and this one. Always in oil form? Yes, 2 different ones. This in the morning and the other at night. Okay, 3% CBD and this one at night. And how do they make you feel? Much better. The stomach pains have almost completely disappeared, but I'm also careful about what I eat. Before, even if I didn't eat a thing, my belly was always bloated, but not anymore.
We decided to have a real study and take a group of patients and give some of them cannabis and some of them placebo and see whether the group of cannabis really does better than those who get placebo. Now, I can tell you we do see an improvement in some patients, but it's too early to say whether this difference is significant or not significant. We have to wait till the end of the study when we have enough patients, and then we can tell.
In Israel, dozens of other rigorous studies are being conducted relating to Parkinson's, autism, polyarthritis. But just as for Crohn's disease, none of them have yet been completed.
I think that cannabis does have some real anti-inflammatory effect, but we have to learn how to use it. There's a lot of information which is lacking. We don't know who we should give it to. We don't know at what dose. We don't know in what manner, whether they should take it in smoking or in inhalation or via the mouth or maybe injections. We don't know. And we also don't know which cannabinoid is better than the other, whether the combination of the whole plant is better or whether we can extract certain elements that will prove to be the effective elements and use only them.
Here's your prescription. Thank you, doctor. Take care of yourself. Bye. Have a nice day.
One of the problems is when you try and give cannabis to patients, you do get all these people who actually are not patients and are not sick, and they think to themselves, oh, here's an easy way of getting good quality cannabis, and then they come and try and persuade you that they do need to get cannabis. The people like Anna, whom we saw before, who actually is not looking for the effect of feeling high or euphoria. She is looking for having less pain and less diarrhea, but she actually uses the cannabis that keeps her alert and functioning during the day.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars, wasting tons of time on troubleshooting with attendees? If so,
Today in Israel, 25,000 patients consume cannabis daily as a medication, most often for lack of any other effective treatment for their pathology. Din has ocular pain that is resistant to analgesics. He was sent to the Tikkun Olam dispensary by his doctor with a prescription for a cannabis therapy.
I have chronic pains that come from an inflammation behind my right eye. In addition, I'm also seeing double. They did a biopsy to rule out cancer, but it's only an inflammation. I tried all kinds of painkillers, but nothing worked. So they prescribed cannabis.
Do you have any fears related to your cannabis treatment?
No, I'm quite optimistic, and I really hope it's going to help.
I'll show you how to do it. The first time, you only take 2 puffs. No more than that. You take the cigarette, you burn off the excess paper, put it in your mouth, and inhale gently. When you finish, just put down the cigarette. It goes out by itself. We don't encourage the patients to smoke, but at first we test the effectiveness of cannabis in cigarette form, since a vape device is quite expensive. If the cannabis proves effective, then we recommend the vape to avoid other health problems.
It's a fact that smoking cannabis brings about the most rapid and effective results. So we tend to apply this treatment to a number of most severely bedridden patients who can't endure other types of medication. Personally, as an addictionologist and speaking beyond the therapeutic characteristic of cannabis, smoking is basically bad for one's health because of the combustive byproducts, the habit-inducing effect, and it's not something that I am personally in favor of.
The preliminary results of clinical trials, the patients' positive reactions, and the approval of their doctors all weigh in favor of the virtues of cannabis as a medicinal plant. But to be classified as a medicine, it lacked solid scientific proof of the effectiveness of its active ingredients once purified and chemically isolated. Already in the US, pure cannabidiol, free of any euphoric or psychotropic effects, has just demonstrated its effectiveness in treating epileptic fits. Heading these trials is Elizabeth Teal of the Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston.
and then we'll start going, okay? So here,
Tested on 250 children, nearly half of them saw their symptoms regress or completely disappear.
Even before the results of the trial, since I've had over 50 children on this medication now for 2 to 3 years, I know it can be effective. I know it doesn't work for everyone. It's not a silver bullet for epilepsy, but clearly many people will benefit from this as a medical therapy. I would anticipate that this treatment will be approved by the FDA for use in the United States, possibly this year, maybe next year, because the data from these trials is as good, if not better, than the data from the trials from many of our medications that have been approved in the past 15 years. This is so funny. Okay.
We still don't know how the cannabidiol works in the brain to impede these epileptic crises.
Excellent job. Hey, kick this leg up straight.
But its use as a purified molecule was its only chance to qualify as a medicine.
And bend this one hard. Bend it hard. Very good. And now this one. It's really important for everyone to really understand the difference between the medication I've been using for 3 years, the Epidiolex or cannabidiol, and medical marijuana. Because I think that can be very confusing for people on what is the difference there. And so marijuana, again, complicated plant like most plants are, over 500 chemicals. Medical marijuana is an extract of the marijuana plant. It can be enriched in CBD or enhanced in CBD, but has all the chemicals. The cannabidiol that we've been using in these clinical trials is purified from marijuana. So it does not have all those chemicals. So they're two very different things. And we educate families about that. What our children are taking with these trials is not medical marijuana, it's cannabidiol.
How much time have you wasted online in the last week when you could be building your own online business? Anna?
It's thanks to this same strategy of a purified molecule that Sativex, another medication composed of CBD and THC, has obtained the green light from American health authorities. France, after a certain reticence, finally classified it AMM, the authorization to be marketed as a medicine. This was a great media event in 2014. Sativex, a cannabis-based mouth spray, was the first medication of its kind to be authorized in France. In a few weeks, it will be available in pharmacies. It will be prescribed exclusively to patients with multiple sclerosis who suffer from very painful muscle contractions.
50% of our patients feel an improvement after taking Sativex. It's easy to use as a spray, has very few side effects, and patients really feel better. And since the doses are only cannabis extracts, there are none of the psychoactive effects of pure cannabis.
Now available as a modern medication, cannabis can finally be used to treat a number of illnesses. But the therapeutic potential of these cannabinoids is even greater. According to the latest results obtained at the Biology Laboratory of the University of Madrid, THC and CBD also have the power to kill cancer cells in mice. This was discovered purely by chance.
Actually, what we discovered was not at all what we were looking for. We were studying the effects of cannabis on the nervous system, and we happened to be using cancerous cells. We observed that the cells were dying in the presence of cannabinoids. Only then did we begin to focus on the impact of cannabinoids on these cells.
The discovery of anti-tumor properties in cannabinoids sent the careers of these three scientists soaring, especially since healthy cells did not seem affected by THC and cannabidiol.
We discovered that in order to kill the tumor cells, the cannabinoids have to adhere to the cell's cannabinoid receptors, which are sometimes more numerous on the membranes of cancerous cells than on those of healthy cells. Thus, cannabinoids with a strong THC potency can set off a whole series of reactions within the cell. The green areas that you see here correspond to little autophagy vesicles. In other words, these are structures that are capable of digesting the cell. And we have discovered that these cannabinoids activate such a powerful autodigestive process, or autophagia, that they kill the tumor cells.
The cannabinoids thus induce the cancerous cells to digest themselves and thus destroy themselves, an extremely efficient process since, in the mice, the cerebral tumors regress.
Ever since the results of cannabis on a brain tumor known as glioma were published in Nature Medicine, many prostate and so on. The number of labs working on the anti-tumor properties of cannabinoids has increased from 1 to at least 50.
But the real question today is whether or not cannabinoids are also effective cancer treatments for humans.
Will it work on humans? We don't know yet. There are some cases published online that would confirm this, but nothing really based on scientific proof. We still lack precise data on its effect on humans. At present, we are working on it, but it's still too early to tell if it's as effective on humans.
Now you probably understand why so many people are fighting for legislation that approves the use of medical cannabis. There is a great hope for the future, and certain results have already been proven scientifically. In France, although Sativex has been approved since 2014, it is still unavailable in pharmacies. The administration that authorized its marketing, the AMM, has since decided that proof of its effectiveness is insufficient to warrant government's patient reimbursement of the product's price. Since then, there has been an ongoing battle between the industry and the Department of Health for what is deemed an acceptable price.
If this medicine, since that's the term we are using, was somehow indispensable, it would already have been commercialized by now. A full 2 years after obtaining its AMM market status. Any doctor convinced of its effectiveness would immediately have pushed to make it available as soon as possible.
The commercialization of any medicine is followed by tough negotiations between health authorities and producers. But with Sativex, price may not be the only reason for blocking it.
I'm convinced that if the situation were not about a product containing cannabis, they would have come to some agreement a long time ago.
In France, this freeze involving medical cannabis prevents patients' access to treatments that could provide relief. That's why every year in Strasbourg, a conference is held on the subject of medical research devoted to cannabis. Bertrand Rambaud is one of the organizers.
Every successful small business has a little something in common. They get up and go to make stuff happen. With QuickBooks Online, it's easy to manage your business wherever your work takes you. Send professional invoices from anywhere, anytime. Even split them for those bigger projects so you can get
The idea behind this conference is to share the latest results of research on the therapeutic use of cannabinoids at the international level, emphasizing that studies are being conducted all over the world. What is surprising about this conference is that it is held in France, which is among the countries that are most opposed to this kind of therapy.
One of the guest speakers this year is Franjo Grotenhermen. He suffers from a chronic illness that forces him to remain horizontal. He is a famous doctor in Germany who has been an advocate of cannabis therapy for years. Germany has recently changed its legislation concerning this matter.
Since April 2017, we can obtain cannabis flowers with a prescription, and also pharmaceutical-grade cannabis extract can be prescribed by all doctors. I treat a lot of patients who get pain relief through use of cannabis and who have been consuming it illegally for years. Some have even received prison sentences for doing so. Now, at last, these patients receive special authorization from the German Bureau of Narcotics, whereas for French patients, there is no such authorization on the horizon, not a glimmer of hope. Requesting cannabis from a doctor equates with being an addict. Those patients must obtain cannabis without their doctor knowing it, because most practitioners are firmly opposed to it, and even refuse to broach the subject. The situation is dramatic. We're not talking about minor illnesses like a cold, but very serious pathologies. On the one hand, there are patients who are suffering. On the other, there's a plant that can help them, but which is prohibited.
Bertrand is one of these cases to whom the law denies such help. Since he contracted AIDS 30 years ago, he hasn't found anything that eases the side effects of tritherapy except cannabis. With no legal source to turn to, he illegally prepares what he calls his personal medication.
I analyze the cannabis before using it to identify which cannabinoids are in the plant and also their potency. Then I make my extract and put it to good use. That is, not for smoking. That's about the dose I take. I take it orally and I leave it under my tongue for as long as possible so the mucous glands can absorb it. This really soothes my symptoms. When they cut me off from cannabis 2 years ago, I lost 14 kilos in 3 months. Without my treatment, I couldn't bring myself to eat. 14 kilos in 3 months. If that had lasted like that for 6 months, I'd be dead. So this is what I chose to do. And the choice is breaking the law and staying alive, or because either I take my treatments or I abide by French law and just lie down on the couch and wait to kick the bucket. Those are the two choices that I'm left with.
We're forcing patients to consume cannabis illegally or take low-grade cannabis, not knowing either its origin or its content, thereby putting their lives in danger. That's the situation. Patients who could otherwise benefit from this type of product are left with no medical cannabis available to them anywhere.
In my opinion, prohibiting patients' access to medical cannabis is more a question of human rights than of health. We're talking about a therapeutic tool that's effective for many patients with a minimal amount of side effects and with no major threat of irreversible harm to their health. So, I think that to deny them the access to medical cannabis constitutes a violation of human rights.
Cannabis is not a panacea or a miracle plant, but recent scientific studies have demonstrated that its cannabinoids are effective on an ever-growing number of severe and disabling illnesses. But being ill doesn't always need a treatment. Sometimes we also have to be patient.
In this video, which is just over 2 minutes long, I want to show you how to create this 80.
Welcome back to the 4th Annual HempTech Conference. I think that video that we just saw was really important. And if you missed it, I'm so sorry, but that video that ran for 57 minutes, we started yesterday and ran half of it on our lunch break yesterday. And I wanted to make sure, as I said before it started, that we finished it today, that it was from a different perspective. So there was no Black people in that video talking about nothing Black. They were just giving you the factual information from the scientific studies of what this plant does. They were giving you the factual information of all the applications that it could be utilized for and what could be produced. From a throat spray for people with, I think it was cerebral palsy, not cerebral palsy, multiple sclerosis. having a spray that's made of cannabis. All of the cooperative farmers that are here in Ghana can be growing cannabis to make the same spray in Ghana. Just because these people have different accents and they have different skin colors and they're in different countries does not mean you can't do the same thing. That was the underlying theme of me showing that particular video. It was for you to get a different perspective outside of me talking about it, to tell you about the applications of this plant in case you need to hear from someone else that doesn't look or sound like me. Now that you have the information, what are you going to do with it? You should then try to figure out what is the African version of what these people are talking about. Because there is one. Because this continent has produced all of the inventions that there possibly ever could be produced. It came from some concept of something that we already do on the continent. So I wanted to just make sure that everyone had a real clear understanding of the same information is being shared. When the Rastas say this, the Rastas say the same thing that these people just said, that you don't want to listen to them. Why? Because they look a certain way and they decide to live their life in a certain way, and there's a perception of what they are and are not doing. They're giving you the same information. So maybe you just need to hear from somewhere else. So that's what we provide at the Cooperative Executive Management Team. It's just straight facts. This is the facts of the realities on the ground. Like our former guest today, Joseph Gaglo, said, these are the realities of what these people actually need. There needs to be a needs assessment. And in my assessment, as an African-American coming to live on the continent of Africa, my assessment is there's too much focus on what other people doing outside of Africa when Africa has all that it needs to do what it needs to do. That's my assessment. So I'm going to bring as much of understanding of that regard to the continent and know that your people, AKA me, the descendant of somebody, Ya Asante Wa, or whoever other African queens of empires were, that's who I come from. I can't tell you exactly which country, but I know I'm some kind of royalty somewhere because they don't make too many like me. And I understand what my purpose is here on this planet, and it's to connect Black people, period. Everybody else can connect. I'm just focused on my own people first. And the Cooperative Executive Management Team is called the Cooperative Executive Management Team because we are at another level of understanding and another level of information sharing. So we're gonna teach you how to make gummies because that's on a spectrum of what information Black folks need. We're also gonna teach you about the genetics of plants at the same time. We're also gonna teach you on how to make hemp biofuel or biochar, so that now instead of burning trees and chopping down trees and creating deforestation in African countries, we can now be planting hemp and using that same thing for what we're cooking with outside in a local village in Bogatanga. That's what I'm talking about. There's solutions with this plant that run the gamut, and therefore we're going to need people that also run the gamut. So next, we're going to bring up, well, let's see if how we are on time. So we've got a couple more people to go through this afternoon for our afternoon sessions. First will be the Art of Cannabis Infused Food demonstration. So, and I also forgot the live demonstration that we're going to have on corn wine. I'm going to get him to do a video to then put on the website as an introduction. And then he also has a live corn wine workshop that I will attend myself sometime in December. But we will put that information on here because he came on but did not get an opportunity to present because of the internet connection. So this young lady in the US sent us a video of her making gummies this morning. Also, that came along with audio that I will try and cue up here while we get to our next presenter. She's going to be coming up here in the next 15 minutes, which is Miss Nataki Cambone. She's going to talk about green is the new gold rush, emerge, profit, and participate in Ghana's hemp revolution. She'll be giving a 1-hour presentation. And then we'll have a panel discussion on regenerative farming and cannabis metaverse. So those of you that are interested in AI and technology, we'll be talking about that in a panel discussion. with Seed, the co-founder of Seed, Mr. Trayvon in Maryland, USA, Dr. Ikeche, who is the research and development director that has various relationships with numerous universities across the African continent. And then my good friend and partner and co-founder in the AIE project, Godfred Aboje, will come on in a panel discussion with me to talk about regenerative farming and the cannabis metaverse. And then we'll close out the day for the last hour with me talking about the AIE project 1 Hectare Sustainable Farm and what exactly that is, the components of it, and then how to properly implement this in any African country, or any country rather, but mostly for African countries that are interested in the cannabis and hemp space and have already gone full rec, or are already doing just cannabis cultivation for CBD or whatever that is, depending on what your rules and regulations are in your particular country. Then we'll be able to implement this model wherever you are. It's a plug and play. So we'll end out the day with that, and that will conclude our HempTech conference for this year. As I've said before, we're going to Nigeria next year in July. So I'll be going to Nigeria very soon to make those provisions for next year. We do have a WhatsApp group. So if you're interested in the cannabis and hemp space in Nigeria, you can join our WhatsApp group, and I will put that link on our website after this conference is over. So let's see if we can get the audio here. Here's the audio. All right, so we have that audio. Let me see the video. I'm not an IT person, but I'm very smart. So I figured things out, and then I promise you we will get to an opportunity to get an IT person on board so we can get this done. So let's give me a couple of seconds to cue this up, and we will be right with you. Okay, I think I have queued this up. So let's see. Sorry, it seems like there's no sound, so let me start it over so we can get the sound as well.
Molds have been frozen, and like I said, I kept them in the freezer for about.
That is not happening. Okay, so instead of torturing you while I technically figure out what I'm doing, we're going to bring up our next speaker. And while she's giving her presentation, we will get people that know what they're doing to come do what I just attempted to do. So we are going to have Ms. Nataki Cambone come on. We're going to get her queued up to come on and talk about, she's a business consultant. So what she does is she takes people's great ideas and utilizes their funds to then try to be the most efficient in making sure that they can properly be successful and scale up their businesses. So she has come to all of our HempTech conferences that we've had and across since the very beginning. She's a good friend of mine and supporter. She's been living in Ghana with her family for a very long time. They've got some very good roots inside the community. So I'm very excited about her coming on board and being able to talk for those that are interested in investing in this new industry. So again, the Cooperative Executive Management Team gives you all versions of information about different angles of how you can enter in this industry. And Nataki is one of those people that is her family are strong Pan-Africanists. So you're going to get a different perspective of what investment looks like on the continent. She's, like I said, her and her family have been here for a while and have numerous ties to the community. They run the gamut from their side of the demographic that they deal with. So it's another version of connecting the dots of different types of Black people in different types of spaces. And her family on their own are the Cambones are in their own space. So Nataki is getting ready to queue up to come on now. And then we will go to, let me check the calendar. Then we will go to the regenerative farming in the cannabis metaverse, and then the 1 hectare sustainable farm project. So if we can get Nataki in the next 5 minutes at 2, then we'll go ahead and switch, and I will come on and talk about the 1 hectare sustainable farm project while we get her queued up to come on and talk about the business side. And then we will end the day with our panel discussion and the closing conversation on any questions that I may answer as we move into the next part of this conference, which is the in-person media launch and very important gathering of our preliminary advisory boards of the African Cannabis University, which is part of the AIE project map that we went over yesterday. And if you did not join our conference yesterday and you do want to have an opportunity to see what we were talking about, you can still purchase a ticket on our website. They're $99 for all 2 days. So it's 16 hours basically of information for $100 that you're not going to get anywhere else about all different facets of the community, the cannabis community, the hemp community, the global community, the agriculture community, the Black community. So all of these are opportunities for you to utilize to learn about the cannabis space. The African Cannabis University is the first of its kind that we are going to start taking applications for our online workshops and certificate programs that are coming up. I want to say the classes start in January, but we're taking applications in October 1, I think is when we start releasing applications. We're launching this tomorrow. So there will be a short little live stream when we actually get to the announcing part. It's a 2-hour program tomorrow. So if you were signed up to come to Ghana to go to the Volta region and you're not online, but you're still in Ghana and you want to come to this private case, you have to send me your proof of payment that you paid to come to the event. And then we'll make sure you're on the list. It's a very, very tight, exclusive list. If your name's not on it, they will not let you in to this particular part of the program. And that will conclude the 4th Annual HempTech Conference. And we'll probably do somewhat of the similar things we did in the first HempTech Conference in Nigeria next year, in Lagos in the end of July. We only moved this conference this year because Ghana Parliament passed the law. They passed the law July 12th for industrialization and medicinal use of medicinal cultivation for cannabis here in Ghana. So I was advised to wait until the president signs it into law in order to have this conference so we can have participation from other governmental agencies, of which we have today, or yesterday rather, and former governmental agencies today. So I'm very excited about after this conference and after our in-person meeting tomorrow, what the next step will be in regards to the African Cannabis University, as well as the training, value addition training facility that we're going to be opening on a piece of land that we find the right partner for in order to open that up. And then our next speaker is right on time at 2 p.m. We're going to bring up Ms. Nataki Cambone with New Business Solutions. And she's going to give her presentation on how you can start to get into this industry. Ms. Nataki Cambone, are you ready and available? Hi.
I am. Bibi Fahodie, everyone. How are you?
I told you, they have their own little thing going on. So I explained before you got here how you and your family are in their own little space of your own as far as understanding the culture and just getting totally immersed in Africa and Pan-Africanism, because we just a precursor. We played a video that was all white people before you started, but it gave all the same information that we've been giving about the medical side of cannabis. So they talked about the studies that they've done in Germany. They talked about the studies and clinical trials they're using in the US for kids with epilepsy. It was the same type of information. It was just from a totally different messenger. So I wanted to make sure people have all of the information, but also sometimes people just don't want to listen to me. They don't want to hear my voice. They don't want to see me. They want to see it from another person. So, I mean, that's it. It's what it is. However it gets you to believe it, this is the truth. So just to let you know that that's kind of what we're coming off of. And I went into you and what you're going to be talking about as another perspective from a probably a Pan-African vision of what this needs to look like, because that's our target demographic is Black folks. So we talked a lot about business, and we've talked a lot in the last 8 hours of the conference yesterday and the first half of today. So this is the business portion. So we haven't had anyone like just stick on how do you start and what is the business part of what this looks like. So that is up to you. And without further ado, I will let Miss Nataki Cambone come on and introduce herself and her business and give her presentation for the 4th Annual HempTech Conference. You're welcome.
Okay. All right. So I am going to go ahead and share my screen. All right. So yes, thank you, Ambassador Johnson, for the introduction. I am Nataki Cambone from the East Coast of the United States. I always give a little rundown. Born in Brooklyn, raised in North Carolina, lived in DC before moving here to Ghana, and hopefully Ghana is the final home. Been here since just before COVID. Got citizenship. And my family kind of became the face of the year of return, in that we our image was shared all over all over, everywhere. And so my brother, Dr. Obadale Kamban, is known for his role in okay. All right. Sorry. Yeah. So, yeah, our family has been on both sides of the ocean, sharing all different kinds of information, and just recognizing that at the end of the day, no matter what we're doing, we need to recognize that even if we're talking about something being black and green, that we are black first, and then green second. And so, I am the business one in the family, and love how we can finance our revolution through the kinds of things that we're doing. So today we're going to be talking about the green gold rush. So I've been a business and management consultant for the last 23 years. We just celebrated our 23-year anniversary in June. And to the point that you made, Davisha, one of the things that I have seen is that other people know how to leverage information and consultants and other things and other human resources to advance themselves to where they want to be. And we tend to lag behind that. And so today, as we're talking about what I'm calling this, and I'm not the first one to call it, the green gold rush, we're looking at how do we do this as Black people, either born in Ghana or of the diaspora, and how do we do it in a way that helps us advance our communities in the way we need to. So I'm just going to give a couple of examples, and then from there we will go forward. So yeah, let's see. Is this going to advance? Wait, I might need to manually advance this. Okay. So, we're talking about all of these things. And at the end of the day, this is really about, how do we get industry to move forward? So I want us to talk about the gap between this being legal versus the possibilities versus the profit. And I'm going to do that in the context of this. And this is interactive, y'all. You can type in the chat. We've got Blockbuster Video, American Woolen Company, and Burlington on the screen. What do these companies have in common? Anybody? I could do a little Jeopardy countdown song. All right, I'll let you in. So these are companies that, when you look at them, they became obsolete because they refused to adapt to technology. And that's where a lot of the conversation about hemp is today. It's okay, well, people in the plastics game aren't going to adopt hemp. They're going to double down on plastic or styrofoam, and then we're going to be there with our eco-friendly products, and we're just going to dominate the market. Nod, yes, if you've heard somebody say a variation of that. That is a possibility. There are companies like these and others. In the case of Blockbuster, they decided they were not going to enter into the digital streaming platforms. They were going to stick with their VHS tapes and their DVDs. Meanwhile, Hulu and Netflix and these things came along. American Woolen Company wanted to continue to do wool, and they didn't adopt some of the more modern fabrics like polyester and rayon and things. And then Burlington, unfortunately, tried to stay in the United States when others were manufacturing in China. And because they were manufacturing in China, they were able to keep their prices low. And that brings up the idea that, what you don't know can hurt you. Because in, hindsight is 2020, had those companies recognized the trend of what was happening, they would have been able to ride the wave in a way that they did not. So we have other companies as well. We have Tupperware versus everything. We have, I think I have a couple of examples here. We have the Sega Genesis. Their game console was far superior to any other game console, but they, what happened to Sega Genesis, right? So let's see, let me get something up here. Yeah. So then we have, who do we have next? Okay, the HTC. It was a far superior phone. Barnes and Noble had the Nook, and Amazon had the Kindle. Kodak. Okay, hold on. This is going too fast. Sorry. But Kodak had the analog camera, whereas digital cameras were coming out. We had all of these different things. So in the example using Barnes and Noble's Nook versus Amazon's Kindle, Barnes and Noble was better. And I think these are relevant if we're tying this to the conversation about the blueprint for success in Ghana's industrial revolution related to hemp. It can't just be about you having the better product or being on a different realm in terms of like a moral high ground. People are like, well, it's environmentally friendly, but there are a lot of environmentally friendly products and companies that go bankrupt because they're not able to compete. So there has to be more than that in your plan of how you're going to succeed. Same with Kodak. Kodak had, they were late to adopt the digital camera. So here's what we ended up with in these examples. These were all examples of people with better products overshadowed by lesser competitors. Let me say it again. These are examples of companies with better products overshadowed by lesser competitors. So what does that tell us? And there's so many more examples. We have BlackBerry and consumer appeal. We have Microsoft Zune versus the iPod. Zune, a far superior product. We have the Palm, it was a little phone versus other smartphones. Betamax versus VHS. Betamax was far more superior, but some people will never even know they existed. I mean, some people may never know VHS existed, but people have at least heard of VHS, right? And then, Yahoo as a search engine was and has been for the better part of that competition, a better search tool than Google. But these are examples of better products overshadowed by lesser competitors. So we have here that great innovations are silenced by louder voices and the tragic downfall of market leaders without the right blueprint. Okay. So this is where we are. Those of you who know me know that I'm not a big fan of just sticking mired in the problem. We want to get to the solution. So I'm sorry, I set this on video mode, so it's advancing automatically. So let me just back it up a little bit. So the Ghanaian opportunity is what we're all here to find out. And the Ghanaian opportunity is that Ghana's green gold is a booming market ripe for innovation. But how do you seize it? is, I'm assuming, the answer that you all came to find out. And it is surprising, but people are often surprised to find out that my general advice is it almost doesn't ever matter what product or service you have. And it seems counterintuitive, because how many of us are in business and we work really, really hard to just make the perfect product, find the perfect packaging, find the perfect, everything for this perfect product. And once people know about our product, it will just fly off the shelves and we'll just be sold out, or we'll be overbooked. We'll have wait lists out the door and back orders because we have perfected our product. And that approach is often what hurts, especially Black-owned businesses. Why do I say that? It hurts especially Black-owned businesses because what we just looked at is, let me ask the question, does it always matter whether your product is the best or the superior product? Is that necessarily what's going to indicate whose product succeeds and whose fails? So if we were paying attention, we know, no. Sometimes the better product doesn't have any, it doesn't come into play. I give the example often, Bluetooth headphones. Bluetooth headphones came out. They had incredible marketing. And even though the product didn't work well at all, everybody was having calls that are like, hey, I can't hear you. Hey, I can't hear you. Hey, I can't hear you. Are you using your Bluetooth? And then the other party would say, yeah, I am using my Bluetooth. Yeah, it's not working. Let me turn it off and just talk to you on speakerphone or loudspeaker, or just put the phone to my head. But how many millions of units had they sold? And it became a status symbol to have this device in your ear that barely worked most of the time. But they were able to dominate in a market that they created. It's not even ever always about who has the better product. All right. So let me see if who here has been working before or after this on perfecting a product, and you feel like, now that cannabis is legal in Ghana, I'm going to be able to get ahead with that fact alone. Okay. So I've heard that. I've had people come into my office, over the last couple of years, and as they've come into the office, they're like, you don't even have to do much. I'm going to succeed because let me tell you about this product that I have. Let me tell you about this idea that I have. Let me tell you about this service that I have. That's only part of the equation. And when we look at how Africans are going to be able to move the needle in this industry, what is going to be a major game changer is what is conceptualized in this picture. We can tend to get so caught up in the dream and all of these different ideological and aspirational kinds of things that we don't put the right foundation in place. That means we need a blueprint for success, because successful businesses have blueprints. We need a foundation for success, because successful businesses have foundations. I like repeating the quote that multinational corporations, governments, all of these things have budgets, and you meet people with, without these kinds of backings, and they're like, oh, but I don't need a budget. But we do know that regardless of how big or small we are, our budget and our insight into our finances is what is going to drive our financial success. And if we don't, and that if we fail to plan, we have planned to fail. So the interesting part about this gold rush is that it has less to do with the gold. It has less to do with the green gold and more to do with the individuals who are going to be investing in their own success. Because just to repeat it one more time so it can sink in, the people who've been sitting in my office or my virtual office over the last couple of years who have been planning their entrance into this market have a strategy to make sure that people who are just now thinking about it already have tough competitors. And it is very difficult to just, as I call it, good idea your way to success. We all have ideas. I was just talking to somebody yesterday. She was like, everybody has ideas. Everybody can't put them in place. Everybody can't leverage those ideas to help them grow a company. And that's what we're talking about and how we're talking about coming in. We've got to move beyond just the idealization of these things. Because what it's really going to be about is you. So in terms of the market itself, I think it is really important to recognize that it's not just about being in the market. Now, I know this is the HempTech Conference, but those of you who know me know that I'm not a fan of recreational cannabis. I am in support of the potential for hemp as an industrial product. I'm excited about the potential for the medical advancements for people who truly need it as a medical help. But just personally, I am not for putting one more thing in the Black community that is going to get us more passive than we already are, and more throwing our money at something that's not helping to elevate and liberate us as a people. That's my personal preference. However, if you have decided that you want to produce cannabis products that do have, a CBD effect, okay, but what's your plan? If you have decided that you want to go into textiles, or you want to make parts, or you want to create something that has some kind of vertical integration, your competition didn't just wake up yesterday and start to come up with ideas. Your competition has hired people to create blueprints. Your competition has hired people to make sure that they have cash flow plans in place. Your competition has already staked out their market and planted seeds, all pun intended, to ensure that they already have the customers that you haven't even figured out are exactly in your target market. So, how do we emerge and profit off of this green gold rush that is coming from Ghana's industrial hemp revolution? First step, 1, we need to be focused. It is very easy in emerging markets to float with the wind in every news story that says, well, this is what's going to be popular. And that actually, this trend is actually going to take off. And if you just come over here. So being focused is what is going to drive your ultimate success. Number 2, it's built into the title of this workshop. You need to have a blueprint. And not just a blueprint, because it can't just be a blueprint of your ideas. Because if it's only the ideas that you have come up with and you don't factor in the wisdom of people who have been doing this longer than you, what you don't know can hurt you. And I'll go back to that slide here. I put this slide here as an example. I had a conversation with a sister I met at a marketing event, and she was so excited that she was, I guess, relatively new in business and investing, and she bragged about that she had grown a Shopify store to $100,000. And she was like, this is revolutionary. And don't get me wrong, I have some clients who are like, if I could hit $100,000, I would be okay for life if I just hit $100,000 a year. However, in her case, as she was talking, and because I do this for a living, what I recognized is the people who are in the similar space to what she's into were banking 3 million and up per year on the low end and 7 million on the higher end. There is a concept that I talk about a lot with entrepreneurs, that it takes a lot of heart to start a business. It takes a lot of heart to stake out something new. And we can easily recognize that we have done something fantastic to create and give birth to these enterprises. But it can be a double-edged sword, because so often we get stuck self-congratulating when we hit something that is new for us. And we're so laser focused on this baby that we gave birth to that we don't realize what's happening around us. And if I use the child analogy, it's like the baby's all emaciated and sick, and you're like, but I made a baby. And everybody's like, but they're well below where they're supposed to be on the growth chart. It's like, but I made a baby. So we can't just look at what we've done. We actually need the insight and advice from others in our industry, others outside of our industry. There's a sister, I give her credit every time I use this example. Her name is Ava Laura, and she's based in Washington, D.C. And Ava Laura does this exercise that I'm going to ask all of you to do with me now. She says, okay, so everybody do this with me. Get your hands out right in front of you. And this is interactive. So I know it feels like it's voyeuristic, like you're just watching me. Don't just watch, do this with me. Get your hands in front of you, and I want you to study every crevice, every line, every wrinkle, every smooth surface. Look at your cuticles, your nails. I want you to memorize everything on your hand. If you have a scar or a cut, I want you to think about how it got there, what you did to get it there. All right. Give you a second. Can you see it? Okay. Now close your eyes. And if I were to ask you to describe your hands in detail, would you be able to do it? Yeah. Yeah, you should be able to do it, right? You just stared at them. You see them all the time. You could look down and be like, those are my fingernails. Somebody replace my hand. So you know what they look like. Okay. Now, I want you to do the exact same exercise. I will give you $1 million if you can describe your back in the same detail. Go. What color is it? Is it the same color as the rest of your body? Are there any moles or blemishes? Any scars? Is it smooth, rough, hairy? Tell me about your back, everybody. Why can't you do it? Is it possible that you can't do it because there are parts of yourself that you are not able to see? And is it possible that there is insight about something as close as your back that you would need someone else's assistance or some digitized assistance to really be able to get insight? The same is true with our businesses. If you are running a business successfully, you will have blind spots. There are parts that you won't see because you're too close to it. And that's where advisors come in. Our job as advisors are to see the things that you can't see because your role is to be more up close. Our role is to look at the bird's eye view and say, hey, I see you down there. You're about to turn this way, but I can see around that corner. Don't go that way. Go this way. All right. So because we can't see our back, we need someone on our team who is going to have our back. Does that make sense? Okay. If your eyes were still closed, you can open them now. But that I actually encourage my clients all of my clients have weekly consultations, and in the weekly consultations, we used to just jump right in. Here's the agenda, but now we actually encourage everyone to stop, breathe, get grounded, and let's have a plan for what our call is going to be about and what actions we want to leave the call having accomplished, and what actions we're going to leave the week and the month and the year and maybe the next 5 years. What are we going to leave having those things? How are we going to leave having those things on our radar? So, Ghana and the cannabis, specifically hemp industry. People have come to me and they're like, how do I create a successful and profitable business when I really don't have the statistics and some of the other tools that you can utilize to make a business successful? Now, market research is great. It has its place. It's very good at especially helping you hone in your target audience. But it's also 2023. Might there be some tools that maybe you're just not familiar with that could allow you to get to the same information easier, cheaper, and faster without the method that you're just used to? I've been doing a lot of lectures and workshops on artificial intelligence and ChatGPT and some of these AI tools that really have allowed companies that would not have really been able to compete in, even 2 years ago, to be able to stake a claim in the global marketplace that we're looking at right now with this revolution. So I will leave you with a concept that I think is helpful for people, and then I'll open it up for anyone who has any specific questions. But there's an exercise that we do when we first start working with people. And we came up with this maybe about 10 years ago. And we did it because what we recognized is people get so focused on the product and the service and the delivery of the service and the product and the packaging and all of these things that we recognized that so many people never could figure out when they were profitable because they didn't even have a profit goal in mind when they started. You have people who are open all day, and because they're eating their own food or at their food establishment. I was just recently there's a restaurant that I went to, and I realized I had been there so many times and I'd never seen another customer, different times of the day, et cetera, et cetera. And I asked her, how do you feel like your business is doing? She was like, oh, it's great. At the end of the day, we're always out of food. And I was like, oh, what? I was like, people are buying it? She was like, well, if we have leftovers, we just take it home and we eat it. And I was like, wow. I mean, that's great to say that you're not wasting food, but if you got into business to sell food, is that a success? But if she didn't have any goals in place, I'm going to sell 50 plates a day, 100 plates a day, 500 plates a day, 1,000 plates a day. Then, hey, the food's gone. Seems like a win. So to help people get to what tools they really need and to begin asking the right questions, we set up a paradigm where when we consult with someone, the first thing we do is get 3 pieces of information from them. And we ask them, what is your goal? That one's easy. People can monologue for a year on what their, what their goal is. Oh, I'm going to make widgets and they're going to be the best widgets ever. What is your goal? What is your timeline? The timeline will determine everything. If your goal is to make 1 million widgets in less than 24 hours and you have nothing, you're probably not going to make that. If your goal is to make 1 million widgets and you have a 40-year plan to do it, that may be possible. But the timeline is going to determine how you maneuver strategically and tactically to actually attain the goal. And the most important one that is most often misunderstood or just completely omitted is, what is your investment? And we usually get this wrong because what people are used to doing is approaching business decisions as consumers. How much does this cost? I'll see if I like that price. If I do like it, I will get this thing. And if I don't like it, I will move on or find someone else or do something different. You have people often say, who are new to this, business development approach, you get people who are like, yeah, just tell me a budget for how much it's going to cost. But what did we say that successful businesses and companies and governments and all of these things have? They've created their own budget. They've decided, I am allocating this to this so I can get XYZ value. Can you do that if you just ask everybody to tell you their price and you just kind of feel your way through whether that's an okay price? Is there a way to even match that against the intended outcomes that you want? What are the metrics on that? As entrepreneurs and as Black people in this global economy, what we have to recognize is we need to stop thinking as consumers who are just buying different services for our business and position ourselves as investors. Because honestly, the definition of entrepreneurship is that it is an individual who invests in the company and its success. And that can't just be that you bought products. Because if we go back to the examples we looked at before, you can have the best product, but it doesn't determine whether you are going to actually survive against the competition. Investment can do that. After you have bought your inventory, after you have bought your location, or after you've had, shout out to our company, New Business Solutions, build your website and do your marketing and get your staff and all these things. After you have something that you're going to sell, you have to have the tools to make sure it's profitable. And profit only comes when you invest in the profit making side of your company. And that's the part that a lot of people misunderstand. They think it's just okay to invest in the product and then hope that it sells. But in actuality, if there is no investment in the product, if there's no investment in the company, if there's no investment in the marketing, if there's no investment in how am I going to get market share here? How am I driving customers here? How do all of these things work together? Then that is why you see the staggering statistics about all of the Black businesses that are out of business. And I'll point something out that I've observed in Ghana. In Ghana, communities change dramatically from day to day. And sometimes you don't notice the change because it seems like people are pretty stable. But whether you're in a more low income community or a more affluent community, what you see is a business may occupy a space maybe for a year because people are breaking the tenancy laws and requiring people to stay for a year or 2 years. And so you get people who, okay, maybe they were doing okay because they were there for a long time. But in actuality, because they spent the money and they just had to sit there, you don't know that actually this was a failed business and the next person's going to come and rent for a year and you'll see them sitting there, but they won't have actually made anything for themselves or their company. So that's what we are here to change at New Business Solutions. At New Business Solutions, we actually put all of those different kinds of tools in place. We help you with your marketing plan. We help you with your investment plan. Yes, you have decided you are going to invest in your own company, but how do we implement that in such a way that you can actually get a return on that investment? And it's not just throwing money out the window into the toilet or wherever analogy is more striking for you. So all of this is relevant because the next thing that people ask me is, well, how do I get customers? How do I get people to pay attention? How do I get this meeting with this person who I know is going to change my company? You start by first having a goal, an investment, and a timeline. And again, that is a novel idea for people. We used to get, not so much anymore, but we used to get people who push back on that. They're like, no, you tell me how much your service is. Give me a price. And we're like, well, no, that's not what we do. We don't have cookie cutter prices because we help you take your investment at whatever it is and convert it into something that has a return on investment. And that can look different based on the different constraints that we're using, the different pieces of information. Your competition, what are they doing? What are they not doing? Let's run some numbers on where we can maybe undercut them in certain ways, or maybe we take a loss in other ways. You should have your finances in order. You should be able to know and answer on an impromptu call like this, meaningful questions about how profitable your company is. If you're just focused on your product, there was a clip I wanted to find and I couldn't find it anywhere online, and I wasn't going to download the movie and take it. But there was a movie I used to love called Disclosure with Michael Douglas and Demi Moore. Sorry, not a Black movie at all. But the movie is about Demi Moore was Michael Douglas's boss, and she invited him to her office after work. He's married. They used to date in college or something. She invited him to her office after work, and she sexually assaults him. And the next day, she reports that he raped her. And so it's this he said, she said thing, where she, did the whole thing. But, cover your ears if you don't want the spoiler alert. But this one scene in the movie is really critical in terms of how you think about your company. He wins the sexual harassment case because it turned out his phone was open while she was sexually harassing him. And he said no like 53 times or 87 times, whatever it was. And, everything she said happened was clear on that tape, didn't happen. And when he finally turned her down and left, she yelled that she was going to destroy his career. So all of this was on somebody's voicemail. And he thought, okay, I won. And you think that's the end of the movie. And one of his coworkers walks by and says, hey, did you hear about so-and-so woman over there? And he was like, yeah, it was really tragic. She lost her job. And she says, yeah, the sad thing is that she never saw it coming. Because while she was looking in one direction, she wasn't paying attention to what was really coming at her. And that's what happens to businesses far too often. We get tunnel vision, laser focused on one thing and don't recognize all of these other things. And that's why business consultants have a job. Our job is to see your marketing, your management, your finances, your operations, your staff resources, all of these things. Not only do we create them, but then what are the systems that make sure that there are no blinking lights or alerts or anything saying, hey, this thing is wrong, because it's very easy to be looking in the wrong direction. So in the movie Disclosure, what happened was they were trying to fire him anyway. And that whole thing was just a smokescreen. And so he actually figures out, okay, this thing wasn't even ever about sexual harassment. It was about something else. And what most people don't think about, it's very easy to be like, oh, this is my competition. Okay, I'm thinking about my competition. But a lot of people don't realize your competition is thinking about you. And they're strategizing about you, and they're putting systems in place about you, and they're hiring people to know as much as they can about you and their other competitions so that they can get ahead. And so if they've hired teams of people to put systems in place to help them, and you are just, hoping that the good ideas will flow enough for you to eke by, then you will experience a very different outcome than the people who have made a self-investment into growing the company. So I am excited with some of the companies that we've been talking to who want to get into the hemp space, because yes, it is not only an eco product. It not only has all this potential and everything, but it's a way to open up that dialogue and create jobs and opportunities in our community. But it can only do that if the people who have put president and CEO on their business card have invested and have an investment plan for how am I financing my success. I always say, if you've only invested in your product or service, then you've also only invested in your failure, because you will end up just sitting on your products that don't move out the door, or sitting with your service, rocking, telling yourself it's a great service. It's going to catch on pretty soon. I'm just waiting for it to go viral. I just need this celebrity to endorse me. I just need a windfall cash thing or a client. Meanwhile, the people who are really ready to take advantage of this revolution have hired firms and companies that do business development and said, make it happen. So I'll stop on this last one. I always want to point out that it is good to come up with a a plan and a strategy that at the end of the day helps you self-evaluate if you are putting the right things in place for your company. And the exercise I ask you to do is write down all the things that are going well and all the known challenges that you have. And then do some research on what other people have that is helping them be successful in your same industry that you don't have. And then look at the gaps. And look at them critically, because most people say, oh, it's just money. It's just money. But we help people with all different size budgets and investments make money. So it's not just about the money. If you are looking at getting into hempcrete, hemp plastic, hemp construction, hemp textiles, any of these kinds of things, there are other people who see you as competition and they're already ready to run ahead. But there are also people who might see you as a collaborator, and you may want to expose yourself to the circles where you're actually able to help someone really advance in the things that they need to do. So I'm going to just bring up our website. So this is New Business Solutions. If you have questions, if you have ideas, or if you really want to see how is my company or my idea doing, is this the right framework to build on? Is this the right foundation to build on? You see the two buttons there. You can have a quick chat with us. And I think that's like 15 minutes, or you can actually schedule a consultation. And when you go to schedule a consultation, you'll be able to actually see and do a little bit of that preliminary evaluation that we talked about that allows you to think about all of those elements of your business that are at your back that you may not be aware of are either going to help or hinder you. So you could say, oh, I don't have an appointment. I need a date and time. Let me see. Let me go back. Let me pretend I already have an appointment. So, you know, your income and profitability, is that something you've thought of? Your website. We talk about in 2023, it is unacceptable to have an informational website. Your website needs to drive traffic. It needs to drive sales. It needs to be a hub for recruiting staff. It needs to be a hub of so many things, because websites can be critical to how your organization, and I've been talking about businesses, but all of these also apply to nonprofits and NGOs. It's very, very often that people say, oh, I'm an NGO. I don't, we don't need to worry about profit. That's never true. Your leadership may not take a profit, but think about the Red Cross or all of these organizations that make millions of dollars. Absolutely. You want to be able, as I say, to quantify in dollars the impact you've been able to have on your goal, mission, and community. And if you cannot, as a for-profit or NGO, quantify in dollars the impact you've been able to have by selling or giving people your goods and services, then it's time for a very, very important restructuring. But you'll go through this assessment of the kinds of things you need, as well as your investment, your timeline, and your goals. And you'll be able to, and we'll be able to, even through this, synthesize the best plan of action. And I'm really excited that I've always wanted to either do some kind of alternative textile or something, and also some alternative food items. Maybe not me directly, but I love investing my cash into other companies. But what many people don't realize is the lenders at a bank, the private equity lenders, investors, grantors, they all want the same thing. We all want the same thing. And what we want is to see that you have not just invested in your product and service with your blood, sweat, and tears and money. We want to see that you've invested in the growth and development. We want to see that you've invested in the kinds of solutions that will give us more assurance that you will be able to get us that return on investment. And if you just show up saying you have a good idea, trust me, you have shut down the conversation before it's even started. So with that, we are super excited to be helping so many of you with the ability to transform your idea and your product and service into a viable operation. We are super excited that here we are going to be able to really look at how this green gold rush can be profitable for you and job creating for our Black communities around the world. And we're super excited that this is now a blueprint for success in this hemp revolution. And we're going to make sure that it, as Davisha Ambassador Johnson said, is something that our communities can profit from together, which is one of my favorite principles of Kwanzaa, speaks of that. So, it's to build and maintain our shops, stores, and communities, and to profit from them together. And that's what we're looking at when we say that we're looking at business differently. We're looking at business through a Black and green lens, and we are ready for the blueprint. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Nataki. I appreciate you. Every time you come to the HempTech Conference, you give good information. I think this year is very critical because of the fact that they did pass legislation on July 12th. This conference was regularly scheduled for the last week of July every year for the last 3 years. So we changed it because they passed this law. But I think now, I don't know how many people have called me for so many things that I'm assuming the same reason for you is that they're excited, but they're totally ignorant to where to even start. And some of the ideas that they have are just like, oh my God, who told you that? And why do you think that? And yes, you need somebody's help to help you right now, because there's going to be a lot of people that lose a lot of money, a lot of people that waste a lot of time, just in general, thinking that, oh, we can come set up a cannabis business. Well, not really. There's not going to be a dispensary for you to do. It's not investment in that type of way. It's going to be what I think Thelma likes to call the patient investing. It's agriculture. So it's farming.
Exactly.
It's the season it has to go through. You understand? Go ahead.
And literally it's planting seeds that and waiting for them in a very, very different way. And so, and you can tell the people who show up with those things, with those ideas, that they haven't done their research because they don't have help. And so this is why it was great to be able to have this session, because the first thing you should do is get with someone where you can ask the right questions, or come to a conference like this where you can ask the right questions and even start in the right direction.
Right. I agree. I'm very excited about tomorrow and our in-person launch of our African Cannabis University, because I think we need to invite you to come on board and teach some type of business related, cannabis related, starting something to that effect as part of one of our offerings coming up as the African Cannabis University. Because I think the information that you provided, especially the analogies that you gave, the one about the hands and the back, I think was really important, because a lot of people, these are facts. A lot of people get caught in the minutia of the things that they're doing and don't really see. It takes somebody from the outside. And my new friend Thelma has become that person for me in the last, I don't know, 72 hours in regards to this conference. So, you know, we're visionary people, do visionary things, but there's always somebody, like you need a team to do this type of stuff.
Practical side of it,
especially if you're talking about international business. Go ahead.
I said the practical side has to come in, and that's, you know, all entrepreneurs are visionaries, and that is really the distinction.
Right.
Who is going to be able to actually manifest those visions into something practical, tangible, profitable, and that can have a positive impact on Ghana in meaningful ways where we can dominate an industry.
Right. Right. So how do, there's already been someone in the back to ask me how to connect with you. They need your services. I do have your website scrolling at the bottom of the page. This is recorded and is being recorded and on live on our private YouTube page so that people that have paid for tickets are watching the stream on this private page on YouTube. So if you want to give any of your socials or any of your other information aloud so it can be recorded and shared.
Right, right. I invite everyone to come to newbusinesssolutions.com and schedule click on the book a consultation and set up an appointment. There is a free version if you really want to do the free one. I think it's like 15 minutes. It's an overview of what your options are. And then there is a premium paid consultation for people who are more serious, who know. The first one is more for people who are like, I don't know if I want to go into business or not, or I don't know if this idea is good or not. The paid premium consultation is for people who are like, I know I need some help. I know I need a framework to be able to do something different. I know I need to set some financial goals. And then we take that 90-minute consultation and we look at what elements are there, what gaps are there, and how do we either surround you with the resources for people who can put things in place, or how does my team put it in place? So how do we not just create the website, but how do we create the website in such a way that it boosts your sales, and then it recruits your staff, and then it drives whatever. So we'll actually go through those things. And again, because we do implementation, we usually try and turn things around for people in 3 to 6 months to get to profitability. That's on the service side. If it's a brick and mortar thing that's not constructed yet, it's a different plan. But this is what we're talking about. Like it can't just be theoretical anymore, especially if you're trying to be a game changer in an emerging market.
I totally agree. Not just from what you just said, but from a couple of the speakers previous to you, and just talking about the realities on ground. So there's a lot of education that needs to happen on a lot of different levels, and I'm glad you were here to talk about just the straight business side. So I don't think it's cannabis or hemp or anything else. I think it's just new markets in general. These are baseline things that you need to be thinking about, right?
Exactly.
When you go into any of these new markets. And someone else yesterday was it yesterday? Yes, it was yesterday evening. Thelma made a good point about the U.S. government provides you, and you made somewhat of the same point about the U.S. government provides you market research. And that's really just okay, this is in general what's going on. But then Thelma is an investment banker. So you go to her, and then she gives you specific details of how this, basic fluff information you got on market research that came from this, either free source or this governmental source is just the beginning of going down the rabbit hole of what you actually need for implementation for you to be successful. So I think that has been driven home by your presentation. I want to thank you for coming on. If you have any last words, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I don't mind sharing my phone number. But yeah, this is the best place to start. This is the way that we know people are serious, because it does ask you questions that get to the heart of you really, what's your investment, what's your goal, what's your timeline. If you're ready to start answering those questions, then we can actually talk about what are the new business solutions that are available to you. So start here. If you have something different, or a collaboration or anything like that, you can message me on, of course, I have a page on bb2me.com. You can also WhatsApp me, and that number is that's a Ghana number, +233 24 353 0110. And if you just want information on some of the things that we're doing to help people who are getting into this market, and some of the things that we're doing to even help people start to begin to think about these things, we have a miniature training session and kind of boot camp into blueprinting that you can get into. So you can text this number. So please don't call it. Please don't call it. Please don't call it. You can send a text just simply with your name and your email address and say HempTech. You can text a US number. It's +1 301 244 9072. And I'll repeat that. It's +1 301 244 9072. And I always point out, because 301 is Maryland, 310 is California. So please, if you're used to being on the West Coast of the United States, do not type 310. Make sure you type 301 Maryland, and send the text with your name, your email address, and HempTech, and we'll get you information on the resources that we're doing in one-on-one and with groups to kind of push you forward towards some of these goals.
Well, thank you, Nataki. I'm glad you've already put together a team and got some stuff going for what's coming down the pipe for Ghana. I appreciate you. We have put your information down here that we'll leave at the bottom of the screen. If you want to contact Nataki at New Business Solutions, you can go to her website, and we'll leave this up for a little while, and we'll see you tomorrow.
And we would love to teach at the university. So that is absolutely something that we can put in place very quickly, because the framework is already there. So it's just a matter of operationalizing it.
Perfect. We can, the preliminary advisory board will all be there tomorrow. And this is part of why we're having discussions and why we're going to have the launch of the African Cannabis University and kind of get that all planned out tomorrow. So we will see you live in person tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. in Abri.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Ambassador Johnson.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye. So that was Nataki Kamban. I actually met her when I was doing my Ghana investment tour back in 2019. She's one of the first people that I came across on my, I think, second trip to Ghana at that point. And we connected through WhatsApp when I was in the States. So she's been around since the beginning. And since the beginning of the Ghana HempTech Conference, she supported me and comes to all of my events, and even things that aren't HempTech Conference stuff that I just invite to, or we just end up seeing each other at other events and other spaces. So Ghana is very small, especially if you're doing a particular type of work. And so you come across some of the same people. And as you start seeing some of the same people, you realize who's serious and who's not. And Nataki is one of those people that she's very friendly, but she's also about her business. Like, it's not a lot of, she's American. So it's kind of like, get to it. So realizing that and knowing that you do need some help when you get to a certain level in your business, especially when you do have some capital to use to invest or reinvest in your business, then I would recommend you utilize her, particularly those interested in investments and coming to Ghana or any other African country. There is great opportunities. However, the traditional route that they tell you to take through the U.S. commercial services, I'm only speaking for the U.S. because I'm American. So I'm sure there's other systems in place in the UK and the EU and a lot of other places with your embassies in these particular countries. I'm not sure. However, the U.S. government provides a United States Foreign Commercial Services Department in every U.S. embassy across the world. So here in Ghana, they also have that same department, and that department enlists, I think, 4 or 5 other sub-departments, which include the U.S. Foreign Agriculture Service, the U.S. Commercial Foreign Service, and all kinds of other departments that we as American citizens can utilize. Now, they provide information because that's what my tax dollars pay for. However, that information is going to be whatever basic information they have and whatever amount of resources financially the U.S. government decides to put in X country for X reasons. So if there's a large stake in United States and Ghana and they have some real interest in doing some stuff, or they got their foot deep up in the country doing whatever it is that America does, they're going to provide more resources towards that country. So that's going to give you more valuable information. I'm sure East Africa and Rwanda U.S. Embassy has, a different type of setup. There's the way Liberia U.S. Embassy has. You understand what I'm saying? So having the information is one thing, but then having people that are on the ground, been around, have their own experiences, have a good network is something that's critical, I think, for anybody to be successful. It's how I've become successful in being able to transition myself and my family over here to the continent. So that's where we're at. So we're going to continue along with our day, with our program, and go on to our next speakers, which is a panel discussion. We will try and, let me make sure I'm on the right part of the program before we skip something and come to something else. So so we're at 3:00 with regenerative farming and the cannabis metaverse. So I'm very excited about this one because I'm a nerd and I like to learn, and this whole little AI. And when Nataki mentioned Chat GPT, it kind of like triggered me because I just found out about AI, and I figured like me and AI go together now. It's like my boyfriend, because we spend a lot of time together, because I'm super excited about this Chat GPT AI thing. Because so now let's just take it back a second. I'm going to take a moment. So first, I was kind of like an old person. I was kind of like, I don't want to use this Chat GPT and the AI stuff, and the aliens are going to take over, and the robotics, and I don't want to do that. I don't have time to learn something else. I'm not into it. And then this early 30-something young man came to me and was like, no, Ambassador Johnson, listen to me. With the things that you do and the stuff that you're putting together, you have to get on this Chat GPT. I said, well, how do I use the darn thing? So he puts me on there and gives me like 3 commands and says, tell it to do this. And I told it to do something simple. And at that point, he had me at hello. I was like, what? I can create and then I spent the next 6 hours literally with ChatGPT. So we have a personal relationship at this point. And then last week or 2 weeks ago, I found out about the graphics version of ChatGPT. Oh, it was over. It was over. Some of the things that I have been doing in my life, to Nataki's point, were so close to me. I knew I had a problem. It's kind of like being in an abusive relationship. You know that this is an abusive relationship, but you don't know how to get out of it. That's how I felt about my talent and creativity when it comes to graphic and design and all that. I know I can do it, but my problem is that I don't have time. I don't have time to do those types of things. But it was so close and personal of a thing to me. Like, this is something I know how to do. So I'm the only one that can do it. And therefore, it has to be done like that. I had to just wake up and realize that I had moles on my back and I couldn't see them because it was that close to me, to Nataki's point. I needed someone, young man, you could make your life a whole lot easier if you just use this tool that would help you do things in like microseconds. And literally things that would take me a week to do, I did in like an hour. So to Nataki's point, sometimes we're just too close to things and kind of shut ourselves out. And even as a millennial, I was like, Chat GPT and I don't get it. So then the algorithms of the universe started throwing things in my space, which is how we came and found it's a whole, like the metaverse is the thing. I went to Canada, met with my brother. Shout out to Mike Avis with Tap Vigo. We're going to feature that at our presentation tomorrow. A whole virtual reality thing that we're going to add to it. So I really want people to understand that even as a young person myself, because in Africa, I'm considered a young person. So even as a young person myself, I understand that there are so many quick and fast changing things in society in 2023 that I also have to keep up. And thank God I have young children that are technologically advanced, that are into all these things. So they teach me as they go, which is very helpful because I own my own business. So I think it's important to just remember that there are people out here that can help us, and that when we jump into these new technologies and all these new things going on, we just want to keep in mind that there is a next generation coming after us, and it's our responsibility in the here and now to make sure that the next generation does have the tools Nataki's talking about, that we all are sharing information as Black folks. So that's what we're supposed to be doing. And it's a revolution of the wokeness that people are talking about in Africa is a real thing. It's not a real thing in the same context as America. It's the fact that Africa as a continent is waking up, and its people are waking up to the fact that we can do stuff without the help of other people that don't look like us or don't have our best interests at heart. Like, it's possible. And I think the Seedverse offers that in a whole different vibe. So without further ado, because I've taken up rambling about my own self for the last 15 minutes, we want to bring on the AI metaverse and conversation about hemp and cannabis in relation to metaverse and youth and AI. So we're going to get Trayvon Dorsey to come up for our panel discussion. I think I'm going to bring back Mr. Joseph Gaglow. If you want to come back on for our panel discussion, because we talked about youth earlier, you can also do that. I'm going to see if Dr. Ikeche is coming on. I think he's queuing up also. So we're going to have a whole little bunch of us. There's Trayvon, Mr. Joseph. If you're going to come on, let me know. Hello, how are you?
What's up, Ambassador? I see you over here. Hey. Loving the energy, loving the conversation. Hey, that last the Green Rush, or I can't remember the actual title, but you know, there's a lot that could be carried on from her discussion on to the metaverse and AI. And one of the biggest words I kept hearing was convenience. Mm-hmm. I hope this background noise isn't going to be a bother.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, are we going to wait for the other panelists?
Yes, yes, and Nataki would be very interested in this conversation because she's a techie also, and I think she does like tech angel investing, something like that. So that might be an additional conversation you might want to have with her after the fact.
Okay.
And so let me get Dr. Ikeche, because he works with universities, and he's the research and development director for the African Diaspora Collective. And so we want to get some different perspectives here. And then if Mr. Joseph wants to come on, and Godfred also is coming on as well.
Right.
So give me 1 second. So let's just have a chit chat real quick before they come on. So it's nice to put a face to the voice of all these conversations we've been having.
I know all these combos, and yeah, exactly. Say that one more time, the last part.
I said, where's the baby?
Oh, so I'm working. I'm out at DZ Housing today. The baby's back at home with Mercy, but she's doing good. She's big. I mean, every time I see a little baby, I ask how old they are, and I'm just like, damn, this baby's only 13 months, and she's as big as 22-month-olds and 23. So it's just like, damn, I don't know if it's the milk
Well, you have to
or
look at her dad, and
yeah,
she
right.
is a human being that you made. I know it's kind of weird for first time parents, like, but that is actually half of you as a person. Like you made a whole
Yeah,
you. It's half of her.
I didn't think I was that
You.
big. That baby is big. That's a big baby. 25 pounds and she's 13 months. Big little head. I mean, I guess I can see the resemblance.
All right. So this is the point about understanding, the ever-changing world of your child. Like before you know it. So right now you in the honeymoon phase. Let me put you up on some game real quick while we wait on other people. So I've been in this game 25 years, 26 years strong at this point. So you're in like the honeymoon phase right now, but wait till she get to talking at the same time. That's when you really got to.
I'm already getting little words here and there. She's saying apple and orange and red and blue, but I already know what that brain is working. Yeah. Once some sentences are constructed.
Right. But I think if we look at, I think this is a great part of this conversation. So if we look at your child as where we are right now in AI, it's like a baby.
Right.
It's like just starting and kind of figuring out what's going on, putting everything in its mouth, trying to figure out how to taste it. Oh, that hurts. Oh,
right.
Oh, it's cold.
Yeah.
Like all that type of stuff, right?
Exactly. Like you just said, you're putting like the baby does. You have to feed the baby. You are teaching that baby everything it needs to know in order for it to carry out whatever operations you need it to do or whatever it needs to be self-sufficient on its own. So we're doing the same thing with AI itself. Like the AI program ChatGPT, like you mentioned, if you put in not even specific context, but if you put in a question or you put in a paragraph, literally you could put in anything and ChatGPT will give you the feedback, but it's going to tailor it to you based off of how you've spoken to it throughout your previous experience. So if I've spoken to it a specific way and it's giving me data, it's going to keep and consistently spitting out data points the way I want it. Like you can tailor it the way you want. So for me, I do a lot of market research with AI, ChatGPT specifically, and I do cannabis research to see where the gaps are in the industry. And for anyone who is a market researcher out there, ChatGPT is one of your best friends because you don't have to go on Google and waste your time going through all of these pages and all of these hyperlinks. ChatGPT will list out bullet points of data sets that it gathered from the internet and from the other people that are using the site. So that's one of the best things for me is once again the convenience of just asking a simple question. And I'll give an example. I wanted to know, and I asked it literally, what are the gaps or what gaps in the cannabis industry that aren't being utilized? And it gave me 12 bullet points, and 4 of them I'm utilizing right now with my business. One of them being an ancillary cannabis marketplace is not, it's in the air. No one has, or specifically an ancillary cannabis marketplace. There are social media ancillary businesses out there that have multiple non-plant touching and plant touching businesses, one being LeafWire. There are others who are similar to LinkedIn who you can interface with, but they're profiles. They're not marketplace essential to where I can find a specific service or a specific field and see what they're offering, how much they're offering it for, and paying for that service or just saving them for my bucket list later on. So ChatGPT is a huge that is one of the best tools that you could put in your tool set right now for anything. I mean, honestly, anything you wanted, we could ask ChatGPT. I wouldn't get personal with it. I would never input your own personal information. Just as a security engineer, I'm not putting my daughter's name, my birthday, my name, my business name, because I don't want someone to pull or even look up my company and ask, what does this company do? And based off of the data that I fed it, it can list more than my website actually says, or anything that I've actually posted on social media, anything like that. So you want to be careful what you're giving it, just like you would do a baby. If you're saying curse words and derogatory phrases, the baby is gonna say it. It doesn't matter where the baby is, the baby will say it wherever they are, just like ChatGPT. ChatGPT does have filters, but it doesn't have filters as far as what it won't say to somebody else. As far as if you ask what is Seed Inc., right, you would get all the information. I fed it.
Right.
So you gotta be careful.
Right.
You gotta be careful. It's a
This
tool
is,
and a weapon at the same time.
I'm hearing you say that. That's what I'm receiving. You're saying is, but it's again like a baby. At the end of the day,
Right,
you can
exactly.
also feed your children all the good knowledge you want to and everything else, but they take one wrong turn and go to that one party, and now they're doing 25 for life because Willie Bobo and them decided to
Exactly.
do something
Yep.
stupid. You know what I'm saying? So I think for the basis of this conversation, while we wait on Dr. Ikeche, tell us who you are while we're just, shooting a breeze. But tell us who you are. Tell us about, you can pick. You can tell us about Seedverse, or you can tell us about the other one. So what do you want
So
to
the
tell us
beautiful
about?
thing, the most beautiful thing about my business, both of them, the Seed Inc. and Seedverse, are they integrate. So my name is Trayvon Dorsey. I'm the CEO and founder of Seed Inc., and we are a digital marketplace that helps Black entrepreneurs and Black people across the diaspora translate or transfer their skills into the cannabis industry, but also find licensed opportunities. So a lot of people, when they think of licensed opportunities, they say, oh, I want to start a dispensary, or I want to start a grow or a cultivate or a processing facility. But there are so many more opportunities available where you don't have to touch the plant. I was just talking to one of my colleagues. A lot of people are wasting their time, energy, focus, everything. They're wasting a lot of their capabilities on applying for a license that doesn't fit into their niche. So if I specialize in warehousing, if I specialize in storage, security, transportation, delivery, online delivery, if I specialize in any of these skill sets, it doesn't make sense for me to apply for a dispensary license. So what our business does is point you and direct you to the licenses that are ancillary, that are non-plant touching, but also the generic ones that we always hear about. And it recommends specific services, people being in legal, people being in marketing. So we have recommendations for you, as well as the license that you're going to attempt to apply for. So it's really a one-stop shop for people who want to get in the industry, but also for people who want to experience cannabis in a new light. And like I said, we are for the diaspora. That's how me and the ambassador linked up. My business is all about helping Black entrepreneurs to network and making sure that we are linking together, making sure that we have a positive experience with one another, and most importantly, making sure we're doing business with one another instead of just consuming. Cannabis is as a heavily consumption industry, and we just had an article come out about how the top 15 places in the U.S. that had consumption, and 4 of those states were Black-based states. Philly, New York. I can't remember the other two, but those are predominantly black states. Those are predominantly black places, but we want to shift that mindset. We don't want, I don't want us to specifically be cannabis consumers. I want us to understand the consumption method, but I want us to understand that there is business to be done. And this industry has so much pain, suffering, culture, positives. We have a ton of history when it comes to here in America. Over in Africa, I've done my history with Africa. Over in Jamaica, in Europe, we have history because wherever we went, the plant also went. Wherever we went, we've also planted seeds. As enslaved individuals, we planted seeds for not only the medicinal benefits, but also the psychological warfare. Honestly, we use it as a tool against our slave captors and those who were housing us. So we have a deep-rooted history with cannabis, but and I don't want to say for some reason, but for a good reason and a good amount of time, prohibition has been the staple. And it's, let this helicopter fly by, but fear is a hell of a drug. If you have fear, you have stigma. And if you have that fear, you have people who are scared to attempt to even go beyond the barrier of what they already understand about cannabis. So like I said, when you hear about cannabis, people automatically associate it to smoking. If you have a fear and a stigma against it, you're not going to get past that barrier. You're not going to get past or even to the point of starting a business with it. So with Seed, we're making sure that our people have a network to start businesses, to experience cannabis in a new light. And we're using the metaverse and AI as a entertainment aspect so that you can see what the future would look like, or the present, honestly, what the present will look like if we as a collective adapt cannabis as our vibranium. If you're looking at, and I say this, I analogy all the time, if you're looking at Black Panther and you're looking at how Wakanda used vibranium to power the Black Panther suit, to build their industry, to build the train lines, to how Shuri used it to build new technology throughout the entire city, but also how they incorporated vibranium in just everyday life. We can use cannabis in the same light as a security blanket, as a medical blanket, as an industrial blanket, as a technological, and the list goes on and on and on. But we have to understand this is a resource that our people can use to have the leg up on everybody else, and to make sure that we don't have to be reliant on anyone else. We don't have to be reliant on the Chinese, the French, over here in the US, the US government. We don't have to be reliant on them for anything, because the cannabis industry is, its roots go into every industry, the pharmaceuticals. That's one of the main reasons why it was prohibited and why prohibition even started, is because there was money lost in other industries. So if you have a stigma, if you have a family member that has a stigma against cannabis, explain the concept of vibranium to them. Explain the concept that this is something that can change our entire existence. And it's not going to happen overnight, but it is going to happen if we change our mindset.
Right. I forgot about that whole analogy that you gave about the vibranium, but it just triggered me in this whole conversation at the same time, because everybody, the vibe, you know, in Africa, we say everything is a vibe. So the vibe around that movie and what that movie represented, and the silent but very loud movement of Black people tapping into Pan-Africanism or being part of the continent, was something you could visibly see, that didn't take a protest, it didn't take a slogan, it didn't take a nothing. It was just this movie made people, Black people universally across the world, move a certain way.
Right.
People were making sure that children had access to this movie. So they were buying out theaters for schools to
Exactly.
go into the movie. And you didn't have to be told to do this stuff. You just did it. Whatever that was, I think the essence of vibranium in its core nature in itself. It's just like my analogy that I use for the Power Rangers. It's time for us to Mighty Morphin Power Ranger and link up and turn into the big dude that goes
Exactly.
out and fights all the other big monsters. That's what
Megazord.
there you go. That's what the AIE Project Partners is. It's just a bunch of us little pieces that are great pieces on our own. But once we Mighty Morphin Power Ranger ourselves together, we turn into this huge beast that
Exactly.
nobody can touch at that point. And if we're powered by something that comes from the earth that's been there for forever, that is in
Right.
abundance,
In
that we can grow on
abundance.
our own, that's in abundance, because the word abundance is a Black thing. So in abundance of all the things that we are and we can have, then that powers us, then I think that's great. So we're going to bring on Nataki and Dr. Ikeche up on the screen as well. We're going to have an all-out panel discussion with ourselves, so we can get this party started. Okay, so Trayvon already talked about, and we're gonna get way deeper into that, but I want to give Dr. Ikeche an opportunity to introduce himself, and then we'll go into the panel and ask you guys some questions and you can give comments. So Dr. Ikeche, do you want to introduce yourself really quickly so we can all have a chat? You have to unmute yourself.
Ambassador Davisha, can you hear me now?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah, my name is Dr. Ikechi Abuba, and I have where do I start? Sorry. I actually started in Nigeria. I'm originally Nigerian, and but I'm a Pan-Africanist, and I have been exposed to the African countries, and we have about 54 countries or 55 countries of Africa. And sub-Saharan Africa is where I'm widely exposed to. The other 5 countries of North Africa, Libya, Egypt, Morocco, and Tunisia, it's still part of Africa, but not used to that side. Anyway, yeah, so I'm originally an agricultural economist, and I have very interesting profile, which connects the academia, the research, and the industry domains. So we are trying to bridge the gap between research and industry. And I've been in this diaspora thing for a while now, and it's trying to encourage people from African descent to see ways of investing in Africa's economy agriculturally. So, and of course, we know that Africa is endowed with agriculture, which is the primary sector, and other sectors depend on it. So that's where I'm a regular speaker. I've written so many articles. You'll find my profile online. Yeah. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you, Dr.
Ambassador.
Ikeche.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ikeche. It's nice seeing you too. I have so many conversations with you people on WhatsApp through voice clips and all these things. So this is, for people that don't know, this is the first time that I have literally laid eyes on Dr. Ikeche. It's my first time that I have literally laid eyes on Trayvon. And we have all been having conversation for months and months and months. So thanks to technology, we can finally see each other and talk. So it's happening live here at the 4th Annual HempTech Conference, which makes me super excited because that means I just did a good job. Okay,
Thank you so much.
Yes, I'm happy with myself. Yes, so we're going to get into the conversation with Miss Nataki. If you are not here, she just came from the previous conversation, but I know she's a techie. and I saw that she was still backstage, so I figured she would want to join also. But the basis of this conversation is because Dr. Ikeche works a lot with universities, and we're talking about the African continent. We're talking about the next generation and AI. And even as a millennial, I'm still getting used to what AI is. I learned something from Trayvon about ChatGPT and how to utilize that. I know that ChatGPT does Excel spreadsheets. If you didn't know that, it's a thing, whole thing. So I want to get you guys together because Nataki just talked to us about the business aspect, but she did mention something about market research. Trayvon has a whole alternative universe and metaverse built and powered by cannabis. So these are all things that attach to the youth. So smart Black people, what are we going to do? Number one question is, what are we going to do for the youth in this AI Web3 space coming up for cannabis and hemp? How are we going to sensitize them past the smoking weed part? Because they're the hardest, I think, to get past the smoking weed part into the other parts of how we can make money, or even the research part and using AI to research cannabis. Like you were like, what do we do? So we'll take ladies first and then go around. So Natasha, you want to answer that first?
Okay. Yeah. So I am also triggered when you talk about tech and AI because it has revolutionized our company. So I mentioned we've been in business for 23 years, and one of the benefits of being in business for so long is that you are able to do things sometimes smarter, faster, better than people who are just kind of figuring it out. But that can also be a drawback. I mean, it could be there's a downside to that if you are not the kind of company that stays on the wave of innovation and technology. And because we work with millennials who are brand new in business, and then we work with some old heads, as you said, who kind of put some systems in place and just stuck there. This whole AI conversation and people's interest in what it can do has really changed the conversation. And now we're helping companies leverage AI. We've always, our firm has been virtual since 2012. So you have people working in 7 different countries, all in different time zones, and I have staff members who I've never met because we don't live even in the same country, let alone on the same continent. But what we've been able to do with our clients is, one, explain that, to your point, AI is not in the process of taking over the world right now. I was just in another person's AI webinar, and he said, AI is like a cell phone. If you turn your cell phone on, it's a supercomputer right now, more capable than even the AI technology, but it's still only limited into what you punch in for what it's going to do. And AI is very similar. I liken it to African tradition of call and response. And you're only going to get a response as good as what you put out in your call. So with ChatGPT, if you don't put in a prompt or a call in the right way, excuse me, you're not going to get a response that is going to be helpful. But if you do put in valid responses, there are about 30 different ways that we leverage ChatGPT on a daily basis internally and for our clients. And no, it hasn't made us fire anybody. That's the fear. Is it going to replace jobs?
Right.
But it has allowed us to do things like create PowerPoint presentations for the HempTech Conference with meaningful. But again, to that point, you have to have a framework. So you have to ask it the right questions. So I, for example, asked the prompt for my presentation, give me examples of people during the Industrial Revolution in the United States who didn't catch up with technology in time and went out of business. Now I have to be intelligent enough to ask that question, but then ChatGPT and so forgive me, everybody. I keep mixing the letters because we live in Ghana, where there is a GTP fabric company, and I work with fashion designers. And then we have Chat GPT. So I get tongue tied. But again, you have to ask it the right questions, and then you can leverage those questions to build and ask more intelligent questions. And so I do impress upon people, it's not going to replace anybody, because you still have to be learned enough to ask questions. But we have been able to help companies, instead of taking the traditional 3 to 6 months, we just recently helped a company launch in 30 days. And he's now so overwhelmed with clients in 30 days that that they're going to have to pivot and do something different, because they can't find staff with their specialized training to put in there. But some of those resources didn't exist 2 years ago, before you had AI technology. And we only deployed on a very low level some of these things. But I would just say that the AI is only as smart as the people using it. And when we have taught, I've taught a couple of workshop series. When we've taught it, the people who do well are the people who recognize that it is a tool. And the people who don't do well are the people who think, now that I've heard about this tool, I'm going to go take over the world. I don't need the rest of this. So, yeah.
Right. Thank you for that. Trayvon, do you have
I got plenty to say from Nataki. Hey, it's a pleasure to meet you too, and Dr. Ikechi. Like Davisha said, this is literally my first time seeing everyone too. So it's a pleasure to meet you both, and I want to give credence and appreciation to the hemp lady, Davisha Johnson, for putting this together and for having all of us from across the world come together. This is special, and we really need to highlight it and make sure that this is something that we continue to do on a consistent basis. But like Nataki was saying, AI is only as smart as the user. I really didn't want to talk too much about AI. I wanted to talk more about what you had referenced first, with how we're going to help our children, because that was the focal point for me when I started the Seedverse. The same time I started the Seedverse was the same time I found out that we were pregnant. And I wanted to make sure that, okay, if I have a child, how do I introduce cannabis to them? And that's where I really, it came to me. I love comic books, and I've loved comic books since I was a child. So one of the first things I wanted to do was create a storyline, very inspirational and catchy and just cool. I wanted to create something that was different, that wasn't seen in the cannabis industry. So I created a comic book that laid out the foundation of how the metaverse and how we would gamify the metaverse and use cannabis to teach our children. A lot of our kids are into virtual reality. A lot of them are into these first-person shooter games. A ton of them are into the games that allow you avatars. So this was something that we wanted to create a storyline out of, and have our children pick a character that they saw themselves in, and went through the world, through our Afrofuturistic world, and utilize cannabis, utilize it in a medical sense, in a technological sense, but also using it in a political sense. In the future, cannabis is going to have, I believe cannabis is going to have extreme power, and the ones who wield that power are going to have, power over, I don't want to keep saying power, but you're going to have an abundance of power over others because of the lack of need for natural resources over the resources that you can produce from cannabis. Like the fact that you can convert fuel out of hemp, and the fact that you can just convert it into just about anything. Thinking about you utilizing the hemp seeds as food and growing it and it turning into anything you want into a damn house. That is just crazy in itself. So just having our children be able to experience that and build that in a digital sense, them building their own digital home in a digital format, and then taking that knowledge that they have from children and moving that into an adult. They're going to have way more experience than we ever had. They're going to have a running start, not having a stigma against cannabis, seeing it as other than a consumable, but seeing it as a source, a resource. And then they're going to have stronger relationships with their people across the diaspora. So just, summarizing it, I think the metaverse is going to be a crucial standpoint in us utilizing it with our children and just meeting them to where they're at. The same way the movie Ready Player One dictates and shows you how you're using these sensitive body-proof suits and these virtual augmented reality headsets to go into a different world, to be someone else, to meet people across the universe. This gives you a whole new way. This is a new form of the internet. This is Web 3. Right now we're utilizing Web 2, but this is a whole new form of the internet, and people are going to want to experience people in a whole different light. Yeah, so I'll wrap it up right there.
That y'all have to go check out. Can you hear this music in the background that's playing? Can you hear that? No.
Can you say that one more time?
Okay. I thought I was trying to do two things at once, and I'm not that technologically advanced. So I put I put your website down at the bottom of the screen. You guys have to go check out projectseed.io. Once you get to the website and you just see it and hear it, you will understand what time it is. That's all I have to say.
That's what's up. I would also ask if you have any questions, hit me up, Trayvon at projectc.io. I'm open to, discussing anything with everyone, and I'd rather, us talk about it as soon as possible. So you can get in contact with me on my email at Trayvon at projectc.io, or faster communication will come from social media. You can find me at Project Seed on Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, all over. And that's Seed with a C.
On all socials. Now give me your email again. So while you're here, we can just have it on the bottom.
I'm gonna put it in. Yeah, that's it. That's perfect. Yeah, Nikita Nataki put it in there.
Nataki. Okay, perfect.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Perfect. So Dr. Ikeche, do you have a response about, so you're on the academia side, and I'm a big nerd. I went to school for about 10 years before I finally got my piece of paper. But tell us from the African university perspective, since you have a lot of contacts there, and also to Trayvon's point, aren't you in the UK right now? Where are you in the world? Are you in the UK? Yes. So Dr. Ikeche is in the UK. Nataki is
in the UK.
Here in Ghana, and Trayvon is in Maryland. So we got a whole situation going on.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Right here. And now
you
Dr.
said
Ikeche,
Nataki is where and Trayvon is where?
Nataki is in Ghana.
Nataki is in Ghana, but she's oddly was based in Maryland before coming to Ghana, so connected to everybody.
Right. There you go. So Dr. Ikeche, can you respond to what are we going to do for the youth from the academia side when it comes to cannabis and hemp to get past the medicinal dispensary usage? What kind of conversations, if any, are happening from your perspective, from the university research side, I guess, and how we engage with the youth?
First of all, I think we have to come from the side of, just like you mentioned, the value that it will bring, because lots of African communities are not welcoming very enough, even when the government have approved. Some persons are still having reservations because of lack of knowledge. So we need to enlighten the people through research, just the medical or the medicinal, the therapeutic, the health benefits, nutritional benefits as well, to some extent, because when there was this conversation that I had with one of the top people in South Africa, we were discussing on how you can grow it with other crops, and it will, it can be intercropped. Yeah, and during that, there's a lot that other crops will benefit. So it's quite compatible with some crops from the point of production. So talking about food and agricultural systems, hemp production has some value to also contribute at that extent. So yeah, and then coming back to AI, because AI is very important, right now, technology in agriculture and the young people. We are talking about rebranding, the agriculture and food systems for the young people. The young people, they are not very, they are not interested when it comes to agriculture. So, and we need to find a solution. And the strategy I developed is quite holistic. It has every aspect of technology. It touches on every aspect of the fourth industrial revolution, and it touches on also building, injecting the curriculum and also social media, because the young people, they love to see a more scientific and technologically driven agriculture. They love to see an agriculture that is sexy or appealing. That's how I featured as the speaker at the Nelson Mandela University recently, and it was, they told me to speak on how to make agriculture more sexy for the young people. And that is a very big issue, because the United Nations, the high-level panel of experts, research has it that the role of young people in transforming our economies through the food systems and agriculture and agribusiness cannot be overemphasized. So the brain reengineering strategy, which I developed, forebears on changing this wrong perception problem through the four pillars of the concept, which are perception change, ideation and enterprising. That's where the business model comes in. So we have to train them, teach them a lot about business ideas, coming up with business strategies on how to navigate the competing business environment, and then also having technology, and then having sustainability, because technology is everything. Technology has changed the game. So sustainability, we are now talking about circular economy. The environment comes in, and them.
It's true. It's true. I think we've had this extensive conversation. Dr. Ketcher and I met through another agriculture conference. So I think I surprise people when I come into agriculture spaces and they say, well, Ambassador, what are you going to talk about? Cannabis. Oh, it's kind of like, oh, well, I don't really know if you should be talking about, but cannabis is a plant. So it's in the agriculture space. So it's just like any other exotic plant that someone else would think is exotic, but you can grow it anywhere, and it's very helpful so there's a lot of education in academia when it comes to this particular plant in the agriculture sector because it's not common, especially on the continent. And there's so many other cultural, societal barriers and stigmas around it. I think AI is going to be very helpful in some of that mindset change or perception change that you were talking about in relation to the youth and how we get them to start thinking about, which is why I'm so excited about Trayvon's Seedverse, because when I purchased that comic book, I'm not really into comic books, young boys. Well, I had a young boy. He's like 17 at this point. He's half grown. So my boy children like that type of stuff. So I was like, oh, my son would love this. The action he watches, what's this dude's name? What is this boy's name? This anime thing that he watches all the time. Naruto, Sasuke. That's the guy's name, Sasuke. I've been watching this anime stuff for a while, and I still don't get it, but I get it. But the storylines behind some of these things, I think, is Trayvon's bigger point about having something that the youth can identify with that's not centered around the stigma that the older generation may have put on the same thing. So we are changing the perception of the same contextual idea of what this plan is to letting the old heads think what they're going to think, but also having the young people utilize this for the medicines that the old people need to stay alive. That's just the basic, chain of life. As you get older, you usually require more care to take care of the vessel that is not going to last forever. So that usually comes with some prescribed medications of some kind your doctor probably gives you, especially in the US. So utilizing something natural that comes to the earth for the youth to then get into the lab, getting to these research departments, getting to these institutions, writing papers, coming up with research methodologies on how we can utilize this plant is something that was based off of the video that we did, the video that we showed yesterday, based off of the same information that Black folks have been saying for a long time, is that this plant has so many properties that we can't even count, but we have to start somewhere. We have to do something. I think Ghana has done a good job with opening the door for a conversation around the opportunity, but there needs to be further education in what this looks like. So I want to go back to the panel. Is Trayvon and Nataki still around? I want to ask another question before we get into the next panel, which is the last one, which is me talking about the 1 hectare sustainable farm project. Trayvon, if you're around, we've got 1 or 2 last burning questions. Trayvon's joining from Maryland in the US on the East Coast. That's also where Nataki came from. I came from Atlanta, Georgia, but I spent a lot of time in DC, which is the DMV is Maryland, DC, and District of Columbia and Virginia. So all 3 of us basically came from the same region of the country. And we've also the line that connected us over here in the way that happened, and also with Trayvon and connecting to us and what he's doing, because we just passed cannabis legislation in Maryland. I was talking to Trayvon about this the other day. So I think my next question in regards to the youth component is, how do we do this internationally? How do we take the youth from Maryland, the street boys, as we would call them here in Ghana, or the street boys that we would call them in Nigeria? How do we connect the street boys in Maryland and Baltimore with the street boys of Ghana, with the street boys of the UK around cannabis that's not, stereotypically violent, and all these other words that I don't even want to speak into existence. So how do we globally connect these youth with each other, knowing that even though they're in different parts of the world, they have some of the same challenges from Baltimore to Kumasi to UK? Some of these youth are having some of these same issues. So how do we start to connect them so that they don't fall into the trap of thinking that, oh, because I'm in Liberia, or I'm in Cameroon, I have a different issue than Davisha in Atlanta. It's the same Black folks issue. Just because you're over there does not mean you're going through the same thing. So we'll take this the same way with Ladies First. How do you think we can start desensitizing and you know, getting an idea out of our minds that we're so much different, but that we're actually the same?
Yeah, I think just the same way that there is a hemp revolution, as I talked about, there is a digital revolution, and the interesting thing that we can leverage is the system of racism and white supremacy needs us plugged into technology to enact some of its tools of control, but they don't want us to have too much of it. So, you know, it's limited. And so, you know, one little, I wouldn't say tangent, but one parallel concept is how, you know, there is this digital segregation that happens where, for example, in Ghana, it's very difficult to get the post-paid cell phone plans. So people are buying minutes, similar to how you have the digital segregation in the United States, where people have the prepaid cell phones because they can't afford the postpaid plans, which means it limits how much people communicate, which means it limits people in how they think. When you think of like the small fish bowl, because now I'm thinking a minute at a time. I'm not thinking about next week, next month, next year, and how I'm putting in a plan in place for 50 years from now. I'm thinking, ooh, I can't make that long distance call because I might spend 2 minutes. And but because they also need us plugged in because it's the most efficient way to communicate all these issues. I mean, all of these things that are brainwashing us and propagandizing us. We have access. For now, we you know, the net neutrality thing is real, but for now we can leverage technology to get people in on their own devices or in shared space that have technology, and we can host events like you just said, hosting events where people get to see each other, talk to each other, work in teams. I love that Trayvon talked about the importance of gamification and how people can really, you know, people really get involved when they see competition in it. But, you know, I feel like this is now a brainstorming session. I wouldn't put DC against Kumasi. I'd mix it up so that people realize that they have allies on their own team, and that it's not about, you know, it's not about this divide. And then we infuse at the core of it African-centered principles and values, because I always say we don't need, you know, I talk about, you know, creating millionaires through business development and business consulting, but we don't need millionaires who are going to go out and do something foolish and put poison back in our communities or put these negative things in our community. If we're going to do this, we need to be figuring out how we leverage it to create the next enterprises, to create the people who are bringing, you know, zero waste manufacturing into communities and cleaning up the landfills and all these different kinds of things through gamification of children's activities. And, you know, and if they don't have technology where they are, then that's where I see all of us who consider ourselves philanthropists in some way, shape, or form. And even those who don't have a lot of means, who are not independently wealthy, can give back in little ways that have huge effects in some of the quote unquote underprivileged communities. And so that's just the brainstorming off the top of my head, but that's what I would do.
Okay, thank you for that. Dr. Keche, Trayvon, you want to respond to how do we globalize the youth in respect to AI, and what are we going to do with these boy and girl child across the world in the technology age? They're connecting regardless. The TikToks and there's a dance over here and a dance over there. Like, what are we doing? We have to do something with these young people that are, you know, mimicking what they're seeing in other parts of the world. Trayvon, you want to respond?
Yeah, Doc, if you don't mind, I think the answer is right in our face, like it's looming in our face. But you said TikTok, which is an Asian-based company. I think that the biggest thing we can do is create our own platform where we can distribute the wealth, but also create different chests that go to different organizations. The money can be distributed in different ways. Right now, we made Twitter multi-billionaire. We've made Jack Dorsey a multi-billionaire. We've made Steve Jobs with Apple. I mean, we've made so many people billionaires, on and on, even with Amazon. We need to create a platform.
Uh-oh. Okay, Trayvon, you are breaking up. I'm not sure if it's where you are, but it's cracking.
Let me move.
Let me just jump in to say something.
Go ahead,
Maybe I
Dr.
would
Kitchen.
just say, okay, I just wanted to say that with my position and networks and with in the academia, I think we can always do that. You know, remember we are still trying to develop something for historical facts and sensitive topics of Africa. And I wanted to tell you that something dropped my mind, which I've shared with one of them, who is a lecturer at one of the federal universities in the southeast region of Nigeria. And he seems to like you a lot. He likes the way you talk and he likes your drive. Yes, he likes the way you speak. So, and I have also yes, you, Dr. Ambassador. So, and it happened that I know their vice chancellor personally. So I called his vice chancellor. I spoke with the vice chancellor 2 weeks ago, and or 3 weeks ago. So I told him what we are doing, and that he is at the forefront of the institution. So, and I thought about us establishing African Diaspora Collective office in Southeast Nigeria, and let it be a Southeast Nigerian sorry, Southeast South. So I will bring in River State University, which is also in the South region, and then Southeast Nigeria, which is that's federal university, and the two vice chancellors are close to me. So and also the dean of the Faculty of Humanities, which is a professor of history and international diplomacy, is actually the mentor of Blessing. Blessing is the lady that works with the Nigerian immigration. So, and she is very much interested in what I do on a global force. So prepare, because we are going to have a meeting with the, you know, but first of all, let's work on that document properly, and then I'm telling you, that man can be the director of that institute, but we need to structure it properly and then have like a very good organogram. Yeah.
Yes.
And I know that it will sell having those two institutions. So every issues that touches on Africa, historical issues, sensitive topics, even this cannabis issue is sensitive topic of Africa.
Yes.
It's part of it. Oh yeah. So
it's true.
There can, in fact, it touches on a lot of issues, and this is what can attract a lot of collaboration from all over the world, from especially in developed countries where you guys are from, and even from this side, and from every part of, and we will have a formidable structure. So what can operate in the university system? They have researchers in that in these areas who can come into to
Perfect.
I would love to say something.
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Sure, go
No,
ahead,
go on,
Natasha. Thank you, Dr. Ikeche. I'm looking forward to having all these conversations. I know River State University. While you playing, that's your alma mater. I know that, so you're gonna shout out your own school. I get it. But yes, I'm very excited about university partnerships because I went to school, but I'm not going back to get any kind of PhD. Or I'm good. That's for you smart people. So you continue to get those degrees. I'm going to continue to be over here. I know what I know how to do. I know what I don't know how to do. And so I will let you guys do all that. So it's great to have partnerships for people that are super focused on what their skill sets are. That's what I've learned, and being a good businesswoman is to know when you don't do that. So I love partnerships, and I'm all about the African Diaspora Collective, getting more people on board that have levels of expertise. So Nataki, you want to jump in and say something in response to Dr. Kitchen?
I did. Because I realized I was brainstorming and I don't know how it escaped me, but one thing that I think would be incredibly valuable when we're talking about how we get these young people on all these different sides of the ocean engaged. We're talking about all these things in these spaces that were not created by us. And I do a lot of talk, as well as Nana Obadale Kanban, about the digital plantations that we are on in these Facebooks and TikToks and all of these things. So I just wanted to point out 3 platforms. I'm sharing my screen. Hopefully this is visible. But this is an app called Ondajas. This is a Black-owned social media app where you can do all different kinds of things. You can chat, you can message, you can create groups. Migrating off of the TikToks and the WhatsApps and the Telegrams and having these conversations in Black spaces is one thing we can do. Ondajas is Black owned and operated. Soft Talk is also an app that I have on my phone. It's actually based in Nigeria. Woo woo. And you can have all those same things that you would normally do. I wish there were more screenshots available here, but you can have all these things. You can see here, add credits and money. There's shopping. You can have video calls and voice calls and all of these things. So I think if we're going to get these young people together, we need to do it in Black spaces led by Black people who understand that if they are going to build and create technologies for us, that we are going to actually be the first consumers of those technologies. And, because we push back, we can't keep having conversations about Black liberation and regaining our power if we're going to do it in, on these white platforms, enriching them when we could be enriching the people who own these kinds of companies, who are hiring the people who look like us. Because these young brothers, especially, you talked about the boys, especially, they're not jobless because of any other, white people are not creating jobs. Asian people are not creating jobs. Whoever is not creating jobs for anyone but themselves. And if we want to move the needle, and if we want the young people to actually see some hope, they need to be able to see that we are creating the kinds of technologies and the kinds of opportunities that's going to change their future. And the best way to do that is on Black social media platforms like Soft Talk, like Ondajas. And of course, I'm especially partial to the Abibi Toomey platform with everything that it is. And the last thing I'll point out is that this was an app that was created in 2008. And because Black people supported it, because Black people utilized it, this is the I don't know, 60-foot structure that now exists in Ghana that was built with the money that to that app and is now a headquarters and a space for people who want to do anything in a Black revolutionary liberated minded kind of space. And so I think if we're talking about getting youth together, these are the models that we need to show them, because if we keep talking about it only from a theoretical standpoint and we don't show them that this is what you can do when you have a brilliant Black mind, then they'll still be absorbed and consumed.
I think it cut out a little
That's
bit,
it.
but I think you are okay. Thank you. I think we're getting to the point. I think that the point of me asking the question about how do we get youth engaged is real stuff. So in my own little space, being a young person in my space, because in my space of politics, I'm a young person. I just scratched the surface of 40. So I'm kind of like what Mr. Joseph Gagla was saying earlier about the farmers. You have these students that are graduating from agricultural universities with degrees, and you're telling them to go tell this farmer that's been on his land for the last 60 years how to do something new. That's a dead conversation. The old person is looking at you like, young whippersnapper, I've been, plowing this field longer than you've been alive. So how are you coming to tell me how to do it? And that's just a Black folks thing. I think, I don't know about other races, so I can't speak for them, but in my community, that's the thing. You don't go to old people and tell them what to do. So one of the strategies he said he used, which I also think is helpful just in general, is to listen to them about what they're already doing and then interject ideas of how that can be transformed in what they're already doing. So if you're doing it this way and been doing it this way for 70 years, how about we just add this little piece? We might not even have to take anything away. We might just flip it around and add this little piece, and now you're a fully fledged business when before you were just growing corn for consumption. So I feel the same way about AI and young people, that to Nataki's point, we have to give them the new information, but it's the way in which we give it to them. So we can't just tell them, oh, look, because they're very impressionable. So they think Atlanta Housewives is a thing. Like they think that Slay Queens is like a career. Like they think that watching this stuff on TV, and when I say they, I mean most African youth that I have come across in the short little time I've been here and the ones I've interacted with, it's a lot of, well, they do this in the West. And then it's because it's so fictional and it's not in reality, you have actual human beings trying to manifest these things in African cultures. And let's just talk about that for a second. So now you got people going to do rituals trying to get things that aren't real based off of what they see on TV. And now you're going somewhere, paying somebody, doing some blood sacrifice or whatever you're doing to chase some unimaginable, unattainable, fictional thing in America that you saw on TV. That's the reality on the ground. It got so deep, I was telling, because, and this is hitting me different because I've lived in Africa for over 2 years. I came here with my kids, and then my kids went back to the States and went to school. So now I've brought my 2 youngest ones, the twins that are 11, back to Africa. It's just me and them. I left the 17-year-old, the 26-year-old, they're back in America. But these twins are now, and we're in the city. We're not in the countryside in Oyibi anymore. We're in Taifa, which is closer to the city. So now I'm looking at my own children in this landscape about what I'm even doing as a parent and as a business owner and somebody that wants to do something on the African continent to connect my people. What kind of example am I leaving? What kind of impressions am I leaving on them, and how I'm operating in this cannabis space, especially when it comes to youth? So my daughter, when I say, are you going to take over the reins to my throne? She looking at me like, what throne? What are you doing for me? What are you doing for the next generation of people for me to even be interested in to want to take over. If I'm not interested in agriculture, like Dr. Joseph was saying, why would I want to do something that my grandparents did that they didn't enjoy because they complained about it all the time? So why do I want to do that? So I think the seed verse is very, very critical to what Dr. Ikeche said about the perception change of cannabis. Because it's not about smoking weed, it's about using something God-given from the earth to power the true essence of your Blackness. It's how I received it when I saw it. And I think Nataki's point about showing the realities of African-centered education and understanding that we can go past concepts and have some real things that kids can see is the actualization of the seed verse right now in 2023 in the AI universe. The fashion industry in Africa, in some countries, looks like AI. And most of these things that you see in the AI universe with these, before we even get into that, let's go back to ancient Africa and how we're now discovering how Dolce & Gabbana and Versace and all these people are basically took African tribal symbols and African prints and have been using them, to Trayvon's point, to make hundreds of millions of dollars off of stuff that we ancestry as Africans have always had, but somebody else has commercialized and now used for themselves. So my final question for everyone is, in your particular business and what it is that you do, what would be the advice you would give to a young person that wants to get into your particular industry in general? And we'll start with Trey. We'll start with Dr. Ikeche since he's at the top. So in academia, what are you pushing for the young people these days? Dr. Ikeche, you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Are. Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I think I've already said something in that regard, because the whole the content of the strategy I developed handles everything. Yeah, because like I said, it tries to represent the system to them, because some of them, they don't even know where we are now. We are about even leaving the fourth industrial revolution to the fifth industrial revolution. So there's a lot that touches on curriculum, upgrading of the curriculum. So the educational system has to be fine-tuned. The educational curriculum has to be fine-tuned. The system has to be upgraded. And so that tells us it's not just a policy initiative. So the young people, they want to see a more scientific and technologically driven system. So every rebranding must factor in technology and sustainability. So like I mentioned about a more circular economy, and yeah.
So let me ask you this. Let me just ask you this quick follow-up question, Dr. Ikeche. So you mentioned rebranding several times, and that's kind of my thing. So when it comes to the program that you already have, and when it comes to teaching the young people, I guess what I want to ask you is, should we not be utilizing the West in regards to the African diaspora in the West that have some of this knowledge and understanding about new emerging markets? Shouldn't we have more collaborations with our own brothers and sisters on other parts of the world than if we're going to revamp the education system in Africa by having small children that are going to school in Africa? Revamp is not even the word. It's a whole burn the house down and start over, because they're still, religious moral ethics class. My 11-year-old in the 6th grade is having to write exams. And when you look inside these textbooks, they're from like 1980. I'm 42 and the textbooks are as old as me in 2023 in Africa. So let's just have a real conversation from the academia side. When you say, you know, things like rebrand agriculture and what the youth want, is Africa prepared for that? Like, how do we get from the education system for primary school kids right now that's already 25 years behind? How do we, I wish my friend Tiffany was on this because she has a girls tech program that I should have brought her on for this, but she's here visiting in Ghana from Omaha, Nebraska. And she's here because she has an emerging ladies academy program where she teaches young girls and young adults and anybody really about tech. And she's getting ready to put that into a bunch of schools across Ghana. Now, when she's having conversations with these people, I'm gonna tell you a story, and I'm not gonna say any names, but this is what she said. She said that she was in a meeting, and pardon me if there was some confidential information, but I'm trying to make this as generic as possible. So she basically said that she was in a meeting and there were some high school kids in the meeting and they were talking about tech and what they were learning. And the girl was like, yeah, we were learning about tech and we were learning about robotics at school. And she was like, really? What did you learn? The girl said that they were learning basically about the plant life cycle. And that was robotics and how, you know, you stick the plant and then you have to have the fertilizer and then you water it. And then, you know, the nutrients from this, and then you have to wait for the water to evaporate. But that's not robotics. But this is 2023. And the justification of this high school girl's explanation of robotics was the fact that the mechanisms that are occurring in the life cycle of a plant is somewhat related in the methodologies behind robotics. But it's 2023. And this is the way we're teaching children in Africa. So when you say things on a university level in academia about, and then when we go back to the beginning of this conversation and talk about AI and it's only smart as the user, what are we really talking about? What are we really saying? If we're saying that AI is only as smart as the user, but we're having elementary and primary kids in Africa learning from 25-year-old textbooks, then how are we setting them up for any amount of success when they're already starting 25 years behind with the level of intellect they're using about asking AI questions? So from an academic standpoint, where are we burning it all down and starting out in the 5th industrial revolution and saying this is where we start from? Or how do we dial it back to get caught up to even be able to enter intelligence into AI? What are you doing from an academic standpoint? What is your response to that?
Thank you. It was quite elaborate, you know. Can I say that?
It's big.
Yeah, you mentioned about the Africans in diaspora because
Hmm.
Africans in diaspora, they are part of the. Okay, let me first of all say that this strategy I developed is very, very holistic. So it touches on a lot of issues. In fact, we are even proposing to do some research work, which I will personally want you to be part of that research work so that it will be published for the world to see. And that work is on this brain reengineering concept and reimagination strategy for brain drain mitigation to reduce brain drain from Africa and looking at Africa issues because there's so much, many of us are moving out to other continents. So we need to identify what is, making young people to, move out from Africa. So it's not just because there are no jobs. There are other issues that can be identified, I'm telling you. So before we can start talking about how to reduce or to tackle the brain drain issue. Anyway, coming back to your questions, Africans in diaspora is part of the, they are part of the stakeholders, not just the government, not just the NGOs, not just the private investors. The Africans in diaspora are part of stakeholders. So they must be part of the that initiative. And then coming back to AI, of course, AI is technology. Any technology solution, we have to customize some of these systems or these researches in line with what that technology solution can actualize. Because if we do not do that, we will not be able to rebrand. We will not be able to paint the pictures well. Because painting, involves let everybody see, painting the outside. So it has to be painted. So, and technology is, they need to understand where technology
Absolutely. I agree.
is at the moment. Yeah.
I agree. Thank you, Dr. Ikeche. Trayvon, last question. And final thoughts. What are we doing?
Sorry, I'll be eating
what
here.
are we doing?
Join me.
Oh, you're inviting me. I'm invited. That's what Black folks do. We share our food, Dr. Ikeche. Yes, I will break some bread with you. You'll cook me some food. You'll make me some. I'll make you my version of Nigerian rice and stew, and you can see if I've done well. Trayvon, you have a response to what are we gonna do if some of these kids are so far behind and AI is just as only as intelligent as the inputs? What are we doing?
Yeah, so I like what Dr. Ikeche said with rebranding, and I think we have to look at this from a basic standpoint, of what's the word? I don't even know what the word would be off the top of my head, but at a survival standpoint, with no AI, no electricity, no tech, none of that. And by rebranding, I see farmers need to be rebranded, because you said earlier, no one wants to do the hard labor. Everyone associates farming, at least in America, with slavery. I think that needs to be rebranded, and hemp or cannabis needs to be associated with it. From the discussions I've had with younger teens and just farmers themselves, adding hemp is something they're willing to do. It's something that's sexier for the younger crowd. They see cannabis as something that, it's for some reason they see it more beneficial than the crops that, you can eat, and, that can be converted into clothing and whatnot. But, this is something that you could do the same thing. You can re-engineer it into clothing, or, like I said before, you can eat it. So just rebranding it and having, our kids see the actual roots of our culture, because that's one thing I don't like about our culture is we don't like tradition. We don't upkeep our tradition. When I hang out with my Indian friends and Asian and others, they uphold the traditions of their elders and the things that were passed down generation after generation. And farming has been in our culture since the very beginning. I know it's in everybody's culture. However, this is something that we were brought over here to do. And this is something that we did in Africa and throughout the entire diaspora. So the fact is, this is something that is pivotal to surviving, knowing how to grow your own food, understanding the farm life, understanding the medicinal and the industrial aspects of cannabis or hemp. This is something that our youth need to know, and I think on a fundamental level, they want to know it. They want to have something that they can say, this is part of my culture. This is something that I can pass down, and I don't see twerking or being a thug or anything like that being something that is positive to be passed down. We need things that are tangible and things that have a positive effect on our economy and our relationships with one another.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Perfectly said. This is why I'm so excited about the seabirds, because I'm just having flashbacks of the things that happen in there. Everybody needs to go purchase. I will get the link from you and put it on our website to go purchase the first edition. I don't even know what the terminology is, but it was good.
Thank
It
you.
kept my attention. It was good. It kept my
So that was
attention,
all
but it
made with
also,
AI.
that's what I'm saying. So even while you guys are talking, I'm writing down my little notes. And the rebranding the farmer really is kind of just sticking in my head. And it's sticking in my head because I'm just now getting into the graphics part of AI and seeing what it's generating in its space when you give it prompts. Like, what is it thinking? I think this is like, what is it thinking that I'm imagining, and how close is it getting to my own imagination? And I think the seed burst, when I first saw it, it immediately took me there. As a Black person, when I thought about what would cannabis look like, 50 years from now, probably with AI like 20 years from now. But what is it going to look like? And then also, being a millennial, we can also remember Total Recall and the Jets and all these movies from the 80s that gave us a glimpse into what AI was gonna be, and we kind of just watched it. I didn't just watch it. I looked at it like, oh,
Right. That's the blueprint.
that's something going on. Right. So Nataki, we're in our final question. So I'll give you a chance to respond in our final response of where do we start with the young folks that are already so far behind? How do we either get them caught up? Are we burning the house down and starting from new? Or what are we doing with people that are already behind in regards to AI?
Yeah, I do want to point out that there are a lot of scholars who talk about that the movies are the movies because they want to shape what people think, and they want to desensitize you to certain things that might not resonate with your spirit if it was just dropped into society. So we do want to recognize the role that that media plays. And as someone who does marketing, everything is about what you consume and how you consume it and who gets to feed it to you. So we need to just recognize that in general, which is why having this conversation about rebranding agriculture, rebranding the farmer is so important. Because if all you see is, oh, let me twerk to get some video views, and farming has no value, then you're definitely consuming the wrong information and the wrong diet that is meant to lead to what bad diets do, which is starve you to death. All that being said, the question was, how do we reach back to the youth? Was that
no?
How
So
do we reach
because the youth are somewhat like the education system in Africa. You have children learning from books that are 25 years old. So if AI is only as smart as the input or the user that's inputting the information, what are we supposed to do with these kids that are already so far behind in the technology age on the continent? What are we supposed to do? Where do we start? Do we burn it all down, or do we kind of figure, or what do we do?
And I think it's interesting, and it's going to be counterintuitive, and I can see people clutching their pearls like, no, she didn't say that, but I'm going to say it. In some of those areas, I don't think we start with the youth, with the very, very young. I think we can in some ways, because you can make those imprints. There are a lot of things that they wanted adults to believe today, and they started planting seeds 30 years ago so that people would grow up with certain ideologies. Someone pointed out recently at an environmental conference, they were like, yeah, I can't believe people in Ghana don't recycle. Oh my gosh. It's like you grew up with Smokey the Bear and all of these concepts. So you were programmed to think a certain way. But if you didn't grow up with that programming, you just think, why would I not throw my sachet on the ground? I drank the water. why
Right.
not put it there? So,
right.
However, I think because I know the power of marketing, you can sell anything if you finance the marketing well enough and if you spend it the right way. You can have Black people believing that twerking is what they were put on this planet to do if you finance it the right way. And I think that we dramatically need to finance having dollars that are channeling in one direction channel to a different direction and create jobs and opportunities, because what keeps happening in our community is we keep talking to the kids and they get hope and then they grow up and ain't nothing for them because all the revolutionaries are sitting back like, yeah, now you got some education. Okay, now I'm educated. Now what? And then you got the people in the political space that are like, hey, now you are civically minded. Okay, to live in a society that does what for me? Or you have the one, I mean, every sector has the same thing. So until we're creating jobs for our people, until we're doing some other things, there's a, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on her name. Mama, oh my goodness, I'm blanking on her name. It'll come to me. Laini has a poem about, and this is not about anybody's views pro or against abortion, but she made a powerful point that what difference does it make whether you don't abort the baby if you're just going to abort him 13 years later when he dies as a Black man because society killed him? It's the same thing. And I think that's a profound statement. You know, what good is all this education if we're not channeling them into things? So I would say that if we're going to do a program for the youth, half of that money needs to go to finance Black institutions that are creating opportunities for them, because it can't be all about the rah, 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 and hopefully one day you'll do something. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, I talk all the time about my niece, Amma. She's 15. She has so much support with her catering business and all these things that she's doing. But at what point in society, especially in Black communities, do we go supporting you because you're a kid, supporting you because you're a kid, supporting you because you're a kid? Oh, wait, you're an adult. I ain't supporting that. You know, I don't want them to get rich off my money. Let me see if they're going to succeed or fail. There's a switch that flips because we've been brainwashed, and we need to be able to work it from both sides is my answer. So some of them may not make it because we can't put all the money there. But we can't put all the money on either side. It needs to go in both directions.
That's a great ending point. We're gonna leave it. We're gonna bang the gavel and leave it at that. Thank you, everyone, for coming for this panel discussion. This was one to remember. I know that there are several people backstage that have been listening this afternoon. We kind of went over time, but it was necessary because I needed to make sure everyone got a little piece of wisdom today from our three panelists. Trayvon Dorsey with Seed. Go check out projectseed.io. Go make sure you download that first edition, what is it called? First episode, what is it called? A first edition? A first book?
The first edition comic book.
First edition comic book. See, I'm learning something new every day. So the first edition comic book for the Seedbirds, it was amazing.
It's a digital download, or
yes, it's a digital download. You can get it from our Shopify. Blessings, thank you.
You want to send her the link in the chat? Or
give me 2 seconds.
Okay, so we'll keep you guys on backstage so you can continue to chat. But I want to thank all of you. Trayvon Dorsey again with Project Seed, Nataki Kambon with New Business Solutions. Her ticker is down at the bottom, so you can check that out. I want to thank Dr. Ikeche. I'm going to be contacting you about River State University. That was amazing, is all I can really say. I'm glad Nataki was backstage and had an opportunity to join this panel discussion. If you weren't here, you missed it. Sorry, I'm just kidding. So this is all being recorded. If you joined the HempTech Conference and you are live on YouTube link, you got a chance to witness live great things that we discussed. All of their information for all of our speakers will be on our website on the Cooperative Executive Management Team. Then we are going to try and queue up. We're running right on time because, you know, that's one generational curse we're going to have to work for. There ain't no such thing as BP time. BP time is not a thing. We need to be on time as Black people. That's one thing that we can do. That's what I tell my children. That's the one thing that, you know, some things you have control over. We want to take it down to the Bible verse, understand the things that you can't change and something like that. But just know that there are things that are outside of your purview that you just can't change. And so stick with the things that you have some control over. And being on time is something that you have control over, unless it's some kind of natural disaster or something. But usually you woke up late, you didn't prepare the night before, something. So when you're having programs and they're running online, people don't show up, you got to know how to pivot. That's how Africa is. That's how being from any hood in America is. You just have to know how to pivot. You have to, being good in business, you have to know how to pivot. Being good in sports, you got to know how to pivot. I played a lot of sports, and a lot of it has to do with shifting quickly in whatever direction for whatever thing that you're using. So I'm going to give that same metaphor, same analogy when it comes to this work and this global work that we're doing. There's going to be ops everywhere, okay? You're going to have to know how to pivot. There's going to be people that are going to play nice just so they can get up in the mix. Like outside of the Cooperative Executive Management Team, I have a whole nother global nonprofit of which some of these people like Trayvon and Dr. Iketcher are part of, called the African Diaspora Collective. We're talking about doing some revolutionary type ish. I got ops. That's just what it is. So understanding what those are and then making sure I position myself with excellence around the world is why I'm so dangerous. Because I know Black people that are excellent in what it is that they do. And that's what I chose to build my network on, was Black. So if you don't look like me, if you're not some variation of shade of me, if your ancestors don't come from the continent, I just can't rock with you. That's just me. Now, I can third party indirectly, some kind of way around to work with you. However, Devisha L. Johnson feels that Black people need the most help of any other race on this planet. So with my short little years that I have in existence, I might not have time to get around to you. I'm just sorry. I got a lot of work to do. There's a lot of people that look like me that need help first. Not that I don't work or don't want to work with other people. I just don't have time. I'm 42. I might got to get another 50 in me. It took 400 years to get us where we're at. I don't got that kind of time. So I'm just doing my small little piece, which is what the HempTech Conference is for the bigger version of the AIE project, which we're about to take across the globe. So to wrap up the day, we are going to bleed right into the next steps. What are the next steps and the action items of what the HempTech Conference does, what the Cooperative Executive Management Team does, what the AIE project does, and that's plug and play. That's the next presentation that I myself am going to give, because this is my baby, as Nataki likes to call them. It's the 1 hectare sustainable farm project. Now, my little story is just based off the fact that my daddy is from Rain, Louisiana, a small country town in Louisiana in the southern part of the United States. And my late mother is from Cantonment, which is another very, very small town in Florida on the Florida-Alabama line. Like you can walk across the street and you'll be in Alabama. These two people, my dad was the son of a sharecropper. I'm a 7th generation descendant of a slave. So I can count back to know that my grandmother's great-grandfather was bought by the McQueen family. I know that. That's part of my history. What I do know, however, to Trayvon's point, is that agriculture has been part of what we do. It's part of our culture. I even wrote it down. Agriculture is our culture. That's just what it is. And he made a bigger point to say, you know, this is what we were brought over here to do. I'm a doer. So I understand what my purpose is in life, and that's connecting Black folks. So how do I do that? Why don't we do it with what we've been doing for forever, which is agriculture? Okay, Davisha, how do you do that? Well, now I'm a millennial. So what does my generation, how do we look at agriculture? Well, one part of agriculture that my generation is very well tuned into is cannabis. So let cannabis be the thing, that the vehicle, the tool, the resource that I use to live out what my purpose is, which is connecting Black folks. So that's how we came up with expanding the cooperative executive management team into Africa. But now we need a solution of, now that we're on ground and we see what the challenges are, from working with people like Joseph Gaglo, from all the experiences we have from some of our speakers yesterday. Most of these people are people that I have personal relationships with, that I actually know, because I took it upon myself to have a better understanding of how these things work. So I went to a bunch of farms. I got dirty. I put my hands in the dirt. I came to Africa. I bought every kind of seed that there was in America, from Home Depot to Dollar Store, wherever it was. If it was a vegetable or something you could grow, I bought it. And then I stuck it in the ground. I also did trials. I stuck some stuff directly in the ground. I put some stuff in pots. I used some, extra fast grow fertilizer on some stuff. Then I came to Africa with some American seeds. I put those in my little pots. I did some experiments on what's going to grow. How long does it take to grow? I didn't know beans had flowers. Did you know beans have flowers? Did you know that your green beans that you eat on your plate, that you take out of a can that you buy in the store, did you know that that starts as a flower? I had no idea. Mind blown. These are things that we should be teaching young people, first of all. So there needs to be an education component. There needs to be a jobs component. So we need to create jobs. This is all based off of agriculture. So we need to create education piece. We need to create a jobs piece. We need to create a research arm, because we need to know what is this cannabis and hemp plant, and how can we utilize it to build all these other ancillary businesses and ancillary industries. Because Africa is an agrarian society, then what are the other pieces of agriculture? We got fish farming, which is aquaponics. We've got hydroponics, which is water. And there's some huge water resources in African countries. Lots of rivers, lakes, all those types of things. Lots of fish farming, because that's a staple food. Lots of rice, because there's rainy seasons. There's so many of these other environmental factors. And then I thought about, okay, how do I take my American understanding of this agriculture training that I've gone through myself with the USDA, all the Black farmers, especially the Black farmers. There's not any other type of farmer. It's the Black one. The Black farmer is important because the Black farmer, to Trayvon's point, does have that tradition passed down to him. They have that transition of understanding of the culture of agriculture from slavery, and that's what they're passing down. And that's what needs to be rebranded. But the Black farmer also understands how to do rudimentary farming the same way an African farmer in 2023 knows how to do. So now we have skills that are matched on the same side that we can now bring together. And in the middle, we find things like, I don't know if this is part of Dr. Ikeche's model or not, but this is just me flying off the cuff and telling you what I think. And somewhere in the middle, to Nataki's point, coming from both sides, is where we find that sweet spot of people like Vibes B&B, of people like Project Seed, of people like ICC, people like RCG, folks that are doing the work, knowing the past and understanding the future. Like, this is where we need to go. And that's what the 1 hectare sustainable farm project is. It's taking a piece of the understanding of urban farming in America and Black neighborhoods where there's food deserts and there's densely populated people that don't have basic understanding of how to grow their food, because to Nataki's point, they've been brainwashed to think that growing food is being a slave. So therefore, we're not going to grow our own food. We're just going to buy it from the store that's probably got poisons and pesticides and all kinds of other stuff that's killing us. But we don't want to be slaves no more. So we're not going to grow our own food. Then you have the other part of society that says, okay, we get it. We know we need to grow our own food, but we're going to grow it in a way that's so unattainable for the basic farmer and have large commercialized farms where we're just monopolizing the industry because we're capitalists. There's those folks. And then there's people like me that get that agriculture needs to be a business, but that we also need to understand the traditions of Africa and how they deal with agriculture is not from a business standpoint. It's from a cultural survival standpoint and consumption standpoint. So when the 1 hectare sustainable farm project model or idea came about, it's based off of the fact that there needs to be a small enough space that I think we were talking to Joseph Gaglow that said that women in agriculture have somewhat of an issue in acquiring land because in the Volta region, it's by inheritance, it's patrilineal, not matrilineal. So that means the girls don't get anything when the parents pass on. It's usually the boys. But the girls are most of African farmers are rural farmers and are women. So there's a fine line with, you know, farming and agriculture conversation when we have to start with the land. Like, where is the land coming from? So the 1 hectare sustainable farm project is just that. It's 1 hectare, which is 2.5 acres. What can you do and how can you sustain yourself, your environment, your community on as small of a piece of land as possible that you can get, that you can create opportunities and environments for your community to thrive. And some of these things already exist. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so I can talk as you see. It's not that big of a presentation, but it's just a screen. So this is the Cooperative Executive Management Team website. This is our sustainable farm project, our 1 hectare sustainable farm project. So oh, I can stop it. See? Okay. Just food purity, cleanse, to create a vertically integrated ecosystem for urban and smallholder farmers in Africa. It will create jobs for youth, provide housing in a live, work, play environment on 1 hectare of land. This is our plug and play, get it all done in one aspect that I developed based off of a number of different other ideas put into one space that introduces the cannabis and hemp space to Africa. So from this little aerial view, I literally took this to an architect and said, these are the things that I need. These are the types of structures that I want to put in place. I have 1 hectare of land, which is 2.5 acres. And if those of you that don't know, I have a background in architecture and construction. I spent 6 years studying architecture and another 4 years studying construction management. So I'm going back and grabbing onto my skills to develop these types of things. And then also, like I said, working over the years closely with farmers, understanding what their actual challenges and needs are, is how I came up with this 1 hectare sustainable farm. So from this picture, I'll kind of go over the little components that we have. I wish I had the other pictures that you could actually see these things, but we'll put them on the website later. So this is can be converted from just straight agriculture and non-cannabis or hemp farm to a cannabis or hemp farm. You just have to change the seeds. So in our site that we were going to use in Apollonia City, we were going to start the process of the build out of these things because it doesn't have to be for cannabis and hemp. And once the cannabis law passed, then we'll just change one seed from the other and start using other parts of this facility or this property. So this part in the front is the business portion of the property. So this entire little piece here, let me see if I can blow this up. No, yes. Okay, so this little tiny piece here, I think it got smaller. Yeah, it got smaller. So let's go backwards. See, I'm not as technologically advanced as I thought I was. Okay, so now I've just messed up something else. Okay, so here we are. So this piece here, this whole section is for business purposes. So this is where you can rent out space to have events. It's a visitor center where you can come see what have presentations on what's going on in this sustainable farm in regards to the housing, the greenhouses, the aquaponics, the hydroponics, the water filtration systems, how the land was designed, why it was designed that way, why is this detention pond a retention pond shaped like a triangle, those types of things. So getting really into why the design is the way that it is and how it creates this vertically integrated model and ecosystem for it to be sustainable also comes from a news article that I saw several years ago about how one urban farmer, I want to say it was in Georgia, basically fed her family for a year from 1 acre of land that she had. I believe it was 1 acre. It was 1 acre of land, which is less than half of what we have here. So if you can feed a family of 4 for a year on less than half of what we have here, then we're already solving problems of small villages across Africa. This is not meant to be a large scale facility that we now make into 1,000 hectares. That's not what this is. This is a plug and play 1 hectare sustainable farm. It's a farm initiative that can be done anywhere. It doesn't have to be next to a water source or anything else. So this is the economic driver of tourism. If you looked at this as systems of economies of scale, then you would look at this in a sense of this is the business part, this is the research part here, this is housing over here, there's security that happens here, and then all of this, 3/4 of the whole 1 hectare is the actual agriculture practices and farming. We've got it subdivided as well into an outdoor grow for regular vegetables, fruits, and whatever else that, from what Dr. Ikeche was saying earlier, and from what I know, having cover crops and having sister crops, or what do they call them? There's a certain terminology used for planting crops together that do well side by side. That type of situation is happening here in these row crops, and then this will be cannabis over here. That depending on what type of cannabis you're growing, you also don't want cross-pollination with these 2 crops. So that's why we have greenhouses. So these are each large greenhouses that you can grow these outdoor vegetables. You can bring these cannabis and hemp plants indoors. And then this is the research facility part, this is the indoor grow outside of the greenhouse. If you wanted to do straight up industrialized indoor growing for high potency cannabis for utilizing for pharmaceutical purposes or medicinal use, that's also here. But that also goes, if it wasn't cannabis, it could be used for soil testing, for researching for pests and all types of other things, or cultivating bacteria that you may want to grow on certain plants that not have certain types of pests, whatever technology or research can provide for indoor grow use. If you need a clean room, things like that will go here. And then this is where all of the display happens. So if you have come up with some innovative idea on how to make a crossbreed a mango and pawpaw or something, and you created this magical fruit, because I've seen these other races of people, I've watched the documentaries on how these people are gene splicing fruits together and making strawberry flavored bananas and things like that. Like it's mind-boggling on things that you can do these days if you understand the science and genetics behind agriculture. So we wanted to put someplace in there where the youth can come really kind of see hands-on about what this looks like, which means there has to be an education component. So that is this area here, which is the Research Institute. So the Research Institute, if you can see these little pathways here, the Research Institute is the base and the heartbeat of everything else that goes on around it. So the Research Institute is connected to the indoor, highly research-based science part of this property. It's also connected to the hands-on kind of seeing what the products are that have been made, seeing what the processes are. And then it's also connected to the housing, but it's also connected to where you're actually doing the growing, because there had to be a centralized point of where everything goes down so that you can have a better understanding of the connectivity of how the whole property was designed. So the housing is in the back for obvious reasons, but also for security reasons. So there's a front gate here, obviously with security, but as you come back here into the parking lot, this is the secured area where you would have entry into the research part, where you would have entry into the different housing sectors. These are all houses made out of sustainable materials, AKA hemp houses, which can also be built from the crops that are grown on the property. So before you even start building structures, you can be growing hemp and then using that fiber to make concrete to make the structures, which is why it's a 1 hectare sustainable farm. These towers here are all water towers. This land looks kind of hanky and to the side because it's on a slope, so that the water flow naturally flows in the direction as it should. It picks up, there may be one pump instead of having a pump at every 20 feet, or however you usually would work that out for large scale farming. A lot of large scale farming usually works off of rain as well, but this is 1 hectare. So you should be able to put in a fully integrated filtration and water system utilizing bamboo, because it's a sustainable ecosystem that we're creating that's looking at food security and climate change. We need to use sustainable materials. So if you're building your water filtration system out of bamboo, if it's on a site that's already sloped with the natural grain of the earth, that helps the water flow in a certain direction, and the detention pond is put here next to the row crops as well as the venue center, because it offers the opportunity for the eye to be caught in something that's also necessary. So if there's rainwater that needs to be collected, if there's rainwater that needs to be used, this is alternate source to pump this into, which also can be used as a waterfall because it's right next to where now you have some ambiance as you're coming to rent this space. So a lot of factors were considered in how to create this environment, how to create this experience, how to create this space that tackles big world problems like climate change. How is this 1 hectare sustainable farm tackling climate change? Because it's growing hemp to be used for making biochar for people to use to cook the chickens that they're also breeding on this land. For them to be able to utilize this same hemp they're growing for biofuel to power the generators that are being used for backup for the solar that is on top of these square houses. As you can see, these are solar panels. So the things that are created, grown, and consumed on this 1 hectare sustainable farm are also opportunities for every facet of the AIE project. So we've got hospitality, we've got business, we've got AI with research, we've got the research part. We've thought about everything that we could in order not just to tackle these things, but thinking into the future about the question that I just asked in the final part of what we just went over with the last panel was basically, how do we make this so that we understand there's things in the past that we can't change, but then there's also things in the future that we need to look at. And if we're going to be doing work on the African continent and it's back here, but we know we need to be here, but we're actually somewhere in the middle, where do we start? And this is my solution. This 1 hectare sustainable farm project is my solution to the AIE project total concept map. And where do we start? Because I'm an action-oriented person. I like an idea, like, okay, bet, I'm ready. Let's go. What do we do? What are we doing first? Who's doing what? So my ADHD just takes me there. So, okay, so what am I going to do now? This is the problem in Africa. I've been here 2 years. I see this, I see that. There's smart people over here. There's smart people over there. And I don't know about these folks, so I'm going to leave those over there. But over here, there's some other smart people. So now I've collected all these people. Okay, now what are we going to do? Well, usually when you're on a continent and they hear an American accent, it's, okay, let's build this $100 million facility. And full stop. That's not going to happen. So what can we do right now, today? Well, my friend has some land over here that he's not utilizing. Great. That's what we do at the Cooperative Executive Management Team. We take, it's somewhat the same thing as what Nataki does, right? She takes what you have and helps you see the other side that you don't see and figure out how to monetize it and make it successful. And that's what we do for farmers. with your land. That's why if you go to the coopexecutives.com website, you'll see the 3 things that we do are land utilization. So how do we take the piece of land that you have and make it work for you? Not just for consumption purposes, but for agribusiness, for you to sustain yourself and your community. What do you do? That's what we do at the Cooperative Executive Management Team. Then next is cannabis and hemp, because as I stated when I started this presentation, cannabis is the way that I feel that I can connect Black people globally is through this plant. So that's the vehicle I choose personally to use to connect Black folks. And the third thing is education, which is what you're witnessing now, which is the HempTech Conference. We started out in Ghana in 2020 based off of the fact that I was already doing this in America in the South, working with Black farmers. Because I was in politics, working with Black politicians, I've been blackity black for a long time. That's all I know how to do. So when creating the 1 hectare sustainable farm project, I had to think about my people and where are we? What is the actuality? Yes, there's some smart ones, but the masses and the majority of us don't have basic agricultural knowledge. Like knowing that a green bean comes from a flower. I'm a highly intelligent Black person, okay? I can say that with utmost confidence. But when my mind is blown on something as simple as the fact that I love green beans and didn't know that it came from a flower, I felt like an idiot, honestly. I'm just gonna be honest. I felt like an idiot. Like, how do I not know that? And it seems just so like random information, but it's important because now we're talking about the same thing that I gave the analogy of the girl that said she was learning robotics in school, but really you're just learning the life cycle of the plant. Because if you know, like I know, the green bean can't grow unless that flower is pollinated by another animal, and that's called a bee. So the bee has to pollinate the flower in order for that flower to grow into a green bean, in order for it to get on your plate. Mind blown to some people right now. This is why bees are important. They're not for you to smack and be scared of because they're going to bite you. This ain't the bee movie. Back to the media and back to movies. If you go watch the children's film, the Bee Movie, it clearly explains why bees are so important to the earth, the revolution of the earth in general, and the oxygen that we breathe, and the life cycle of humanity runs around this little tiny little thing with a little stinger on the end that, you know, Smokey the Bear loves the honey from the bees and all that. Look, it's real out here. I had to self-pollinate flowers. You know how I learned how to do that? YouTube. Technology. I couldn't go ask the farmer in Africa, in the deserts, how do you grow your food that you eat if there's no bees here? Is there only food that you eat that doesn't grow from flowers, that it doesn't require to be pollinated? Somebody's growing something somewhere without a bee. So how do I do that? These are the things that blows my mind as a highly intelligent Black woman with something as basic as agriculture. And why agriculture is so important, because I like to eat. I would like to live for the next 50 years. So that means I need to put food in my body. And the food comes from someone that's putting a seed in the ground and nurturing, watering, pruning. It takes a lot to grow a green bean. I'm sorry I'm stuck on these green beans, but this is where we're going to stay at for the rest of the day because we only got about 30 minutes left. So in the holistic view of this conversation in regards to this 1 hectare sustainable farm project, there's so many little things that we take for granted is the takeaway. Having land in Africa is a thing because that's where they started. You are rich because you have thousands and thousands of hectares of land. Back in the Roman times, they ruled empires with thousands and thousands of acres of land. That's how there's only going to be land for what there is. They're not growing anymore. The earth is not going to expand and all of a sudden it's going to create some more land mass. It's just not going to happen. So get a piece of it while you can, but utilize that one piece that you have, however small that it is. And in my instance, it was the 6-foot patio that I had in Atlanta, Georgia, was my piece. I grew 22 different vegetables on that 6-foot patio during COVID. Because what I know is that as a parent of children, my kids were hungry. The grocery store was not open. You could not leave your house. You couldn't go outside. You couldn't, for a long time, even order any food from anywhere. So that means you had to either already have a stockpile of food in your house or you were screwed. But if you come from Africa and have an understanding of agriculture, you probably could have went out in the back, took a seed from a tomato and grew another tomato. And this is the importance of the 1 Hectare Sustainable Farm Project. It's a live, work, play, education experience where you can have agribusiness, you can grow your food, you can educate your children, you can do research, you can live there, you can provide the security all on 1 hectare of land, which is 2.5 acres. So I want people to think about the Ghana HempTech Conference in the sense of we have over these last 2 days not only provided information in regards to the cannabis and hemp space, but like this 1 hectare sustainable farm, this is the future. This is running out of time. This is running out of space. This is making sure that the next generation of farmer is rebranded. How do we make farming sexy? How do we make the youth interested in farming in a different way? How do we make living on a farm not so, oh my God, not TikTok worthy? How do we utilize social media and technology with the youth now to make them interested in being proud of the fact that they live on the 1 hectare sustainable farm, where once they're, to Dr. Ikeche's point, I think it was Dr. Ikeche, or maybe it was Mr. Joseph. I think it was Mr. Joseph, made the point about when people graduate from college, they say, go look for a job, and there's no job. In this environment, in this model, not only do you work on your property, that's not child abuse, going back to the earlier conversation with Mr. Joseph, not only do you work on this farm, you're educated here, you have an opportunity to test out new innovations and new research and new technologies on growing food. You get to, fly your drone around in a little space on the end over here where the retention pond is. You have on-site security, so you don't have to worry about anybody coming in and stealing your stuff, stealing your ideas, or vandalism or anything like that. You have a self-contained area here for you to do all your practicums. So if you wanted to come bring some people into your space, but in a controlled environment, you do it there. So this is the future of African farming in an urban sense that can be done in a respectful way for using sustainable materials, that covers food security because you're growing your own food. It covers climate change because now you're utilizing the hemp and cannabis that you're growing for biofuel and biochar. And it's also talking about building a vertically integrated ecosystem for smallholder farmers and even urban farmers. If you have an acre of land in Detroit, you can do this. If you have, or hectare, if you have 2.5 acres in Detroit, you can do this. If you have 2.5 acres in Lagos, you can do this. So imagine, this is a base model. So imagine how fanciful you can get. And we tried to add some of that in here as well with this modern design entryway to the visitor center, but this African-centered, sustainable bamboo mud brick house or mud brick structure that's here at the visitor center. So this is where you come in and get the culture, and then you can come out here with all the different plants and things from the continent or whatever part of the world this is in. You have an opportunity to do this. So I wanted to present this project to you as my baby and something that I hold dear to my heart, my solution of what can be done for the youth, what can be done for the next generation in regards to cannabis and hemp, and how do we start that now? Tomorrow, if you have a friend that's in South Georgia or that's in Northern Florida or that's in Wyoming and they have 2.5 acres of land that they're not doing nothing with, ask them if you can do a pilot project. Ask them. It doesn't even have to be cannabis and hemp. All you really need is a shovel and some seeds. And you can go out there and start a row of tomatoes tomorrow. Those are the types of solutions that we need in Africa. Those are the type of solutions that we need on Bankhead Highway or in food deserts I keep saying Detroit, but food desert, because I went to Detroit and I saw this is an issue. But in the northern eastern part of the United States, there's a lot of Africans that also understand what these issues are because they're coming from countries with these same issues. The same thing, I went back to the youth panel and talked about how do we realize that we're the same. That's how I want to end this. We're the same. All these Black people everywhere around the world, we all generationally, throughout our generations, have the same issue. And that's that we all think we're different. But at the end of the day, we all are facing the fact that we as a culture of people need to understand that we have to protect ourselves. Every other culture is passing down their traditions. Every other culture is passing down their methodologies from how they grow rice to how they communally live in order to build businesses and travel to other countries and be successful. We have an opportunity now in the fourth and going into the fifth industrial revolution to utilize things like AI, utilize things like the HempTech Conference and all the things that we've been discussing over these last 2 days, and having opportunity to get physically together. Like I said, this is the first time I've put eyeballs on some of these people, and I've been talking to them for months, sometimes years, and never actually saw them, which is what technology can help us do. So I want to end this wonderful 2 days of time that we've had together with finally getting our clip together of Be Happy Treats and Services. She put together a clip for us on how to make gummies. And I think after I've explained my 1 hectare sustainable farm project, you can also visit and look for that information at www.coopexecutives.com. It'll be floating at the bottom of the screen. But I wanted you, and hopefully you can hear this audio, but I wanted you to be able to hear what this young lady is saying, but also you be able to see how easy this is. This is the next step. So if you're in America and you have some Jell-O and some Kool-Aid, you can make gummies. You can make cannabis-infused gummies if you have some Jell-O and some Kool-Aid and some cannabis oil. So for all of you people that are in African countries that have legalized, I'm going to say in this conversation, that have legalized and access to cannabis oil, you can utilize this method that this young lady has used. Her name is LaWanda Hamilton. She owns Be Happy Treats and Services, which is, I'm also part of that company. And I'm going to play you this video of her making this, and we can see if we can get full screen and we can get audio. Let me know, for those of you that are still backstage, if you can hear this would be helpful. So let's go ahead and play the audio and see if we can get this up and running.
Today, we're going to make cannabis-infused gummies. Now, you're going to want to start off over a medium heat with a medium saucepan. Then you're going to add 3 ounces of flavored gelatin, such as Jell-O or any store brand gelatin. We're going to start with grape today. I've also added 1 packet of I'm going to stir that together to make a bubble like so. But this is just for a dramatic effect, y'all. I just wanted to get you beautiful people an idea of what you will get when you infuse your gummies. And there you go.
There you go. That was LaWanda Hamilton from Atlanta, Georgia, my business partner with Be Happy Treats and Services. BeHappyTNS.com. We'll put it at the bottom of your screen as we close out for the day. So if you want to get some more information on how to make cannabis infused food, you can contact LaWanda at BeHappyTNS.com for cannabis infused food. She will be starting a podcast. We will be doing, as the law gets underway, regulations start happening. We'll be doing some educational events on how to infuse your food with different things. So it doesn't, I try to make sure that there's like two different versions of everything at this point when it comes to agriculture. So there's the agriculture version, and then there's the cannabis and hemp version. And the cannabis and hemp version is the same as agriculture version. You just switch one herb for another. So switch basil for THC or for flower, hemp flower, cannabis flower. Same thing. So it's not the same thing. It's not that simple. I've oversimplified it, but the concept is the same. So if you wanted to make, let's just say, gummies, and you didn't want to put a cannabis in it, but you wanted to make them ginger flavored gummies, and therefore you would infuse them with some ginger oil. How do you make ginger oil? The same machine that LaWanda uses to make cannabis oil, which I will be providing coming very soon to markets near you, is all I'm going to say. But having access for regular people, which in Africa are smallholder farmers, to be able to get into the cannabis and hemp space, the first thing you're going to ask me is, what do I do? Or you're going to say, how do I get a license? But to Trayvon's point, do you really need a license? Do you understand that a license is for growing cannabis? So usually when you have a license to grow cannabis, they also don't give you alternative licenses to do other stuff. They just give you a license to grow. Now, if you have a vertically integrated license where you can just do everything, then sure, but nobody knows what that looks like in Ghana as of yet. I'm assuming that there's already people that are growing weed, shipping weed to other countries, doing all kinds of illegal activities at this point. But making it legal does not still mean they're going to be doing it in the proper way. So we decided at the Cooperative Executive Management Team, when we decided to move to the continent and expand this business, it was for the same basis of the same Black farmers that we work with in Georgia. I'm going to give a shout out to HK Ranch with Handy Kennedy. He is going to be our pilot farmer on the U.S. side, and we're going to run a bunch of programs through his farm, run a bunch of money through his farm in relation to cannabis and hemp, to see how we can build these models that, just like the 1 hectare sustainable farm project, can be picked up from one place and taken to the other. Wash and repeat, turn and burn. That's what we're doing. Hit and quit it. However you want to, whatever euphemism you want to use, but we in and out. Go and come. Whatever you want to say. That's what we're doing here at the Cooperative Executive Management Team. We give it to you and we get out. We're not here to fully immerse ourselves into any particular culture, because there's Black folks everywhere, all over the world. And we're not all the same, but we are at the same time, because we're all distant relatives. We all come from, we're all fruit of the same tree. So I will leave you with these last words from the Hemp Lady of Africa, and these last 2 days and full, almost 16 hours of the Ghana version of the HempTech Conference. It's been lovely, people, especially people that look like me, Black folks, African people. I have enjoyed our time together. I look forward to the in-person get-together that we are going to have tomorrow in Abri at Jerk Soul at 7 p.m. If you have not bought your ticket by midnight tonight, you will not be let in. It is exclusively invite only for certain people, and the other people that haven't been invited, we will see you on a farm somewhere, probably growing or consuming some of our things. But I am very grateful that I've been given the gift and the resources and opportunities to put these types of things together, and that people trust and believe in me. And my dream to be able to connect Black folks and to use cannabis to do that. So in my famous words, I have a couple of them. Hashtag the takeover continues. Stay Black, people. This has been the 4th annual HempTech Conference. We will see you in Lagos, Nigeria. Niger people, I'm coming. I'm coming. We'll see you next year. Thank you for coming to the Ghana HempTech Conference or the HempTech Conference live here from Accra, Ghana. This is your girl, Devisha L. Johnson, the Hemp Lady of Africa. Bye. Stay blessed. Ambassador Devisha L. Johnson. Welcome to Ghana. I'm here this evening at Base Camp with my good friend Sunita. She's doing her opening, but I'm here to talk to you right now about cannabis and hemp in Africa. Again, my name is Ambassador Devisha L. Johnson. I am president of the Cooperative Executive Management Team. It's a farm management services company started in 2018 in Atlanta, Georgia. We only exclusively work with black farmers. Why? Because black people need help. No other race needs help with making money besides my own people. So I took it upon myself when I was chief of staff for Representative Sandra G. Scott, District 76 in Georgia in 2018 to start the Cooperative Executive Management Team. To work with black farmers on understanding the difference between cannabis and hemp, but also making sure that black people understand it's not just a retail, consumer-based market for us. We have been growing industries, growing countries, building nations since the beginning of time. So it's time to do that right here in the motherland. When black people can't get into the industry in America, whether it's policy issues, whether it's capital fundraising issues, whether it's farm management services issues, your grandmother has land that's been sitting for 10, 12 years, you don't know what to do with it, you don't know how to monetize it, the opportunities for you are here in Africa. There's about 10 to 12 countries now that have legalized cannabis and hemp, whether it's in medical use or exportation. Ghana is right on the cusp of being able to allow people to do business here in the industry. So we at CEMT for the last 4 years have been doing the Cannabis HempTech Conference. This year, again, we are inviting everyone to come out at the end of July. But this year we really want to focus on bringing more African Americans, more Afro-Caribbeans, more Afro-Latinas to Ghana to get engaged, to start the industry from chambers of commerce to cannabis TV. You're watching some version of cannabis TV right now, watching me, but there's so many other things to do in this industry besides have a dispensary or sell weed. If you have a graphics background, if you are in agriculture space and you are a grower, if you are into production and you do movies, film, television, if you are an advocate, an activist, an organizer, we need all of you. We need all of you black folks that are doing big things in America. You have brands, you're an influencer. We need you in Africa. We need you to help build the industry, but I need you. I'm calling out to you personally as myself, Devisha L. Johnson, the person, as myself, the advocate for cannabis and hemp, but also as a legacy builder and someone that is interested in generational wealth for all black people. If you have not come to Ghana, whether it's for December in Ghana, Afrochella, all of those things are nice. But beyond the party, when everyone leaves, when industries are created, is when things are happening. And those things are happening right now here in Ghana. So I encourage all of you to get with someone that you don't know that's in the cannabis industry, invite them to Ghana at the end of July. More information is forthcoming. But again, my name is Devisha L. Johnson, the ambassador for the African Diaspora Collective, right here in Ghana with my good friend Kwaku T. We'll be discussing all things related to Ghana, all things related to our family because as distant relatives, we are here to help each other. We are here to grow together, pun intended, and we are here to make sure that everyone plants seeds that will grow the future of black people all over the planet. Come holler at your girl in Ghana.